And here we are. Welcome back. Day 2, second half of COVIDCon. And it's been quite a morning so far, listening to all the wrestlers and all the interviews that have come through. Let me see here. It's just been insane. I know I kept popping in and out all day, when Tito did his run in and Hurricane did that little run in at the beginning, but then he came back later on. So it's just been incredible. And I know that they talked about it, but then remember, this t-shirt is available, okay? Right here. All you have to do is go to wrestlingtees.com and you can have a t-shirt just like that. I know I am going to be getting one very, very, very soon. Tonight we have gotten a crazy lineup, just waiting to hear from our first guest. And once he's here, we will be throwing him on. But tonight is stacked. Let me see here. We have one half of the Nasty Boys, Brian Knobbs, coming on. A little ECW reunion where we have Sabu, Just Incredible, and Joel Gertner. Then 5 o'clock, Al Snow. He is going to be here. Let me see. Mr. Hughes at 5:30. At 6 o'clock, Gangrel will be coming on. Then we're going to have the natural Bushwhackers. It is going to be Typhoon and Bushwhacker Luke kind of tag teaming. Would have been interesting to see in reality, too. Coming up at 7 is Koko Beware. We then have Alex the Pug Pourteau. Dutch Mantel will be here. Oh, there's Charlie's here. ECW, ECW. That's right. You can just hear that chant now. Dutch Mantel at 8. And then at 8:30, the man, the master and ruler of the world, Sid Viscous, will be here. We are going to... there's Georgia. Glad you got your coloring book. Let me know what it's like, because I am seriously thinking about getting that one and the new one coming out. Then we have ODB coming on with a mystery guest, followed by Marty the Moth, and who knows what's going to happen tonight. Oh, look at that. Louise Turner's here. Thank you, Louise, for joining us on day 2. We have someone in the booth, but their mic and cam is not connected, so I am going to wait. Where am I? I am in Canada. I am just about an hour from Detroit. And just so people know who and what I am, like why is this guy just chatting on the mic? I'm one half of a podcast with Sid Vicious called The Vicious Circle. So if you haven't checked it out, make sure you do. And so, I'm a Canadian boy here. What's this one here? Tugboat was teaming with the Bushwhackers when he turned heel. Oh my God, Jason, you're absolutely right. So it did happen in reality. Man, I forgot about that. Thank you. And this is why the fans are amazing. They got no problem putting you into place. And don't forget I'm here, Rob. Woo! Absolutely, Facebook user. I could never forget you. Never, ever. Who else we got here? Oh, the ring behind me. I don't know if you can tell. There's a little blur all around me. That's actually green screened. I am not in a wrestling ring. As a matter of fact, while we're waiting, I can... here, let's go outside for a while. Because, it's quarantine, so we got to get out. But then again, I am always one for the spotlight. So, as you can see, while it would be nice, I am not in a training arena today. Toledo says hi. Well, thank you so much, Toledo. Steve is here. Why no honky tonk man? You know what? I don't know. What's this? The Disaster Whackers. Oh, dude, that is so brilliant. Yeah, I wish I knew who that was. That is excellent. Aaron Wallace. Hey, Rob. Hey, Aaron, I'm doing great. Yeah, if you remember, if you go back to the link, just go back out of the link for a second. At the top, it says, make sure to click this Facebook link, and it gives permission to show your name. So if some of you notice that you're coming up as Facebook user on here, that's because you have not given Facebook permission to use the name, like your Facebook name. Okay? So yeah, please, if you want to, just step back there and just step back there and do that little link, and we'll make sure we get you on. Facebook user, will you air Honky Tonk if I call him and tell him to come on? You know what? To get him in touch with Kenny, I know we can work something. That's what today's all about, entertaining the fans. Let me see. David is here. H. I'm assuming that means hi, and I will take it as a hi, because it also could be, how can you be so stupid? And I don't think I like that particular sentence. So, yeah. Marshall is here. Thank you, Marshall. I'm glad so many people turned out to check this out, because this has been a one-of-a-kind event. Oh, look at that. There's Steve-O. Hello, Rob. Hello, Steve-O. And I got to be honest, yesterday and today, without this man here and my cousin Pete, I would have been lost. So I huge thanks to both of those guys. Now, let me see here. There is just so many coming in. Really enjoying the con. Thanks. I'm glad you are. Like I was saying, this is one of the first virtual cons. Like talking with Kenny, I can't think of another virtual con. I know personally, I run a Comic-Con and we've had a couple people on, just the one. Oh, there's the man. That's the other guy. Those two guys there, I would have been lost without. I've had some people come on one at a time. We had some cosplayers come on. A friend of mine who was in a movie came on. But this is the first full-blown multi-panel convention that I have ever seen. Bill, Rob, this has been fun. Thank you so much, Bill. Yeah, this has been a blast. Many thanks from Melbourne, Australia. It's 5:30 in the morning. That's dedication. How long have you been watching? Holy smokes. Uh-oh. Now I see another man here. And he's gone. So apparently that guy is not coming on. Let me see how else we have here. Brian, the disaster whackers are people who have fetishes for a botch mania clips. There we go. Let me see if I missed any. Oh, Kevin. Kevin said hello. Hello, Kevin. And there we go. Oh, good. Hey, I'm going to bring this guy on. Dude.
What's up?
How you?
Hi.
Oh, just sitting here chatting.
So listen, I know everyone was wondering what's behind me. So look, I got this right here, which I got.
You took it down?
I took it down, yeah. Look, Andre the Giant, still in the package, 5 back. All right, some people like to see those. This one is really hard to find. I haven't seen many of these. The Billy Jack Haynes.
Now that's wicked.
Right. And then I had this one made up. It was Brutus Beefcake when he was the disciple in WCW.
That looks more like Savage.
Well, it's Savage's face.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you Frankensteined it.
Exactly.
Very cool.
So this was a pretty cool event, right? I mean,
dude, I've been loving it, and so have everybody else. Here's Andy. Thanks for doing this and giving us fans some entertainment. Well, that's what it's about too. It's keeping people that are stuck at home something to do. But in all honesty, if you check out the books that these people are talking about, you win all the way across, because you get to help somebody that's not working right now, because none of these guys can do appearances. But then, since you're stuck at home, you now have a book that you can sit and listen and read.
Wait, let me see if I have something else. Oh.
Oh, better hurry with this one. Wrestling Superstars game. Nice.
All right. And then
Thumb Wrestlers. Nice. I think somebody might appreciate that. Lanny, how you doing?
Oh, can you see me?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Wow, Lanny Poffo.
How are you doing?
Oh, the pleasure is mine. I'm 65 years old. I read the obituaries this morning. I'm still here.
See, that's a plus.
Yes.
Well, thanks for coming on. I want to start really quick just by asking one thing. I do a podcast with Sid Viscous, and he mentioned you might have been in a TV show called Almost Caught. And he wondered if you remembered the story about that.
Wait a minute. Almost Caught. Yeah, I was in a show, but I don't think that was the name of it. It was they almost got away with it or something like that.
Oh, maybe that was it. Yes. He wasn't sure of the title either, but he thought that was it.
Right. So anyway, I was working for Milo Lika in San Jose, California, and the people from that show asked me if I would like to stay over an extra day and do a little bit of a cameo. And I said, sure, why not? You know, another day in California, and you know, it's not Casablanca, but it's good.
So it was
Are you Rob the Slob? Are you really sloppy?
That's my name today. The gentleman that's going to be back on here in a second is Deadly Ed, and I am Rob the Slob.
Oh man,
these are our COVID wrestling names.
Oh, you know, you might want to take a course by Marie Kondo.
Really?
Yeah, she's on YouTube and Netflix. She's a Japanese girl that knows how to tidy up.
Oh, nice. I think I might need that. Absolutely. Well, yeah. I'm going to bring this guy back on because this has been one of his dreams to interview you, and I'm going to step out. See you, Lanny.
Okay, get the hell out of here, Rob.
I'm gone.
Well, thanks, Rob. Hey, Lanny, how are you?
Are you a Bretz?
That's what they call me.
Yeah, Eddie Bretz, man. It's nothing to be proud of.
Well, hey, thanks for being part of COVID Con and jumping on with us today.
It's my pleasure.
So, how obviously part of a wrestling family, but you know, what are some of your favorite memories of getting into the business?
My memories of getting into the business. I graduated high school in 1973, Downers Grove North, Illinois. And thanks to my father being already a professional wrestler, I didn't have to give money to some malcontented wrestler to start me out. And I just got right in because just remember, it's more about favor than merit.
Right. So who made it to WWF first? Was it you or Randy?
We got there on the same day.
Okay.
They wanted him, and he told George Scott on the phone, "Got any room for my little brother?" And he said, "Well, not on top, but is he a heel or a baby face?" "I don't know. I'll ask him. Are you a heel or a baby face?" I said, "Well, if it's not on top, I think I'd rather be a baby face." And then, like 5 years later, I was a heel, and for 4 months, I was on top.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So, which gimmick did you like better? The Leaping Lanny, which is the one that I remember the most. I remember being in New Haven Coliseum and Leaping Lanny Poffo coming out.
Which Coliseum was that?
New Haven.
Okay, in Connecticut.
Yes. Did you prefer doing that one, or did you like the Genius?
Well, it's a trick question, okay? I made money with both, but my 4 months on main events was as the Genius. My appearance on Regis Philbin was as the Genius. So I must say the Genius was more lucrative for me. But in the long run, Leaping Lanny was a good gimmick for me if I could work with Terry Funk every night, or Bob Orton Jr., or you understand, even Kamala. Unfortunately, you can't. And sometimes you can't choose your opponent. And even as the Genius, if I could work with Hulk Hogan every night, that would have been great. But you can't. So what you do is do your best and forget the rest. And I have to say, though, that it was the Genius that was my favorite character.
Okay. Well, listen, Lanny, I just wanted to come in and take a couple words with you, but there's a ton of fans that are asking questions. So I'm going to pop out and let get some questions from the fans. But it was great to meet you.
The pleasure is mine.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ed. Okay, we're going to get right to some fan stuff. Steve asks, can you tell us about the feud with the Rock and Roll Express and the Table Angle in Memphis?
Wow, they were a great team. And I just saw them recently in January on AEW. And we had some great memories, Ricky and Robert. And all I can say about the Table Angle is Randy took Ricky Morton on a table, did a pile driver. The table broke. The people went crazy, and I did what I do best. And what is that? I held the rope and stayed the hell out of the way.
Absolutely. I did have a question from a fan that knew I was doing this, so they wanted me to ask. What was it like when you were growing up? Because your dad had that federation that was like the Outlaw Federation, the International Championship Wrestling. What was it like in there?
Well, I didn't grow up in there. I started wrestling in 1973, and I went to several promotions, including Amarillo, Texas, which incorporated vast stretches. I just spoke to Terry Funk 3 days ago, and I think he's 75 years old now. Anyway, that was their area. And I also went to Oklahoma, Louisiana, which is Bill Watts. I went to Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and New Brunswick, Newfoundland. That's the Atlantic Canada. I went to Oregon, Washington, the Pacific Northwest, Vancouver, BC. So I did a lot of traveling, and the ICW, my dad's promotion, wasn't my dad's promotion. I was 1/3 buy-in, 33%, 33.333, repeating decimal.
Okay.
And it was my father, my brother, and myself. And we didn't get that started until 1979. And we didn't quit until 1985 when my brother was discovered on video by Vince McMahon. And they made him an offer and he couldn't refuse. And he took care of his little brother. He let me tag along. And I said, listen, I don't care about a top spot, even if I can take the jackets back to the dressing room. I believe that if you have any talent, somebody might notice it.
No, that is very, very true. Okay, here's a good one. Who would win in a pre-match poetry versus rap contest? Poffo or Cena?
I would say Cena would win because I hate rap.
Oh, yeah?
Okay? And I don't, see, I'm an old timer. And besides, who made more money in wrestling, John Cena or Lanny? Well, that would be Cena. And because of that, I would say everything I would have to yield to the maestro on that one. I enjoy 19th century poetry. And also, I met Shel Silverstein twice in my life. And mine are a little bit, you never have to wonder what I'm thinking. In other words, I'm telling you exactly what I'm thinking.
That's good. That's the best way to be. I honestly believe that.
Okay, Rob the Slob.
Here we go. Brian, what was it like doing the movie Curse of the Wolf for Len Kabinski?
Well, Curse of the Wolf, man. I don't think it's as on that list, Citizen Kane, Casablanca, North by Northwest. I don't think you'll find it. But,
you sure?
No, I don't think so. So, and I understand that they actually played it on an airplane and people were actually walking out.
Really?
At 30,000 feet, get it? It's a joke.
See, no, I gotta admit, I have not heard of that movie, but I love the title and I'm going to find it now just because.
Well, actually, I'm very, very happy. Len Kabinski, I believe, he's from Erie, Pennsylvania, or Punxsutawney, in that area. And he asked me if I wanted to do a movie, and I said, well, sure, why not? So I've done 2 with him, Curse of the Wolf and something about the ninja people, whatever. As you know, I've had a little dementia. I'm 65. What do you want? I'll tell you what. If you see behind me, you see that brown structure?
Yeah.
That's my infrared sauna. And I use it every day. I don't just take a shower. I take a sauna, then I take a shower. Infrared. I'm not trying to sell you one. But just in case I have the virus or coronavirus or whatever it is, it all comes out my pores anyway, and I'm doing great.
That is an excellent idea. Well, here.
I'm not here to sell you one. I'm not in that business, but I'm just letting you know. And besides, everybody wants toilet paper. Everybody thinks that I haven't used toilet paper in like 25 years.
Really? Well, not with that thing, I guess, right?
No, I've got a bidet. I've got two bathrooms, which is twice as many bathrooms as I have butts. And whenever I got two bidets in each bathroom, I mean one in each bathroom, and instead of wiping, I wash. So I think it's absolutely asinine.
Nice. I got that one.
That the people are still wiping. Why would they want to wipe? Do you realize how rich I am because I never bought toilet paper?
No, it makes sense. And
See, a bidet is a non-reoccurring expense. Go on Amazon. You can pick one up mine was $70 times two with two bathrooms. And I'll tell you what, when you go to Japan, you ever been?
I have not. No.
Okay, I was in Tokyo Arita Airport, and all over the place, there's this beautiful Japanese movie star, and she's selling bidets, which is Toto, Toto. That's the first name in bidets. And I even actually have three bidets. One is about this big that is portable, and it's a Toto. And I just keep it on me. That way I never have to use toilet paper when I'm on the road.
Yeah, see, you're set then for now.
Yes.
That is awesome. We had a Facebook user say, Lanny, thank you for letting me try on your Hall of Fame ring at Northeast Wrestling. And what is one of your favorite road stories?
Road stories. Let me see. Can I just say, everybody misses the good old days, right? The good old days of wrestling. If Evan Ginsberg is listening, he thinks the good old days are he was wrestling then and now. He hates wrestling now. He loves it then. He talks fondly of John Tolis, Killer Kowalski, Spirios Arion, if I pronounced that right. But you know why wrestling is better now and life is better now than it was then?
Why?
Because I got my iPhone, which I'm talking to you on, and I've got GPS. Because before this, I was a Native American Fagawi Indian. Do you know what that is?
If it's from the TV show, I think I remember. I think I do.
I stand on top of the hill and look in all directions and say, where the Fagawi?
Yes.
And with GPS, turn left, stupid. Boom, I'm there. So I love my GPS.
That is awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of anemones now that we could not survive with 30 years ago.
Oh, that's a good word, anemones.
Yes. Well, here's another one. Did you ever have any other sports aspirations, like Randy with baseball, or was wrestling your focus?
I would like to be a baseball player, but I couldn't hit, run, throw, field, or think. So that one thing stopped me.
Other than that, you were perfect.
Other than that, well, Mr. Perfect was perfect. But let's put it this way, I consider myself the luckiest man in the world to have been in wrestling, wrestled all over the world. Didn't cost me a dime. I got to travel, see the world. I've been to Australia, Sydney, Perth, Melbourne, and Brisbane. I've been all over New Zealand. I've been all over Europe. I've been to Asia and everywhere in the United States and Canada. And now I can't travel, but I've been everywhere. I mean, the virus makes me not travel.
Yeah, exactly. But still, that's you wouldn't get that from anything else, really.
And, the worst part about wrestling is the travel. And the best part is the travel. So what do you think of that?
Here's another quote. What was it like managing the Beverly Brothers?
Well, they were a very talented team, and they're nice people. Every once in a while, I see them, and they always have a good word to say. Can I tell you what I feel about the Beverly Brothers in a negative sense? And if you're listening, Beverly Brothers, here's what I didn't like about them. Go on YouTube and look up Shaker Heights Spike, and you'll see them take a opponent into a back body drop while the other one grabs their hair and gives them a forced pile driver and sometimes I land on their head and their neck. And I consider that jabroni abuse because you never saw them do it to the Powers of Pain, the Legion of Doom, John Tenta, or, all those people, Fred Ottman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, try that with Fred Ottman. See if he'll go for it. Or John Tenta. Let's try it with Haku. So some of these guys were my friends, and they said, well, we're nervous about doing this move. And I said, you should be, man. That sucks. Are you aware of what I'm telling you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I do apologize if my eyes kind of venture. I'm trying to read questions to get you the next one. And
I'm not mad at you. You're
being coached from backstage.
Yes.
But no, I definitely am paying attention.
But do you understand the morality of that?
Oh, absolutely. So sorry. Yes.
I call it jabroni abuse. Why abuse? There's no such thing as a jabroni. They're the ones that make you look good, right?
In theory, yes. Like you
so
can't
don't
have a good
do something to Irving the bedridden Jew that you're not going to do to Haku.
Mm-hmm. But that's what makes a good bad guy.
No, it doesn't.
No?
It makes an asshole.
Fair enough. There we go.
I'm a good bad guy. I never hurt anybody, and I never got hurt.
When you first started out tagging with your dad, you come out in the graduation cap and gown. What kind of inspiration was there for that genius gimmick?
Well, it's amazing. The cap and gown was not invented by me. Okay, my father used the cap and gown. There was a guy named Roy Shires who was the promoter in San Francisco. He used the cap and gown. Boris Maximilianovich Malenko, the father of Dean Malenko and Jody Malenko, they used the cap and gown. But I would be in the audience and I would see them. And I thought, wow, this is very colorful. And since I wasn't born with a great deal of charisma, I decided to wear it. So Randy and I were traveling down the road, wondering about a gimmick. And I said, what about Boy Genius? So Randy presented it to Vince, and Vince said, I love it. We'll do it. He says, we'll just call him the Genius Lanny Poffo, do 6 vignettes, and then we'll cut off Lanny Poffo, and there it'll be. And I said, nothing doing, Vince. I'm doing it my way. No, I didn't say that. I said, okay, Mr. McMahon. No, honestly, they did 6 vignettes, and if they didn't like them, they wouldn't have played them. So that's how it works. Just because you make a vignette doesn't mean he has to play it. Sometimes he'll say, that didn't get over, hold the vignette. But he enjoyed the vignettes. And my character, did you ever see either Peter Sellers or Steve Martin in the Pink Panther?
Oh, yes.
You idiot, that was only testing you. That was like a one-joke movie. That was my idea of what a genius should be like. A little comical, not really smart, but thinks he is, and winds up with cake on his face, and then tries to get it off and keep his dignity, which he has none.
And that's I got to be honest. That's why I love that character.
Thank you. That I was a comedian.
Yeah, I was a fan of Leap and Lanny, but the genius was beautiful. The way he came out, like you said, pretending to be brilliant. It was awesome.
Yes, thank you.
We've got time for one more quick question. What was the main reason you got into wrestling, Lanny? Did you see another wrestler that made you want to follow the path, or was it because of family?
Well, I was lucky enough, like I said, to be a second-generation wrestler. And then I didn't want to be a welfare recipient, and I didn't want to work at Publix or Kroger or Jewel Osco or whatever people work at. I decided to go for the... Listen, wrestling's been very good to me, and I'm very, very lucky. If you're waiting for me to knock the business, I cannot.
Oh, no.
Because, here I am, injury-free, never hurt anyone, and I got to travel. And, I am divorced. I'm a one-time loser, which is many times less than Jerry Lawler, many times less than Ric Flair. Ooh! Because anybody that gets married a second time, that's the triumph of hope over experience. And so I was married once, divorced once, one-time loser, but I'm a winner because I have a beautiful daughter and 2 magnificent grandchildren. one of whom today turned 5 months. The other is 3 years old.
Oh, nice. That is awesome.
Two grandsons, and asked me if they're going to be following in the Macho Man or the Genius's footsteps.
Will they be following the Macho Man and Genius?
No.
No. And see, that's honestly why I thought that question would be interesting, because you're second generation. Were you going to try and avoid the family business, or did you want to try to?
Well, the thing is, wrestling has changed. And I noticed that people are throwing caution to the winds. And I don't know where this trend is going, but I don't want my grandson involved in it.
Fair enough. Lanny, man, thank you so much for taking some time out today and chatting with us here. It's been an honor to chat with you just as much as Ed.
Rob the Slob, I just want to say, be humble when victorious, be noble in defeat, be there when your neighbor hasn't got enough to eat. Try to love your enemies and always be aware that World Cup or Super Bowl, the tortoise beats the hare. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One of the questions I missed was, are we going to get some poetry? So thank you so much for that.
Okay, you want a dirty one?
Oh, here we go.
No. Now, once was a man from Nantucket.
Oh, I've heard that one. Thanks so much, Lanny. You have a great day.
Okay, stay safe.
You too. That was Leapin' Lanny Poffo, otherwise known as the Genius. And thank you so much. Now, we have gone from that one right onto Nastyville. We have Brian Knobs. How you doing, Brian? Oh, hang on. Your mic appears not to be on. Oh, Brian, you seem to have two of them open. If I'm going to kick you out of both, just sign back in for one, okay? So we'll get rid of him here and on this one, and he will be right back. So yes, we are going to have Brian Knobs on here in 2 seconds. That was very surreal. I get it. I totally understand why Ed wanted to do that. And here we go. Brian, how are you? Are you there, Brian? Oh, we have no audio. Have you got your microphone in? The mic cord? It doesn't. Maybe it's not plugged in all the way. Okay, we'll try one more time. Okay, I'm going to kick you out. We'll try logging you in one more time. Oh, man, I hope he gets on here. One of the things he wanted to talk about, and I'm going to put it on here just because it is very, very cool. This is one of the things he wanted to talk about. This is his website, nastyville.net. And if you go right down to the bottom, right here, actually, you can get COVID masks. And part of this is going back to the COVID relief fund. So we tested earlier and it worked really well. So I'm not sure why it's not working right now. This was one of the things he wanted to stress, was to talk about these COVID masks. Again, if you go to nastyville.net, hang on. Create a banner. No, not create a banner. Throw that one up. Oh, he disappeared again. Nastyville.net. You can actually go on there and pick one of these two. Now, when you get there, there's actually a couple others. There's Hacksaw Jim Duggan and there's Road Warriors. So they've got a lot of these masks out now. And anytime you buy masks, money goes back to the COVID relief fund. Okay, Brian. Yeah, something's going on with the mic. Tell you what, if you have the headset plugged in, just unplug it. Okay. There we go. Are you there, Brian? I'm so sorry, Brian. I'm at a loss. I don't know why I'm not hearing you. Okay. I'll tell you what, Brian. If you wouldn't mind, I'll kick you out. Don't plug in anything and just come back on like we did before. Okay? I'm going to keep talking about your website here. Okay. So there we go. Yes, I guess you saw my Facebook page briefly. You go on to here, click right there. Check out the official breakneck gear mask. That's what it's called because it goes covers the whole neck and everything. I think these are they cover you a little more than just the regular old masks. Now, I do know he also wanted to let you know that he has pictures and autographs for sale. This website has everything. So if you go to nastyville.ca, it can show you everything about Brian. And I do know that he is just building this site, literally started a couple days ago. So this site is going to get nothing but bigger and better and nastier. Once again, these are the masks I know he wanted to talk about. That is for the COVID Relief Fund. And I apologize. I realize I haven't been looking at the notifications. Okay. There he is. And is he there? Okay, Brian, I am so sorry. Yep, I don't get it. Brian and I actually did an extensive test, almost 20 minutes we were on, and we never had a problem. And now I don't understand why the audio is a problem this time. Okay. And then make sure you hit it again so that it's not muted. Let me try on my side. It won't let me unmute your mic. You said you had a tablet. Are you able to try your tablet? We'll do it that way. That link that I text you, just type that into the top of a Google search bar and it'll take you right to me. Okay? We'll see you back here in a second, okay? There we go. Yeah, John, this is a shame. Like I said, we did an extensive test. His mic is off. I know, and on my side, I'm sitting here trying to turn it on, and it says I cannot turn it on. His mic isn't connected. But like I said, we did a 20-minute test, and that's how I showed him we were going to bring his website up and talk about everything, and it worked beautifully. And we had a contingency plan in case the audio started to fail. Oh, Aaron's right. Where's the roadie when you need him? Absolutely. No roadie there. I'm going to save this one for Brian as soon as he comes back, and hopefully we can get him back very, very fast. Brian, are you there? Okay. Is this your tablet or your phone? Because it's telling me your mic isn't connected. I can't turn your mic on. Yeah, the audio is not coming through. This is... Okay. I'm going to keep talking about his stuff because this is what he wanted me to say for sure, like I said, was those masks. Brian is my nasty brother. There we go. We keep trying and still nothing. I'm not sure if this is your tablet or not. If you could try your tablet, I will try and get you on. But unfortunately, I cannot hear anything that you're saying. I'm so sorry, Brian. I'm going to keep talking about your site, though. I will. And if anybody asks any quick questions about the site, I can definitely tell you. Have him try plug in the headphones with the microphone into the tablet. And see, when we did it, there was no mic, there was no nothing, and it worked great. And I'm going to send him that quick message now, and you guys will know because it's going to be a text. Try logging back in and attach the headphones first. There. Now we'll see if that works. This is one of the ones you're looking forward to. Dude, like I said, when we did the test, we had tons of stuff he was going to talk about, tons of stuff he was going to say. And that's, here we go, Michael. He originally was on his smartphone, and that's what he originally logged in on. and he didn't get audio. So I'm hoping by having him come in on his tablet that we'll be able to get him to talk to us. I don't know why the phone didn't work, because it did so much. Facebook user says Brian is a good dude. He absolutely is. That's kind of why I want to get him on. Not your folly. I know it's not my folly. I feel bad. Oh, thanks, Joe. I knew you meant fault. I was just kind of ribbing you a bit. The only thing I feel bad about right now is the fact that he's not talking to you guys, because A, I know that's what you want, and B, I know that's what he wants. Oh, here we go. Rub the microphone into my armpit. As much fun as that would be for me, I don't think that's going to help Brian. Hello, Ed Bratz. Oh, wait, that was you before. Brian is a good dude. Oh, okay, there we go. And there we go. Yeah, no, it's okay. Like I said, when we did the test, oh, there we go. And he said, okay. So hopefully we'll see him back on here in a second. So this has been a very interesting first hour. But with just the way we look at it is these kind of things happen with live events, and you just kind of roll with it. I'm guessing, hopefully this is still Ed. The website has a lot of great stuff. It absolutely does. We're here on a trip to take, we're here to take you on a trip through Nastyville. And like I said, here, I'm going to show you. If you click the link here, it redirects you to this place, Pro Wrestling Neckbreakers. And like I said, there's 8 of them right there. You've got 2 for the Road Warriors. It looks like 4 for Duggan and 2 for the Nasty Boys. And money from here goes back to right here. A portion of the proceeds earned by the wrestlers will be donated to a first responders charity group of the wrestler's choice. So they're making sure to kick this stuff back because they know, A, it's about keeping people safe, and B, these guys are on the front lines and need all the help they can get. So this, whatever they can get from these helps out those people. But yeah, definitely make sure you check that out. And if you go down here, like I said, this is just a small sample because there's a whole bunch of pictures. And you can get them autographed. If it's just Brian said he can get them to you quick. But with the people that have 2, or Jimmy Hart, he likes to get all of them done. So it might take a little bit for getting it back to you. Okay, let's try it. Brian, I don't know what's going on. This is killing me. I was telling everybody, I know you can hear me, so I'm just going to let you know. I was telling everybody we ran this test for 20 minutes, and we didn't have a single problem. We had a great conversation about the site, and now for some reason, we cannot get the audio to work. If I can get Kenny, can you give him a quick call and maybe see if there's something we can't do to get him audio? Because he has a ton of stuff to talk about, and I would love to have him talking about the website here instead of me. So I am going to get someone to get a hold of you, okay, Brian? And see if we can't get you on. Again, I am so sorry. I don't know why the audio is not coming up. Okay. Okay. Hopefully we can get it. We should subtitle him. See, that would be cool. And Joe, you're absolutely right. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get someone to call him. And I don't know if he has a laptop, but that is a good idea. Let me just send that to him. Do you have a laptop computer? Yes, you're very, very true. Sometimes he doesn't need it. So here, let's talk a little bit about Brian just in overall. I met Brian a few years ago at the London Film and Comic Con. He is a great guy. That's thanks, Brian. Now, just a curiosity, which London? Because we know there's the big London in England. I also know there's one in Canada, and there's probably a couple more. So which London did you get to meet him at? And someone said, "Hi, Mike." Not sure who that's directed at. I'm Rob. I'm supposed to be talking to Brian, but I'm sure Mike is a very, very happy person. Let's see here. I've been on the road with him a couple of times. Oh, there we go. Facebook user has been on the road. I'm not sure who that is, but that cool. It might be that the audio on his side of the call has not selected the correct input. You will have to go into settings of the software and you're using to select. But see, I get what you're saying, Facebook user, but we did a test 20 minutes ago, like before we came, well, I guess not more than 20 minutes ago. It was about 3 o'clock. We did a 20-minute test and everything was beautiful. At one point, he went outside and we had a little bit of lag in the signal, but that was it. And I really don't get this. Dino, there we go. London, UK. What was this? He was denied the app permission to use his mic. Or has he? I don't believe so, because like I said, we did that test and it was fine. So unless he went into settings at some point, like this has really got me baffled. And I know it's probably got him extremely, extremely frustrated. The curse of Papa Shango lives in 2020. I bet you that's it. That's got to be it. Brian, tell me you can talk. No. I get how frustrated you are, buddy. Yeah. What is this one? I'm delighted with the high. Thank you. There we go. I'm hoping one of these times it's just going to work, but no, it doesn't seem to be. Okay, how about this one? Simple reboot device and release mic from... yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I like this one. Has it got a virus? Do you think? I hope not. What's this one? Bear with me 1 second. Can you shut off your phone and restart it? There, I'll send him that. The Nasty Boys took on the Rockers in AWA. I remember that as a great match. I remember back then that they had some phenomenal feuds. They really, really did. And both Nasty Boys were there. They were there together in London. See, that would be cool. You just call. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. He needs a mic or needs to unmute. And that's on my side, he's not muted. And I don't think he's muted on his side. But whoever back there previously suggested restarting the phone, I think that's the best idea. Because if it's muted, then it's going to shut him off. Like, shut that off and let him talk again. Now, let's see here. How did California Sunny get working yesterday? She had the same problem. She didn't. We were never able to get her back on yesterday. We're hoping for today, so we don't even have an answer there. John said he's going to turn off his phone and turn it back on. Perfect. Yeah, we can definitely give him a couple minutes. COVID mobile attack 2020. Yes, we now know it's transferable to cellular devices. IT 101. Have you tried turning it off and back on again? Georgia, that's where we're sitting right now. And hopefully IT 101 is going to serve us well and do it. Android says it all. It's locked to the last used to reboot it easy. Okay. I don't know if he has an iPhone, though. I'm not sure. Oh, my bad. Oh, no, don't worry. Like I said, we definitely hope to get her on today. Is still Brian close to Hogan? Well, we will find out. Because we are going to find out. Facebook user, I want a free t-shirt for this. Absolutely. I will send one Facebook user to your address. Let me see. They did. Oh, no, I know Facebook user's address. You know, it's, 101 Mockingbird Lane somewhere. Because I don't even know who Facebook user is. So that's... They wrestled at Royal Albert Hall in London, England. See, that would be a blast to watch. Maybe test, see if someone else can get on and make sure. Well, see, that's just it. We literally just had Lanny on. So, Facebook user, he's on Droid. Oh, okay. And someone else said, yep, same thing. Okay. So, what's up from Memphis? Hello, Memphis. I hope you're having fun. And I hope we get... Oh. Okay, I see a black screen. We'll give that a second. Let me see here. I cannot. It's parts unknown. Absolutely. That's what I'll be doing. I'll be shipping it to parts unknown. Wow, he just jumped right in there. but nothing. Someone buy him an iPhone. Well, I don't think we have to stoop to that yet. There's just, things we can do. Okay, are you there, Brian? We can't see or hear you. I don't think that's him. Okay, let me see. Knobs, you're killing us. It's sort of close to the quote. Here we go. The Nasty Boys come and wrestled for PWL in the UK last year. Is that what they were with? Okay. That's a loading screen? That's the good, could very well could be. It very, very well could be. It's working. Okay. I'll wait for him to come back on. He said it's working. Okay. And we have a black screen here and no audio. Okay. Brian, this is killing me because I literally do not know why our test was so phenomenal and this is not. Play the Nasty Boys theme. That'll get him there. Dude, he'd be here long before that music hit. I think it was Joe that gave him a call. If you can get him a call, a quick call again, see if there's something we can do to help him. Because literally, I am feeling horrible right now. Let me see here. Back up here. Technology is kicking. Oh, huge. You have no idea. Let's see. Is there a way t-shirts can still be on sale May 8th so I can buy one? You know what? We'll get Kenny on here and we'll find out for sure. Because, yeah, that would be very, very cool. I think Larry Zbyszko has never stalled this much. Okay, that's a fair statement. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Well, at least we know Facebook users getting through. Does he want to talk about Shamrock or no? Dude, he wants to talk about a lot of stuff. It's just getting him on the screen. 5 minutes. So, please. Oh, that was the Nasty Boy theme that I saw. Yes, that's right, Facebook user. I'm going to send it to Parts Unknown. Also met the Nasty Boys last year. No autos. Oh, no autographs, but got a pic with them at a house show in Minneapolis or Minnesota. Minnesota. I don't know why I looked at Minnesota and said Minneapolis. We're taking steps back, fellas. Yes, this one pretty much is. Facebook user. This is a very, very friendly Facebook user. Like I said, anything to help him. Because I feel horrible that, hang on here. We have someone on. I'm just waiting for the camera to stop moving so that we can talk to the person. Let me see. No, I have Sid's number, but not sadly Knobs. Yeah, don't call Sid. He's not it for right now. Not till 8:30 tonight. Let me see here. What do we got here? Love your guys' page. It's great. That is awesome. I am going to get this off the screen for just a second. And I think we have him. Kenny, are you there?
Hey, can you see me?
No. Oh, I bet you the camera's flipped. There we go.
This is Brian Knobs calling here. I'm trying my best to get on. This is horrible TV segment, so I figured I'd just come on and pretend to be Brian Knobs. So
there we
let's
go.
just finish this segment now. Whoops, let me get out of the light so you can't tell it's me. I'll look more like Oscar over here. All right, so listen, go to Nastyville, go to my website, grab my face mask. You're going to love it. Grab some T-shirts, get an 8x10. If anyone has any questions for me, you can ask right now. No? Okay, that's great. If you don't have any questions, just go to my website and grab anything you can. This is not a podcast. This is not a phone call. This is a broadcast going over TV. We can't waste any more time like this. So we're going to have to finish this, but guess what? Up next, I know there's an ECW talk panel coming on. I think that's going to be some good airtime, and hopefully anybody that's watching might be interested in not going to Nastyville, but checking out ECW up next. What do you think about that, Rob the Slob?
Well, I think that's a great idea.
All right. Sounds
Yes.
good to me.
It does. All right.
And you blew 25 minutes on being super nice to me, and I appreciate it, but we got to move on, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I think someone here is to talk to
I'm
you.
in trouble now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Brian.
Get Kenny the hell off there before I beat his effing ass.
You notice
And Lanny talked so fucking long that fucking all of a sudden my mic didn't work. You know? What the hell? This is a nasty boy out here in the hot sun of Florida quarantining, wearing one of my masks, but I'm in my backyard, so I don't need this anymore. But what the hell, Lanny? Please.
Oh, buddy.
You get Lanny talking, you can't shut him up.
Yeah, oh man. That was so bad. I've been talking your site up huge though. What can you tell us about this site?
Well, listen, we put this site up for everybody, and actually, it started with just you guys. This is we're at some crazy times right now, and I'm just telling you, it's just just wild. This virus, coronavirus, and just to help out and do things like this to get out to the fans is awesome. So I got to give you guys a thumbs up. I mean, it's definitely perfect to do something like this, and this way we can talk to the fans, because who knows when everything's going to get back again and be right. So doing this, I put give you guys a AAA plus for having the fans get to talk to us and all stuff like that. But I started a store. It's called nastyville.net. And you can get them masks. You saw me wearing one of the masks, and a portion of the proceedings goes back to the COVID-19 relief fund. So, like I said, we're at some crazy times, and everybody's got to stay safe out there. From the bottom of my heart, I'm just telling you, I'm a nasty boy, and I've been through all kinds of crazy stuff, but nothing like this. I mean, I'm trying to get my face right on this stupid tablet I got, but I'm old school, so I don't even know what the hell I'm doing here. But anyway, like I said, you got to do what you got to do, and you guys are doing the right thing, because we miss the fans. Without the fans, man, I wouldn't be here. So to have something like this, what you guys put on, going out to the fans and having them see you and talk to you and tell some stories. But I have all kinds of stuff going on with that nastyville.net. Take a look through it. You can get signed autographs. You could get these masks. You could get T-shirts. I mean, it's very simple to use. I made sure of that because I'm no genius when it comes to these social media things. So I'm trying, but like we saw, we lost volume there. I didn't know how the hell to get it back, but I finally got it back. And you should have heard me if I was on about 5 minutes earlier. I was cussing Lanny up and down. I was like, what the hell? You had to keep telling a story after a story. Jesus. Tell us a poem and get the hell out of here. No, I'm only kidding. Lanny's a great guy. I love him. And but I was waiting on it, and then between that and you bringing me on, I lost the microphone service, so.
Yeah, I still don't understand why. And if you want, I'm going to send you a text.
Tell Kenny, I heard Kenny rapping his lips. Next time I see him, he'll be getting Pity City not once, twice, but 3 times. And I might even throw a Rikishi in there with the Pity City. So watch out for that.
Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to shoot you a text because I want to see if we can get you back on tonight, okay?
Okay.
All righty. Man, thanks so much for being on here, Brian. And yeah, I want to get back so we can talk because a lot of fans have a lot of questions, and we can.
And I want to talk to them, and I got a lot of good things and some stuff I'll be popping up during the day that are collectibles that nobody has, but I do, and I'm putting out some of my personal collection, and putting out there to whoever wants to. That is a collector that would like stuff like that, like a poster with everybody on it that I did with my company I have is called thelegendsofwrestling.com if you want to go to that website. But we had a show in Detroit with Sting, Ric Flair, Ted DiBiase, Animal. Everybody signed a poster. So I'm going to put that poster up and see who would like, maybe one of the collectors would like it. So we're going to be popping stuff up all during the day on my new website, which is called nastyville.net. So, please come check it out. I didn't get too much time here. I'm so mad right now. I'm ready to drive over and say, screw this social distancing and strangle Lanny, but I'm in my backyard. I'm just chilling. I want everybody else to stay safe because let's face it, we are in some crazy times right now. And, this is a good thing for at least the fans to get to talk wrestling and we can tell some wild and crazy stories. And I'll tell you one thing. The Nasty Boys have some wild and crazy stories about everybody. So it doesn't matter who you are. I mean, you can be from Hulk Hogan to Roddy Piper to Hacksaw Jim Duggan. I'm just telling you, the Nasty Boys been through it all. I mean, Jimmy Superfly Snuka, Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect, they were our mentors. I mean, we've been through a lot in the last 35 years I've been in pro wrestling. And it's all because of we wouldn't be where we are today if it wasn't for you guys and the fans backing us up. So, thumbs up to you guys.
Excellent. Yeah, definitely. Check out my text. We're going to talk more tonight, okay?
Yeah, definitely. Just let me know what time we're going to go on because I just hit my first one, a good old red wicked apple, because Lanny had me so crazy and nervous. I haven't been that nervous since, Vince told us that he was getting rid of us back in 1993.
There we go. All right, Brian, we'll talk to you more soon.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Take care.
Oh, sorry. I kicked you off a little too fast. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. Let me know when you want me back on. I got it set up now, so we'll definitely do it again.
You got it, buddy. Very soon.
Don't forget, go to nastyville.net. I want to see you guys buy some stuff. There's all kind of stuff out there signed by myself or by Sags or even by Jimmy Hart, Mouth of the South, the greatest manager that ever lived.
All righty. See you soon.
Thank you very much. Hey, you guys have a great Sunday, and thanks again for having me on. And I will get Lanny back for this, I promise.
That is awesome. Man, Brian, yeah, thank you so much for coming on. We will definitely get you back on. But now, something I know a lot of people have been waiting for, and I will bring these on. There we go. We have Joel Gertner.
Hey,
Blue
what's up,
Meanie,
guys?
and Sabu. How are you guys doing?
Hey, I'm good. Doing great, man. Thanks for having me last second here.
Oh, guys, no. It's what today's been all about. I don't know if you saw the run-in earlier of the fake Brian Knobs, which you can ask Kenny about.
That'll be on Botchamania later. So.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's been an interesting day because depending on people's service levels is how it comes across. So sometimes they cut in, cut out, and it's good, Joel. I see you got your mask on.
So I stopped by the gimmick stand here at Wrestling COVID Con, and I made sure to get a wrestling mask and a COVID mask so that I'm protected, Because I remember back in the days of the Travel Lodge, there were some chicks that were worth putting over, but you needed to double bag just to make sure for health and security and everything for your safety. So I figured 2 masks is better than 1.
You can never be too safe. So, guys, how have you guys been? It's been a long time since we've gotten to see you in an ECW arena.
I'm holding up quite well. It's good to see you, Joel. Good to see you, Sabu.
Good to see you, dude.
Hey, there's Super Genie. Good to see you, too.
Hey, good to see you.
We're all in good company here. I consider these folks my family. We might not be blood related, but we spilled a lot of blood together, so I'm happy to be here with both of them. So,
I'm going to make one quick suggestion. Sabu, if you can turn your phone sideways, it'll actually lengthen your picture so you can both be in it.
And we can all use a little length, so that's good.
Especially for double bagging.
Little
Yeah.
Bro, you telling Sabu to turn that sumbitch side? What do you have, a wrestling ring in your living room? What's going on back there?
Maybe.
Speaking of double
All
bagging,
right.
we tell some travel lodge stories since we're talking about double bagging.
Here, we'll go out. Let's go outside. That's a bit better.
Oh, nice. Backyard show.
Hang on, wait for it.
How's that?
There we go.
There we go.
That's better.
Looking
So,
good.
guys, what have you been up to? Since the quarantine started? What do you guys do to stay sane?
We practice social distance, and we only have to with each other.
I got busy.
He's got his special social distance kendo stick.
Ooh.
If you-
Look at that.
Yep. If you can get hit, you're too close. That's
Yeah, so he definitely keeps people away with that.
well.
I
Let's.
definitely think I've been on the business end of that one. So
Well, we've got a ton of questions here. Joel Bateman's the first one. Ask Sabu who trained him in pro wrestling.
The Sheik, my uncle, trained me. He trained Rob Van Dam, Dusty Rhodes, and a few others.
The original Sheik.
legendary.
See, that's wrestling.
Yes.
Nice. We've got one from Michael. Any ECW dream matches that never happened that you would have loved to have seen?
Oh my God, there's so many.
Oh yeah, there's so many you can't count them.
Yeah.
Any guy I haven't wrestled yet, you know.
We
Even
are-
Mikey Ripwreck, that was a dream match because me and Van Dam like wrestling Mikey because we made him on our level and competed with us. It was fun.
Nice. Okay, here's another one. Hey guys, Sabu, you're my favorite wrestler. I got to see you several times in Las Vegas. How did TC Martin stop booking you and let Ultimate Warrior no-show the biggest show and kill the NWC?
Oh, I don't know why, but it was pretty stupid. But I don't know why he stopped booking me. We didn't have no heat. We still don't have no heat. He just was going another direction. And I think because Ultimate Warrior didn't like me personally, but he doesn't know me personally.
Jeez. Okay. Another quick question for Sabu. Who was your favorite wrestler to work with?
Well, I can't say Van Dam. That'd be cheating. But I would say, believe it or not, even Taz. Because me and Taz, we don't wrestle the same. So that makes it interesting. When I wrestle someone who flies or does hardcore shit the way I do, to me it's not as fun because it's not a contrast of styles. Me and Taz have a big clash of style.
Very nice.
Taz.
One more quick Sabu question we've got here. When was your debut match in Ontario?
My debut match was in Hamtramck, Michigan, suburb of Detroit. And that was March 1985.
Okay. Now, I got to ask Blue Meanie this because I've loved following his career, but I'm just curious, where did that gimmick come from?
That was a gimmick given to me by Raven. We were traveling one time, and he asked me if I had seen the Beatles movie, The Yellow Submarine. And I told him when I was a kid, sure. But he pitched the idea. He was like, hey, you're going to want to paint your whole body blue, but just do your hair. And he pitched the whole idea for ECW. And I was like, I'm going to be an ECW, right? He's like, yes. I was like, I'm about doing whatever you need me to do. So it was a foot in the door, even though, I wasn't too sure on it. But to give Raven credit, he came up with the character. He helped me with the mannerisms. He coached me on my promos. And Raven helped a lot of people in ECW, from me to the Dudleys to everybody. He brought Beulah in. He brought everybody. He brought in a lot of different talent.
So I got to ask them, because he taught you mannerisms and stuff. What did you base your model on for Blue Meanie? Like, it's not like there is a Blue Meanie catalog.
Well, what he had me do was, and Raven's a genius in this sense, where they do this down at the PC in Florida. He'll put me in the middle of a room.
Is Raven
First off, he had me watch the movie The Yellow Submarine and study it, and then he put me in the middle of the room. He sat in a chair and he said, "Blue Meanie, do a promo about toilet paper." And in character, I would have to do a promo about whatever he said. So my initial character was based off the movie The Yellow Submarine, but as we started doing the parodies with the Fabulous Ones and the BWO and all that stuff, you saw more of my own personality come out in the character.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely evolved. Now, here's a question for Sabu and Meanie. What was your experience like working for WWE? Any stories for those times? I'd love to hear what working with Cena was like.
Cena was really easy, and he's better than people give him credit for. And because it's mostly jealousy, they talk a lot bad about him, but it's not because of his work. He's very good. And I liked the first few months I was in WWE. That was fine. It was the last half a year or whatever.
I never got to work Cena, unfortunately, but a little bit of useless knowledge. I worked for a promotion in California called UPW, and Cena did the play-by-play on the match for some reason, which technically I worked with him. This is when he was still, in developmental and stuff like that. John's a good dude, great guy. A lot of the hate on him is way unnecessary. But my time working in WWE was a dream come true because, WWE is the promotion I grew up on, and that's when the wrestling bug bit me, was on watching Bob Backlund, and he was my first world champion and stuff like that. So to get to work there, I basically called working for WWE my rebate. They paid me back for all the money I spent on them growing up. So I was very lucky in that sense.
That's true. And I know, Joel, just looking at that youthful face, you got into this business at a very young age, didn't you?
Yeah. I started following it. I mean, I started watching it on TV when I was 8 or 9, and then I started following it in the sheets when I was about 13, and I did my first work kind of performing when I was about 16.
Was it passion that got you into it, or was it a job opportunity?
It was the passion for it. I went pursuing it. It didn't come pursuing me. I think it was the passion and just kind of a drive and a dedication to want to see how far I could get into the business and could I make a living doing something that I enjoyed so much.
Now, the one thing I definitely have to ask, because as an announcer and a commentator, yeah,
I don't see anybody else on the screen, only me.
You only see you?
Yes.
That's interesting because we are all here.
You see Jeannie?
I see all of you.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, trust us. We're all here. Shh, don't tell them we're not.
I talk to myself.
When it came to your announcing, and like you came out with some colorful phrases, and I use the word colorful, very meaningful. How much of that was you, and how much of that was the story and them telling you what to say?
The way I remember it, Quintessential Stud Muffin, the nickname, was from Paul because it was an homage to Austin Idol, who he had managed in Continental, who was the Universal Heartthrob. So Austin Idol was the Universal Heartthrob, so I became the Quintessential Stud Muffin. Well, I think, because Paul loves cartoons, and he loves kind of a lot of old-timey and old-school villains and heelish, and I think well was something he wanted me to say the first once, and when it got over, he suggested that I stick with it. And then the poems themselves, the Gertnerisms, the rhymes, whatever you call them, sexual limericks, I would come up with those sometimes 5 minutes before going through the curtain, and sometimes 5 days before, like during the week, and just write them down or whatever. So yeah, I did a lot of the writing, maybe over 95% of it, for the nicknames and stuff. But some of the ideas came from Paul.
That's awesome. Someone did say this. So crazy to hear Sabu speak since he rarely spoke in his entire career.
Yeah, it's strange for me to be speaking too, but internet, social media, all that bullshit takes an effect, and I got to get in and start talking.
Yes. Now, were you pleased with how your book turned out, Sabu?
Yes, I was. Well, yes and no. I was pleased how it turned out till I found out he printed a few stories what were booked between me and him, and so I kind of exposed something I wasn't supposed to. I'm not gonna tell you what, but there's a couple, 2 or 3 stories that I didn't want in the book, what are in the book, because it'll get me heat with somebody.
I mean, honestly, it made the book more exciting. Like, everyone kind of knows Sabu's going to pretty much be very blunt and straight to the point. So, I mean, you can expect that with this book too. It's people love it. I mean, people love the book. It's
a great book.
That is awesome. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, here's my copy.
It comes with crayons.
We have.
He's got like a coloring bedtime storybook coming out pretty soon too.
Seriously,
Yeah,
you have
no
a coloring book
that
coming out too? You have a coloring book coming out too. That is awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, Sabu is a camel in it. It's like Sabu, the camel, and 3 piggies, and it's a really entertaining story. It should be out pretty soon. We actually one of the gentlemen working on made like a little fireball, like Sabu fireball kind of a video game. So we'll be able to send that out on his social media.
Oh yeah.
His Twitter is at the real Sabu ECW. I do a lot of his merchandise, so mine is at Real Super Genie, but he just tends to retweet my stuff. But we have this cool little, they created this cool little, him and Kenny and Pete Bergman, I believe his name is. He does a lot of the wrestling emoticons, created Sabu Fireball, and so he shoots a fireball at Terry Funk. I guess Taz is there, and one other person.
A video game, right?
Yeah, it's this little video game, and it's kind of going to advertise his new bedtime storybook. Anyways, that's something that they just came out with a few days ago, so that's up and coming in the next week.
That is awesome. We've got a quick question from Aaron. Sabu, why was your run in WCW so short in '95?
It was the thing was Kevin Sullivan calls me and goes, "How much will it cost? How much will it cost us to get you on the first Monday Night Show?" I said, "I can't do it because I'm booked." He goes, "How much for the second one?" I said, "You don't have to pay me anything. Just put me over." He goes, "We got to pay you something." I said, "Okay, $500. That's just negotiating. Give me $500 and I'll entertain you, whatever you got to say." And I wrestled, got over, and they go, "Okay, you're hired. Here's your contract." And it was for $1,000 a month. No, for $2,000 a month. It was $1,000 a month. $500 for one night show, $500 for one pay-per-view. And they thought that's all I wanted was $500 a match. And they weren't going to renegotiate. Eric Bischoff's a little asshole, wouldn't renegotiate, so I had to leave.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They really thought they were going to pay me $1,000 a month and me be happy.
Oh, man. Real
I'll
quick.
tell you what, real quick, I had Sabu and Genie on as guests on my podcast, the 69-Minute Eargasm. It's actually the current episode. It was just released about 5 days ago. Find 69-Minute Eargasm with Joel Gertner, current episode. I think it's number 31, maybe number 32 with Sabu. And we were on with Sabu for over an hour and 15 minutes and a lot of questions. Let me preface by saying, if your choice is to get the book or listen to the podcast, get the book. The book is amazing. Whatever you do, whatever you learn about Sabu, don't miss the book. You need it in your life. You're going that far and you're buying the book. Thank you for that. And now listen to the podcast, because Sabu, even though he has a book out there that he's selling, gave us an hour and 15 minutes of unbelievable, thorough, candid answers to many questions just like this. And in the book, you'll get more complete answers to that kind of stuff, plus other stuff that you'll only find in his book.
Nice.
And
to that end,
if I get put over the book for 1 second, I'm a little bit more partial to the book because I wrote some stories for it. So there we go.
oh, very nice.
No, I love Sabu. Sabu was a huge part of my career. I owe a lot to him, and as many people do. And the one thing that's sad is you can't trademark wrestling moves because he created so many moves and he doesn't get any credit for it.
That is very true. That I know for
He created
sure.
a whole style, not just individual moves, but even without speaking a lot, just physically in the ring, just the work rate of it all and the creative physicality of it all. He really created a style of wrestling.
Well, check that out at ecwsabu.com. There's his site right there, so check it out.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Got a question for you, Joel. What was the deal with the neck brace?
The deal with the neck brace was that at our first pay-per-view, Barely Legal, April of '97, I took the finisher from the Eliminators. They had just defeated the Dudleys for the tag team titles, and I said that the Dudleys were the winners nonetheless on the stud muffin scoring system. They did not appreciate me saying that and me saying that the Dudleys were the best tag team in the world today, which was their tagline as the Eliminators. And they gave me their high-low, their throttle and goozle, whatever you want to call it, the sweep with the bottom leg and the up top to the nose with the top leg. And from then on, I wound up adding to my suit and no shirt and bow tie, I added a neck brace under the bow tie and had to go to Hot Topic for about 5, 10, 15, 20 years and keep coming up with different patterns of these bow ties and neck braces. But that's the deal on that. It was Total Elimination, Perry Saturn, and John Cronus.
You were the Bob Orton of ECW working there.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. I'll take it.
Meanie, if there wasn't so much indie competition in Philadelphia, would 3PW have been more successful?
I believe so. We created 3PW as a way to fill a void after ECW had closed. And then as soon as we announced 3PW, they announced Ring of Honor. And I just went in full like Chris Farley mode going, Jesus, son of a bitch. But it could have been. There's a lot of things behind the scenes that could have made it better as well. But I think the fact that people still ask about it is a testament to how fun those shows were. You know.
Absolutely. Here's another one. Anything you really wanted to do with 3PW but never got to?
I wanted to do a heel run in the 3PW. I was scheduled to do. Well, I was trying to book a feud with me and Matt Stryker because he was doing parodies in 3PW at the time, and I was doing parodies in ECW. And him like do some kind of parody. I come out and join with him, and I just like jump him from behind and try to give it a run as a heel, but it never came to fruition. Matt went on to WWE and had great success there and stuff like it. But credit to Matt Stryker for being so entertaining too.
That is awesome. Here's another one for Sabu. What was it like jumping off the Raw logo in '97?
Well, now I got a question for Super Genie. Super Genie, who was your inspiration for being a bodybuilder way back when you first wanted to be a bodybuilder? Who inspired you to be a bodybuilder?
Probably Corey Everson. A little bit of Hulk Hogan, actually. That's sort of bizarrely how I got into like bodybuilding, and then wrestling was like Hogan. Corey Everson was a very, very famous woman bodybuilder. She won the Olympia 6 times. She's been in a bunch of movies with Jean-Claude Van Damme as well. So that was my inspiration. But
also, who was your inspiration in pro wrestling? You can't say me. You gotta say someone else.
I honestly can't. I can't recall at the moment.
Nobody.
There's no question on that one.
Like jumping off the Raw logo.
Actually, it was almost a disaster. When I got to the top of it, there was like no stability. So when I jumped, it went out from under me. And I didn't get no air. All I did was go right straight down. I was supposed to land on these 5 guys, but I only hit one with my forearm, and they fell down like dominoes. But you can't tell from the video. But when I jumped off the sign, I missed them completely, and they just fell down like dominoes because of the air.
Ouch!
So I think you kind of slipped off it, right?
Yeah, I slipped.
He slipped off instead of jumped off.
Oh man. Let me see. Here's another one. 3PW is definitely very underrated, and it's not talked about nearly enough. Some great wrestlers got noticed there.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, we had a lot of great talent there. Sabu being one of them. He was our champion for a while. We had Matt Stryker, Robbie E., Talia, who went on to TNA, and so many others who came through there that I got to work with and kind of mentor and stuff like that. And, I appreciate it. People still talking about 3PW. And if you like 3PW, go to ProWrestlingTees.com/BlueMeanie and get a 3PW shirt.
See? There we go.
Master General over here.
Sabu, how does it feel to be so influential to so many people? Like these guys were saying earlier, you invented so many moves that you don't get credit for, but you've influenced so many people. What does that feel like?
What?
So influential.
I don't know. I never thought about it. I don't know.
That's a very honest answer. Okay.
He's flattered by it,
Well, yeah, of course, but I don't know how to answer it.
I have a question. Sabu, what inspired the point?
What?
What inspired you to point to the heavens? What was that inspiration?
Yeah, what are you pointing at?
This is honest God's truth. I was in Memphis, and I used to have this tag team partner called Judge Dredd. He's like 6'9", big giant.
I remember him.
Shoulders for the finish. Well, one day we're at the TV studio, and the lights are just out of camera frame, so you can't see the lights, but they're close. They're low. And when I jumped off the shoulders, my hair hit the lights, and then I started pointing to the lights ever since.
And it went over so well. That's crazy.
It's the simplest things.
Okay, we got time for one more.
I'm
Okay.
sticking around for Al's gimmick too, so don't kick me out just yet.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, this one is for you. But again, this is one of those things. I know there's certain things that a lot of people sometimes they don't want to bring up and don't want to talk about. So if you
Right.
don't, this is cool. Did JBL really hit you at the reunion show? And if so, what was up with that?
Yes, but to preface it now, he made good for it. We're good now. Just weird times in WWE, and when I left WWE, I called him a bully, and at one night stand, he proved me right. But they brought me back for SmackDown after that, put us in a room. They had us talk it over, and I was brutally honest with him, and he was honest with me. And from there on, we worked out our differences, became friends. And the last two Royal Rumbles ago, when Rumble was in Philly, he almost got me in a Royal Rumble as an apology. So we're good. John's a good dude. So
Excellent. Okay, that's good to know.
I
Now,
have another question for Super Genie. Now, when you did that WWF Master Lock Challenge, when was that and who was it with?
Okay, well, yeah, a lot of people. I kind of came out of the blue working with Sabu, but back in 2003 to 2005, I was at OVW, and I actually Backlash 2005. I'm actually the girl who takes the Master Lock Challenge, and
With Chris Masters.
yeah, with Chris Master. So they had me in the crowd, kind of dressed up, sort of like I was a guy out there, and then I get in there and realize it's a girl, and of course, I had to let him demolish me, but actually, in the practice beforehand, I actually got out of the Master Lock Challenge, and Vince McMahon was watching, and he was so pissed off at Chris. So he really laid it into me for the pay-per-view. But I mean, it was great. It was a great experience. I was kind of up for a good position after that, which didn't work out. But you know how the business is. It's a pretty tough business. A lot of things kind of happen.
A lot of favoritism over it.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happens behind the scenes you're not aware of, but you find out later. But yeah. So, and now I've been doing Impact with Sabu as Super Genie. So
that is awesome.
It's been a long career.
That is awesome. You said you wanted to say one last thing, Meanie?
Buddy, I'd been hit in the head so many times that it disappeared. It just went into the ether. So whatever I had to say, I'm sticking around for Al anyway, so it'll come back to me.
Excellent. Well, in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remind everybody, ecwsabu.com. Check out Sabu's stuff. Get his book. Get tons of stuff, and there's all sorts of things to look at and read. We've got the quintessential stuff muffin. Is there any place anybody can get your stuff?
Yes, you can find the podcast, Apple, Spotify, everywhere else. You can ask Alexa to play it via Apple or Spotify. It's the 69-minute Eargasm. We have another podcast that's going to be starting up in the next few weeks called Extreme Championship Wednesday, which is under the Conrad Thompson banner. It's his family of podcasts. It's going to be the redheaded stepchild there. So 69-minute, that's a shoot. 69-minute Eargasm and Extreme Championship Wednesday. You can find me on Twitter at StudMuffinSays. You can find me on Instagram at Quintessential Studmuffin. And I would very much appreciate if you'd go to YouTube and search Joel Gertner. And in the top page or so, you should see my channel, the Joel Gertner channel. If you're looking for it, I think right now it has something like 879 subscribers. We would very much like to get it to 1,000. Not just because it makes me sleep better at night, but because at 1,000, there are a lot of things you can do, like shoot live from your cell phone, which is what we use for a camera. So we can just do bigger and better things at 1,000. So please find me on social media, Twitter, StudMuffinSays, Instagram, Quintessential StudMuffin. But please do go to YouTube, watch the videos, enjoy them, free content. But please do also subscribe there. We look forward to entertaining everybody, man, especially through this time.
Excellent. And I know you're sticking around, Meanie, so I'm going to get to you in a minute. But the last thing for going out, someone said, Joel, can we get one of your great introductions? How about an outro?
Well. It is I, the lyrical miracle, the sexual, intellectual, the cunning linguist, and the quintessential stud muffin, Joel, we've got Gertner, Meanie, and Sabu. What the hell is going on? It's your mom and your older sister on Fight TV in the other room, pleasuring themselves to Wrestling Bookmarks, COVID Con, Gertner. Keep watching the COVID Con on and have yourself an eye and eargasm.
That is beautiful. Guys, thank you so much for being here. That was amazing. Oh, man.
Joel almost electrified me there with the verbiage there. That almost got electric shock coming through.
Oh, really?
There was so much moisture coming off that limerick there or whatever. So.
Oh, man.
Bad joke didn't land. Let's take two.
Yeah, redo. Well, in that case, I think we might have somebody that's going to come in here and help you out with that. Let's bring him into the studio. Mr. Al Snow. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, guys.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Chief?
Hey, Meanie. How are you, brother?
Good to see you. Good to hear you.
Good to see you. Good to hear you.
You got the nice pan up shot, you know.
Oh, you like that? Yeah.
As if I'm trying for a job or something, you know.
That's right.
One thing I wanted to ask Al.
With what I got, man. It ain't much.
Excellent.
Chief Swole over there.
I wanted to jump right in because
so what are we doing? What are we talking about? What's going on here?
I've been very curious to ask you, Al.
Big COVID con, you know, very exciting.
Yes.
I'm all of Twitter. In fact, there's parts of me that are pulling up inside me right now as we speak. So.
Al, last time we spoke.
Now, I don't know if Rob the Slob can hear me or not, but I can't hear him. I don't know.
Oh, you can't hear me.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. I just can't.
Can you hear me now?
Slob, so that's his name. I mean, I'm
yeah.
calling him on a turn. A slob.
He's still my gimmick.
Can you hear me, Meanie?
I can hear you just fine. I hear everybody.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I just can't hear Rob the Slob.
Okay. Well, I'm glad Meanie's here. Meanie will be our interpreter.
To hear Rob the Slob?
I'll be on the side.
Yes.
Just
like I'm on the state capitol, just interpreting a press conference.
Stick with us. We can't hear you, Rob. Keep talking anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, I swear to God, I can't hear a word he's saying.
Okay. Well, I'm going to talk through this guy.
Look, he's pointing to Meanie.
Yep.
Pointing to Meanie. Meanie
talk through him.
There we go.
Yeah.
If you can ask Al, the last time I spoke to him, he was getting ready to go international to start a school.
I'm not quite sure if
Did he do
doing
that?
something wrong here or not.
Hey, Al.
Yeah.
Senior Slob wants to know. Last you were taking your schools international. Are you still doing that?
Oh, yeah. We still have with the Al Snow Wrestling Academy. We've got like one in Denmark, one in Hungary, one in Greece, one in have several in the UK. Have one in Romania, one in Portugal, two in South America and Chile, one in Santiago and one in Concepcion.
Santiago.
Which
in German means a whale's vagina.
And then here in the States, we've got with OVW, we've got the Al Snow Wrestling Academy, which I'm proud to point out is the only accredited trade school for professional wrestling in the world. Actually, accredited by the actual state office of proprietary education. They oversee colleges, trade schools, and universities, and we're the only one in the world that's got an actual accreditation with them.
That is excellent. I know he can't hear me.
I still can't hear him at all. No.
That's okay.
I'll be the interpreter. It's cool.
We'll throw a question up. Al, how do you stay in shape?
How do you stay in shape? Love the book. Well, I appreciate you loving the book, man. I really do. And
excellent.
I changed the way I trained several years ago. I did some Googled George Hackenschmidt. He's an old time wrestler from back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And if you pull up George Hackenschmidt, and he is in amazing shape. And that was back before.
Well, he
they
was.
knew what.
He's not alive anymore.
He's not alive anymore. He's assumed room temperature a very long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm going to do, Meanie?
Definitely making a long distance phone call from the horizontal phone booth. So.
I'm going to jump out and leave you guys up. Okay.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
And then I'll pop up some questions.
This is going to be like a car ride with me, and now he's going to pop out to adjust his gimmicks. Which,
is he?
Yeah, which I've had to do in plenty of match. But let's see. Blue Meanie and
Facebook user says we're two of the most amazing talents of. I can't read his little.
Well, the PayPal's in the mail. Thanks for the compliment.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate that, man.
So, how you doing, Al? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
This is like a car ride. I was just thinking of many of our car rides where we almost didn't make it home just from sheer laughter.
We get to laughing so hard, I'd be crying, and I couldn't see the road.
I got a new podcast cheap plug called Mine and the Meanie, and my co-host Joff Chernoff, which from Fight TV. We just talked about the car ride from New Jersey to Ohio, where I ruined Jason Campbell's car with a fart.
Oh yeah, where you farted so bad.
Well, several times, but yeah.
Several. You did it a lot, to the point to where I tried to set you on fire with matches.
Yes.
Because you just stunk so terribly.
We were in a car.
And it was winter. We couldn't roll the windows down. We're in that car for 13 hours.
Well, best part of the rib was we were traveling with Jason Campbell and Phyllis Lee, and Jason had one of the, he had an old Chrysler.
You hit the child locks.
I put the child locks.
Hit the child locks.
We
trapped her in the car, and we went to the restaurant.
She looked like Waldo from the She looked like Waldo from the Hot for Teacher video at the window. It's like,
like a dog like a dog in a hot car.
Oh my god! I'm surprised she didn't break the windows and crawl out. But
I wouldn't have blamed her. You were wretched. I'll never forget when we were at the Masonic Temple.
Oh my god! Yeah,
I was standing on the top rope. Remember those ceiling fans that we had in there? That how hard they were like helicopter blades, and it was blowing the air down. I'm standing on the top rope. You're sitting on the mat, and you get that goofy look that you always used to get.
My natural
on your face, and I go, "Oh my god!" And I'm thinking to myself, "Well, I'm standing up here on the top turnbuckle. There's no way with the force and against the force of the wind." The smell of your fart traveled up to the top turnbuckle and made me gag.
You literally got down and you went like weak in the knees, like a boxer just took a shot to the kidneys.
It took my breath away.
Yeah,
it literally took my breath away.
Poor Mrs. Meanie. She had, when I have to use the restroom, she makes me use the poopery, and I break the seal on that every time. I am not the guy to take a survey on whether it worked or not. But,
it's not. Yeah,
but only if your school in Ohio was on MTV's Tough Enough. I mean, that would have been. We would have had to been on HBO or something. You know what I'm saying?
With all the stuff that went on there after hours with you guys, you guys were too much. I'm telling you.
There's a question here. Alpha, what is your opinion of the new Rockers?
Of the new Rockers, I was thrilled to be a part of it and the opportunity, and I really feel very grateful that I got to be a partner with Marty Jannetty. I think people underestimate Marty, and I don't think they appreciate just how talented he really is, still is and was. I mean, and how really good Marty is. I think that kind of gets lost, and I think they, when they say, you don't want to be the Marty Jannetty of the team. Nothing could be further from the truth. I mean, the guy is really, really good and is really
absolutely
capable. I think Marty's got his own demons, and he's a little self-destructive, and and people ask me about why the new Rockers didn't work or whatever, and I don't blame Marty. I completely understand and agree with him. Like, I think he felt that the gimmick was kind of a knock against what he and Sean had done, and he just didn't want to put his heart into it. which can't say I blame him.
And with anything, you put new in front of it, and it just doesn't work out like new Coke. You know, people love Coke. You put the word new in it.
Worse. Nothing's worse. Yeah. You put new in front of anything, it's going to kill it. So.
I hate the new and approved because, like, I've been buying this regular item, and what are you saying? Your old product sucked? I mean,
This one's so much better now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
Speaking of schools, there's a question. Loved your time on Tough Enough. Are you still in touch with the contestants or
kids?
Yeah, your kids? Any funny? I'm one of your kids, so any fun stories or from that experience? Sorry, I can't read.
Oh, yeah. I mean, once in a while, I'll touch base with people. I'm not really good at it because I don't have a sense of time, so I don't know how long time has gone by. Between times that I speak to people.
I have a whole decade I have no recollection of. It's just, dude, I called last year. We're in 2020. I'm like, oh yeah, 10 years ago in 2002. I'm just like, where did that whole thing go? That whole center of time, there's a whole decade on it.
I don't know. Like I can remember things. I just couldn't, if you asked me questions, like I couldn't tell you when I did Tough Enough. I have no idea. I don't know how long it's been. I don't know how many years has gone by. Nothing. I'm like a dog. So
well, it's like the thing. When you're in it, you're not aware of your surroundings until you pause and take a break and go, oh well, that went by quick.
Yeah. But but with the kids with Tough Enough, I mean, it was awesome. I enjoyed it, and it was it was a great opportunity and a wonderful time. And I'm so grateful that I got to be a part of it. So,
quick question from a Facebook user. If you're on Facebook and you want your name and face to be seen on here, there's a little thing above the chat room. Log into that, sign in, and that way we can see your face and give you the proper credit for answering a question. But the question is from Anonymous: are you still practicing magic for the blind? Kind regards from Romania.
Oh yes, I am. They love it. In fact, they love card tricks. I'd do it for you right now, but you got to say ta-da after every trick, and nobody knows anything happened.
Yeah.
And and it's not as impressive if you're sitting there with your eyes open as it is if you're blind, because they're like, is this I go, is this your card? And they're like, I don't know, I can't see. And I go, it is. And they go, oh my God, ta-da! He's amazing. How does he do it? It's like, slide ahead, my boy.
While we're here, cheap plug for Collar and Elbow. I'm wearing the Pampero Furpo shirt.
Oh yeah, how do you do, Mr. Television Announcer?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Everybody, nobody knows that Randy Savage took Pampero Furpo's gimmick, the way he talked, and that's where we got the ooh yeah, all that whole deal that came from Pampero Furpo.
My favorite Pampero Furpo story is pre 9/11 when we were flying and for WWE we're flying to towns, and before 9/11 anybody could go to the gate and hang out and get autographs. So a lot of wrestling fans would be there, which is cool. You're signing autographs and you're talking to fans. But then there would be like people at other gates seeing something happening, and they
start filtering over.
They filter over, and they would ask you for autograph, and they go, "Who are you again?" And you're like, "Oh well, you're not a wrestling fan, so I'm just going to mess with you." So I would sign, because it's not a wrestling. I'm a wrestling fan. I would sign my name, so don't get
sign that. If you're not a wrestling fan, you don't know who we are.
Right.
The first question always comes up is because people do it and they go, I don't know who you are. I don't watch wrestling, but give me your autograph. And they're being rude because they want to knock you down a peg. You know what I mean?
And it takes away from the fans. It takes away from the fans.
I agree. And Meanie and I used to play a game when we were on the road together where these idiots would come up and they, I don't know who you are, but give me your autograph. Sign this. And so Meanie started it first, and he would put down the most obscure wrestler, but you only did it to make me laugh. You did it to pop me. The best was when we were in Atlanta at the IHOP, and you wrote Magnum TA, God bless.
Magnum TA.
When I looked, and I remembered what Magnum looked like, how he was built.
Hey,
And I
you don't
look across
you
the
don't have to get
table, and
personal,
there's.
Al. You don't have to go
But
personal.
you had your blue hair, and you're sitting there, and Magnum TA, God bless. And the
But my
waitress was like,
favorite
"Oh, thank you so much."
my favorite one was I used to always sign Boris Zukov. And
Yes.
this one time I signed Boris Zukov. I hand it over to you, and you're like, and you would sign Pampero Furpo.
Furpo, yep.
And
Yep,
then
Pampero Furpo.
you hand it over to Edge, and he would sign Sweet Daddy Siki.
Yes. It's like, if you don't know who we are, why are you bothering with this? It doesn't make any sense.
I saw an interview with like Marilyn Manson once where he would go through the same thing, and he would just make them say, okay, name one of my songs before he would sign an autograph or something. Another anonymous question to Al. Who are some sleeper talents in OVW? Let's put some people over.
Oh, let's put some people over. Well, there are quite a few, actually. I'm really happy with how the people are developing in OVW. There's a young kid named Corey Storm. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. This one kid that when I first took over, his name is Justin Smooth. When I first took over, he just, he was a baby face, and you'll know what I'm talking about, me. I mean, he was good. He had all the tools, but it wasn't clicking. He wasn't working. So I turned him heel, and the second I turned him heel, like, he found his voice, like this whole nother person with confidence and flair and charisma came out, and because it was just, he found who he was. You know what I mean? It clicked for him.
Yeah.
That was like when I was down here the first time with WWE as a trainer, and there was a kid, you'll remember, Mike Cruel.
Absolutely. I booked him for
New York.
3PW. I booked him for 3PW.
Awesome, great guy, great, very capable. His dad, was a wrestler.
Yep.
Could not, if you put a gun to his head when he first came in here, you put a gun to his head and said, "Cut a promo or die," he'd been like, "The trigger, shoot me," because he could not do it. I mean, no matter what he did, he was terrible. So, turned him heel and had him working. And I told him, I said, "You're gonna have to cut a promo," and he was panicking. I go, "Look, you're a heel. The one thing you can do as a heel is just lie. Just make up a lie. Just lie." And it was like a light bulb clicked on in this guy's head, right? The minute I told him that, it was like, boom, and he became probably one of the best. He was the top heel in the company, and put the title on him, the whole 9 yards, because he was so good, and he was so entertaining.
Great look.
It had great look. It really was very exceptional in the ring. But the one thing he was missing was knowing how to talk. And as soon as I told him, just lie, and he was like, "What?" I go, "Lie." And it literally, and sometimes that's all it takes, is just that one little piece of the puzzle to click. And
a little aha moment.
Yeah. But the other people down here right now, Ray Lynn is here in OVW. She's really coming along great. Kelly Young, another girl. Quite a few. I mean, it was quite a few guys that we got the one of the brothers, the Khan brothers, Maximus and Leonis Khan. They've got a nice future ahead of them too. They look the part. They just got to learn to talk. The same thing. They have to learn to talk. That's key anymore.
And with the students in OVW, who are some of the people helping you behind the scenes? Who you got there?
Got Jay Bradley, and then I've got Randall Floyd, who teaches the beginners class. I broke up the classes. I have 3 syllabuses for in-ring training. So there's a beginning, there's an intermediate, and then there's advanced. And in each one of those, you learn certain skills that allow you a better, not just what to learn, but also why you're learning it. You're understanding why you're learning it and how do you make use of those skills so that you can better and more adapt and learn the next phase. So I've got Randall Floyd, who teaches the beginners class, who Randall was an amateur wrestler of quite renown. He almost went to the Olympics. And then Tony Gunn, who's got about 16 years of experience, is teaching the intermediate. And then Jay Bradley is teaching
He's a great
the
talent.
advanced.
Jay's
He
a
is,
great
and the key is with all of this, okay,
talent.
is that I don't put people where if they don't have the experience. So like Jay's been overseas, he's worked for both WWE, he's worked for TNA, he's had runs with bigger companies. He's, and again, he's went overseas, so he has experience. He's made mistakes, like we all have.
Who hasn't? Who hasn't?
Yeah, who hasn't? But he's made mistakes, he's missed opportunities, but that means that he now has an understanding of what he did wrong, and he can communicate that to the students so that they can take advantage of that experience and be better prepared whenever an opportunity comes up for them. So, like that's why I don't have Randall Floyd, even though technically he could teach the mechanics of the advanced class, but he hasn't had that experience to communicate the real skills in the advanced class that these guys need to learn so that they can properly take advantage of opportunities when they come around.
Absolutely, because
So-
I've coached a few guys, and I always tell them, here's the things I've done right, but here's all the mistakes I made too, so don't do those as well. So,
right. Yeah, that's I don't tell people what I know. I tell people what I've learned from the mistakes I've made so that maybe it will prevent them from making them as well. That's the only way you can do it. I'm not going to get on a rant, but I just think people need to be aware of two things when they want to be a professional wrestler. One is to find a reputable place to train and that has really experienced trainers, that have real experience. Because if you want to, it's no different than if you want to go to a university and you want to be an accountant and your professor, you ask, well, who's going to be my professor? Oh, they're really good. They're really good. Oh, great. What have they done? Well, they're at the top of their class. They graduated with honors. Well, that's fantastic. Who have they worked for? Well, they haven't really worked for anybody. They worked here, but they've never worked, out and about. So you're telling me I'm going to learn how to be an accountant from an accountant that's never had experience being an accountant? Well, that's good. That's going to work out fine.
Probably.
And the other thing is
here comes the audit.
Yeah. But the other thing is to understand that if you don't really have a passion to do this, don't do it. Don't fool yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Don't make excuses. Don't do it. Don't waste your time and waste everyone in the wrestling business's time as well. I can't emphasize this enough. If you think, that because we live in a day of immediate gratification, if you think you're going to hop in the wrestling ring and in 2 weeks or a month, you're going to be wrestling, a professional match, you're an idiot. That just doesn't happen. It takes a long, very long, arduous time to properly learn how to be a true professional in every manner in professional wrestling. And it's not you just, I'm going to teach you how to bump. You're going to land safe. Now you're going to hit the ropes. And we'll show you a couple of wrestling moves, and now you can do all those high spots you see on Raw. It doesn't work out like that.
There's a Nirvana song. I think it's called "In Bloom," and my favorite lyrics from the song is, "He's the one who knows all our pretty songs, and he likes to sing along, but he don't know what it means." And there's a lot of people who watch wrestling. They know the terminology. They know you got to do something, but it's the actual physical act of getting out and doing it in front of people, and
it's the experience. And everybody wants to believe, because we live in a day of information and access to it, because of the wonderful devices, all you have to do is have some information and now you're an expert on everything, and nothing could be further from the truth. That you've got to have the commensurate amount of experience with that information to then have real knowledge about a topic. It doesn't matter what the topic is. Otherwise, you're just a fan, there's nothing wrong with being just a fan of something. You don't need to be on the inside of things. I love going to the movies, but I don't need to know every detail about how they make or create a movie. I've worked on movies. I've been an actor.
Right.
But that doesn't mean by any stretch of the imagination that I have as much, knowledge about acting and about movie making as George Clooney or somebody else. It's insane to think I would.
Absolutely.
I've never operated on that level. So, they're definitely gonna have the edge on me.
Speaking of training, we got a question from Joe Beck on Facebook. It says, "Is 35-year-old too?" First day with the new mouth. Is for 35 too old to start training? If so, do you train and book managers?
35 is boy.
I mean,
it's
there's
not
one
too-
exception with DDP, but that's
There's been Marty Wright, the boogeyman.
Right.
He was 40. I mean, there are exceptions to the rule. You have to understand this, okay? And I can't. There is no such thing as ageism, with that jack off rock and rebel, tried to accuse me of, which was absurd. Don't even get me started on that.
Don't get me started on him either. But go ahead.
What an absolute piece of shit. But
I concur.
The 35, is it too old? No and yes. Why? Because you physically only have a certain window that you're going to be able to do this at the highest level that you need to do it. The other reason is that it's possible, but you're going to have to work 3 to 4 times as hard as the guy that came in when he was 20, and to really get a chance, an opportunity, But that's the other thing too, is that everybody's like, oh, I just want to get into wrestling because I want to be in WWE. It's like, why don't you get into wrestling to be a wrestler, to be an entertainer and be a performer? And then, because WWE, all it is a platform. It's the biggest, it's the largest platform, but it's not the be all end all, because, when you get released from WWE, you can still have an amazing career. You might not make as much money as you would in WWE, but you'd still be able to make a living if you actually cared about wanting to just be a professional wrestler, as opposed to somebody professional, and you wanted to have a passion for the business, then that's up to you. But don't fool yourself. It's no different than, I have this conversation with a guy who's 5'6". Now, granted, most of the business are a lot smaller guys. A lot of the guys are smaller today than what they were back in the day. But if you're 5'6", 5'7", I'm going to tell you straight up, look, you're going to have to work 3 times as hard as the guy that's 6'3" and 270 to get yourself over. If you know that going in, then do it.
And
but don't fool yourself.
Yeah, here's one thing I'm grateful for, is the fact that I found you and had you as a trainer, because growing up, wrestling's always something I've always wanted to do, and growing up severe asthmatic, everybody doubted that I'd be able to do it. And then once I got to you and trained with you, you were so thorough in your training, and you made sure I knew part A before I went on to part B and all that stuff. And by the time I was done, training with you, I had so much more confidence in myself and my abilities that, anybody, any of my friends, or family thought I had. So, and then I can listen to you talk all day about this, and they usually, because, it brings me back to the good times of training with you in Lima, Ohio, and all the crazy stuff we did back there.
Oh yeah, we had a blast there.
Yeah. Mrs. Meanie says we should just get married. So
wait a minute.
Oh no, what? Huh?
The stare. I'm giving her the stare. The 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, look at the TV, honey. He's giving you the stare. We got it on TV as well, because we're big Marks of the Fight TV.
Look at me like I'm the stupidest person on the planet. He's so good at that.
Hey guys.
Well, it comes natural. Hey, Rob the Slob, how are you, man? Now I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now.
Yeah, I can
Man.
hear Tracy in the back laughing too.
If I'd known it was that simple, I would have done that eons ago. But it was great watching you guys talk.
Oh, we could talk for hours. You should see us in a car. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, 13, 14-hour car rides.
You might want to up your insurance in case you crash, but you know.
Yeah.
Remember
And
that
that's-
time?
we get to laughing.
I know we're running out of time, but there's that one time it was me, you, Pee Wee Moore, and Osamu Nishimura from.
Nishimura was in the back seat.
Yeah, and we're just cutting jokes, and he's going through his English, the dictionary thing, trying to pick up on some of the shit we were saying, and it's just like, you might not want to look that one up, pal.
Yeah, just don't bother with that one, Nishimura.
What is splooge?
Oh, did I post that question? I didn't mean to.
Remember, it made me laugh so hard because he was so busy back there trying to do it. I almost ran off the road because I was crying.
We made up a song to "If I Only Had a Brain" called "If You Only Had Some," and
a while away the hours, taking lots of showers, clogging up the drain.
Oh man! God. And when we were going through Pennsylvania, you legit almost drove off a cliff because I had to grab the wheel because you were aiming towards the thing. I was like,
laughing so hard. I was laughing so hard I had tears in my eyes.
Yeah,
it's crazy. So
that's awesome.
It was good times.
It's good to know that your schools are working. I remember the last time we spoke, you were getting ready to go to Peru because you were going to be looking into that.
Yeah. I went Chile actually. I went to Chile.
Chile. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. So they're doing well, and I really trying to create what my dream is to create a network that all of the schools they're united in a not style wise, but the overall, you're going to get taught the basic concept the same everywhere. Okay, what the business is about, why you're doing what you're doing, and then you're going to get that same approach, that systematic approach. But like Meanie will tell you, I know probably 32 different ways to put a hammerlock on. I don't care how you put the hammerlock on. All I care is, do you know when and why in the match to do it, to where it elicits an emotional response that makes people want to buy a ticket to see you do it again. Other than that, I don't care. So want to create a network of schools with OVW as the base, and then allow students that because they work here for X amount of time, and then they can go to Santiago, which has a completely different, it's got a different style, a different feel, a different vibe, a different audience. They get to perform there. They can go to Denmark. They can, different style, different feel, different vibe, a different audience. But it's all the same as based on the basic psychology of things. But you get a different experience, so that then if you get an opportunity with WWE, by the time you do, you truly are a polished, performer who can work on a worldwide stage and not just do what just appeals to the audience here, but also appeals to audiences in other countries, and you can relate to them because you've been there and you've worked in front of them and you've gotten that polish. So,
well, I know your teaching style definitely works because I was taught by a gentleman that you taught, Shooter Sean Brown. And every time
Sean. I was just talking about him. I was just talking about him the other day.
Yeah. Every time I trained with him, he'd go, okay, this is what Al showed me. Boom, 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 boom. And then he goes, this is what I do. And then explain, okay, this is the feel. This is the most, like, it always came back to what you showed him and then how he adapted it.
Yeah. And that's fine. It's, that's the greatest and the most wonderful thing about professional wrestling is there's no concrete carved in stone rule to how you approach it. When you go in the ring, you're only limited by your own creativity and your own imagination. That's it. And, as long as you can sell, meaning not act like you're hurt, but sell the audience on the two most important things, which are who you are and why you're doing it. If you can make them believe in who you are, they'll believe in anything you do. And as long as you do it for the right reason, which is that you're out there trying to win and not lose, you can do anything you want, any way you want.
One of my big pet peeves is seeing a match go on and there's not even like a pinfall, or it's just there's no pinfall until the final, the only pinfall, which is the 1, 2, 3. It's like if I went to watch a basketball team and all they did was walk around dribbling the ball and nobody shooting for the basket, the crowd would be like, the crowd would get hot, a refund and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Look like you're trying to win. if you get somebody on the mat, shoot a pin. If he kicks out,
Sell the one thing that's not real in wrestling, and that's just the finish. Everything in wrestling is real. It's just the finish that's fake.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that we know that we're going to win.
It's only real when I win, and it's fake when I lose.
Lose. Yeah. I guess I got to plug my book. I forgot to plug my book, which is called Self-Help. I wanted the title to be How to Take Shit and Make Shoe Polish and Other Life Lessons I've Gained in Wrestling, but the publisher didn't want to do that. They wanted self-help. So, and it's, I tried to be very, very honest in it and talk about some things that I haven't really talked about to even my family or friends, and owned up to all my mistakes and took responsibility and didn't make any excuses. And I wasn't bitter. I don't think I came across as bitter. I didn't, if you're buying this book to hear me dog on somebody, it's not going to happen. So I just tell funny stories and stuff in there. So
excellent. Well, where do they find that?
They can go to Amazon.com and they can pick it up if they want. I don't have any more copies presently at this time, but if you do, and I'm on social media, you can go to The Real Al Snow, because there were some fakes, surprisingly. And I would, if you fake my account, I'm just going to message you and go, look, aim the bar higher, okay? If you're going to fake being a celebrity, why are you picking me?
There's the Blue Meanie.
If I'm going to fake me, I'd be Blue Meanie. If I'm going to fake being, I'm going to be Brad Pitt or somebody. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be Al Snow. What the hell you doing, man? Neil Armstrong, for God's sake. The guy walked on the moon. All I did was carry a head to the ring and wrestle. Jesus.
Awesome. Guys, thanks so much for being here.
On my way out, if I could get one plug in. My main plug would be my brand new podcast called Mind of the Meanie. Myself and co-host Josh Chernoff from Fight TV release a podcast every Monday morning. So go to all your favorite platforms, type in Mind of the Meanie. And we're Mind and Meanie on all forms of social media as well. Me and Josh have a lot of fun. I like to call it the Joe Rogan experience of wrestling podcasts. We just have some good conversation over there and share some stories. So Mind of the Meanie, wherever you get your podcasts.
Excellent. Oh, and hey, if guys want to catch OVW TV, they can watch it on the YTA network. We're now on a national network. We're in about 45 million homes across the country.
Nice.
And or you can catch it on YouTube as well. So we have OVW TV, and we have OVW Overdrive, which is actually a separate secondary show that we produce as well.
Tremendous.
Excellent. Well, man, guys, thank you so much for taking the time to do this and being part of this crazy event.
Oh, this is fun. This is great.
Yeah.
This hurts a lot less. I miss you too, brother. I love you.
Hey, give Tracy a kiss and punch her in the face.
And on that note,
thanks.
Well,
these cookies suck.
Thanks. I made it myself.
All right, guys. We'll see you later.
All right. Bye.
And there we go. Al Snow and the Blue Meanie. Man, that was amazing. But you know what? We're going to keep right on going. We're going to jump into our next guest in a second, because it looks like he just dropped off. But here is one of them right now. I was just bringing you guys in. It looks like the other gentleman just dropped right off.
Oh, Mr. Hughes, can you hear me? Hold on a second.
Man, I hit the button and
all right. Mr. Hughes, just go back to the link and just start it all over. Mr. Hughes accidentally closed out.
That's what I figured. Yeah, not a problem. We can sit here and chat till he comes back in.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to ask any questions. I'm ready whenever you are.
He's almost ready.
Yeah, he's almost ready. I'm on the phone with him.
We'll get him back on here.
Absolutely. Rob,
so,
how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, Lee. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. He says he's back.
Not yet. He has to enter the studio.
Okay.
I'm trying to do it here.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Oh, I see him. 1 second, right here.
You're in the show.
There we go.
All right.
Can't hear you.
Are you there? Oh, can you hear me now?
Wait a minute. Let me do that. All righty.
There he is.
Hey.
How are you guys doing today?
Hang on. Damn it. Well, I tell you. Let me get my sound here.
Oh, hang on a second. I did this before. I'll be right back. And I'm back.
Can anybody hear me?
Now? Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
Whoa. Jesus, man.
This has been the fun thing about this convention is the...
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello. Hello.
I don't think he can hear us. Lee, if I could get you, I'm going to drop him out. Can you just get him to log back in?
Okay. Means I'm gonna have to call him. Yep, I can do that.
Okay.
I can see you, but I can't hear a bloody thing.
Okay. 1 second.
Yep.
Great. Oh, man.
Okay, I'll kick him out. And then
Okay, hold on.
We'll get him back in.
Yep.
I'll just mute your mic while you're talking, okay?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so while Lee is getting that all set up, what I'm going to do is remind everybody, well, we've got a quick second, about our wicked awesome t-shirt. The COVIDCon t-shirt. You can get this at WrestlingTees.com and help support this fun event. It's been a blast, and I can't wait for the rest of the day. If you are bored, remember, you can always go back, listens to yesterday's after this is all done, and check up some of the other people that came in. We do have some more amazing people coming up, and in a second, we are going to have Mr. Hughes and Lee Walker here, and we'll be able to ask some questions. Like we were saying before, it's the technical difficulties that make this unique, because this is all live. You know, it's what people have. And are you good to come back? I'm going to flip his mic on.
Here. Am I back on now?
Oh,
back.
Yep.
There you are.
We
Can you
see
hear
you.
us?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
There we go. Excellent.
All right.
Good.
All right.
All right, what's up, guys, man? You see I'm looking rough in quarantine and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? Looking
That's
like
the
my age here.
That's the fun part of quarantine. We just get to let it grow. You know?
Anybody there? What the hell? Whoops.
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello? Oh, no.
Great.
Um.
Oh, man.
What if I just call him and put him up to my mic?
Okay, we can try that.
All right.
Absolutely. 1 second.
I'll hold him to my mic and put him on speaker.
You got it.
Hopefully he answers. Oh, he dropped out. There we go. It'll just be me, I guess, and everyone will have to listen from my mic.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on his end.
Oh, and that's just it. If there's a glitch in the service of anything, it's
and he's using his phone too.
We're at the mercy of the internet.
Yeah. Try this again.
Oh, hang on. He's trying to come back in.
Oh.
Okay, we'll try this one more time.
All right. If not, I'll just have to call him.
Okay, can you hear us?
Hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Can you hear
Mr.
us?
Hughes.
Now what?
Okay. Yeah, I'll get you to call him, and we'll do it that way.
How's this thing not working?
Okay. There I go.
All right, let's try and call him.
Okay, we're gonna make this work one way or another. That's
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, I'm trying to get on. What's going on?
We can't figure it out, but we think that if I just stay on the phone with you and have the phone up to the mic, it'll work. Rob,
Yeah.
can you hear him?
I can hear him fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear. I just want to be on the show. I mean, yeah.
You are definitely on the show. We just
Well,
can't see you.
You're on the show now. If you want, you log back in. Could he mute himself from the thing and then just talk, from my mic?
Absolutely.
All right, so can you see me now? I click back on.
Yep. And there you are.
Yep, we have you. We're just gonna leave you muted, and we're gonna talk from my mic, so you're fine.
Okay, great.
There we go. Okay. While we got you, I'm going to jump right into a question for you because we got some people with questions. Mr. Hughes, what was it like being a butler for Triple H at the Royal Rumble?
It was freaking great. It was awesome, man. I mean, you know, it was like, when you get to that level of performing and things like that, you know, and we were at this big like stadium, football stadium in Texas. The place was sold out, man. I mean, that's what it's all about in wrestling, you know, if you can make it to that level, you know.
Absolutely. Now, I understand you actually have a training school, don't you?
Well, I did. This corona thing kind of killed it for now.
Well, yeah, it's kind of stopped a lot of stuff for now that way. Absolutely. It's hard to train wrestling 6 feet apart.
Right. Exactly. You know, but here's the deal. I get a true satisfaction of watching my guys or seeing them on TV because I train a lot of guys and a lot of them all the major companies that are out there, you know, Impact, WWE, NXT, you know, that new league, AEW, you know, I go on and on. You know, I got students in all those companies, man. So I'm pretty happy and satisfied and blessed, you know.
That is awesome. One of our Facebook friends here said, Mr. Hughes, loved your run in WCW. What is some of your favorite matches there, and what do you attribute to your weight loss to?
Well, you know, when I had first got there and had to run with Luger, and we were going around doing torture rack matches because we had the same finish. I came in from AWA doing the torture rack as my finish, and they brought me in to work angles with him, and we traveled the world doing torture rack matches. So I believe that was the biggest thing in WCW for me. Yeah, what was that second question?
And what do you attribute to your weight loss to?
Oh man, I just decided to get in shape and get serious about it, you know. I mean, you know, I saw these other individuals looking like they were chiseled out of stone, and they were getting pushed. And so, after my year run with 93 with WWF, and I, you know, got fired, what you say. I just decided to get it together, man, and start hitting the gym. I stopped partying and drinking and doing drugs. I mean, I just cut it all out and just went to the gym. Started riding the Stairmaster, changed my eating habits. Started eating healthier. And, I mean, I was on the Stairmaster for an hour. I went in the steam room for hours. In the sauna for hours. And lifted weights. And I noticed that veins started popping up after a while. And I was clean, didn't use no steroids or anything. It was just all hard work, man.
That is awesome. So now, I gotta ask, how have you guys been keeping sane during this quarantine, this staying home? What are some of the things you guys are doing to keep a level head?
Well, you know, I work on my car sometimes. I, you know, wash it, you know, work on, you know, stuff in my house here. You know, I have thousands of pictures that I've taken at Fan Fest and shows through the years, as you can see.
Oh.
And they're all over the freaking wall. You know, I got them all through my house. if you came in there and looked like a museum. So that's pretty much what I did, that I'm doing. Going in here, stay in the house, don't leave, you know.
Yes.
And of
Lee.
course, as you can see, I don't know if you can see my face, but
Oh, yeah.
looking like like a real old person, you know.
What about,
you know, to a gig or anything, you'll never see this.
not only while in quarantine.
Yeah.
You got it.
What about you, Lee? What have you been doing? Obviously growing the beard.
Besides, this monstrosity that I got going on here. You can see by the wall behind me, I've learned to appreciate some woodwork. I've learned how to play with, wood pallets and things like that. I built myself a WWF Hasbro bar. I'm a huge fan of the WWF Hasbro toy line. This whole bar, I'm on a laptop, so I really can't show you, but it's lined with Hasbros. I have every WWF ring. I have all the figures. I've got just about every figure of the Hasbros mock and autographed. I've just been building wood pallet walls and to be honest, I've been helping Mr. Hughes with his autobiography that we have coming out.
How is that coming along?
Book's coming along great. Mr. Hughes, his story is unique, and I think when fans are able to, when fans get a hold of it and read it, they're gonna see a whole different side of Mr. Hughes beside that
face,
that mean mugging guy that we've seen on TV stealing the Undertaker's urn, and being that rough and rugged guy from when he was the Roughneck in ECW. And, like he'd already talked about with the torture rack matches with Lex Luger and everything. There's a whole different side to Mr. Hughes that I don't think really a lot of people besides his friends and family have been exposed to. And this book is going to show everybody that side and show this different side to Mr. Hughes that people have not been able to see. And you see a whole different side, and it's going to be a great read for everybody.
That's excellent. And now, on that note, we have a Facebook user that wants to know, why did you steal the Undertaker's urn?
Well, that's a good story because I talk about it in the book in detail. I'm not going to put it all out there, but I give a little taste of that question. One day, in the back of the dressing room at the WWF, this McMahon came to me and said that he had for the project for me. Now, at the time, I didn't know what he was talking about because when I got there in the WWF, I noticed he was protecting me. He would not let me get beat on television. He would put me over like a freaking fat rat eating cheese. He would give me all these different jobbers. And so as a black man, I didn't understand. But anyway, long story short, he came in the dressing room, wanted to talk to me, pulled me out, and went to his office. He has an office at every arena that we run. And, I sit down and he says, well, I'm going to start your angle with the Undertaker. And of course I was shocked. I thought it was a rib, And he says, tonight, you're going to go out there, you're going to confront Paul Bearer, sidewalk slam him, take the urn, and then you're going to attack the Undertaker, beat him down with it, hold it up, parade it, and then walk back to the dressing room. And that's pretty much it. How I did it, how it happened. And of course, let me tell you, I was totally So if you ever see that video, I'm behind the shade, so you can't see my silliness going on. But man, from the time I held that urn up and walked back to the dressing room, that was the longest freaking walk down that freaking aisle. And my belly was puckering the whole time. That was the start of my upward spiral in my career.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Now we have someone else actually. Goes back a little bit. Any stories of wrestling in NWC for TC Martin at the Silver Nugget in Las Vegas in '95? They said you had an awesome cage match with Sabu, Virgil, and Cactus Jack.
Yeah, well. So, you said that was an ECW?
NWC.
NWC, my goodness, I don't remember that one. My God.
Mr. Hughes, we actually talked about this. This was the match. It was a company based out of Las Vegas. It was a steel cage match, and Sabu was the champion. And it was like a fatal four-way match with you, Cactus Jack, Virgil, and Sabu. Remember how we talked about when you were in ECW from 94 to 96, but 95 you were allowed to wrestle elsewhere, and you went to Vegas, and you wrestled a few matches for this promotion.
Right. Damn.
Well, and see, that's the problem. When you have 700 matches, it's really hard to remember one.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, you know, we were talking, trying to put things in the book, and he was asking me questions. I'm going like, man, I don't remember that.
Yeah. I do a podcast with Sid Viscous.
Time or not, I don't remember.
I do a podcast with Sid Viscous, and we had a customer. Sorry.
I tell people, like, say no to drugs, man.
Well, see, like I said, I do a podcast with Sid. Oh. You'll remember, don't you worry. I do a podcast with Sid, and he was doing the same thing. We had someone call in and ask him a question, and they said, what was it like having tug of war with an elephant? And he's going, I don't remember having tug of war with an elephant, but we did. We found the pictures, and then it all came back, and it's like, oh, yeah, I guess I did. So when you do so much, it's very hard to remember.
Yeah, I mean, I do fan fest, and people come up to the table, and they have like a 8x10 that they got from somewhere, or a magazine, or something they took, and they say, yeah, my dad took this when I was a kid, you know, and I'm going like, what town was this? You know, I'm like, damn, I don't remember that.
Yep.
You know, I mean, it's pretty crazy, man. I'm sorry, you know, that I can't remember it at the present moment. Lee, do you remember what I said in that?
Yeah. So what happened? I remember that match. We talked about it. We didn't really get a lot. We didn't really talk a lot of details in the match itself. It was more of a hardcore, extreme style cage match. I remember we talked. You were the first eliminated, and at that point, with all the weapons and stuff, you were kind of like good. You know, the extreme style and Mr. Hughes don't really go hand in hand per se. So I remember you did say that Virgil took the most beating out of everybody. I remember that. That was one part we talked about, and this was just it was a point. You were in ECW at the time, but you know, it was one of those things. You were working elsewhere and stuff like that, and you'd worked another time for the promotion. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what the match was, but there was a good month-long stretch with this company. This one out of Vegas.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. You say Vegas.
Yeah, there it is.
Good Lord. Yeah,
Yep.
I remember that day match. My goodness. Well, like Lee was saying, man, I was not into all that crazy stuff. That's why I didn't spend too much time in ECW. Because Paulie wanted me to start doing all that foolishness, you see. All that bleeding and, going through walls and falling off freaking balconies and bleeding and all that foolishness. No, that's not why I got into business. See?
Excellent.
I got to, have some fun, make some money, bang some chicks, party.
Excellent.
I didn't get it to get maimed and cut up and busted up, you see.
Excellent.
So that match in Vegas, man, I was like, okay, I'm getting paid pretty good, so I'll participate. But I ain't gonna do no bleeding or, maiming my body, you know what I'm saying? That's why I pretty much got out early.
Oh, I understand that. Absolutely. Oh, Mr. Hughes, Lee, guys, thank you so much for being on today and being part of this COVID con and helping to relieve some stress going on and letting people be entertained.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before we get out of here, like I said, Lee and Casanova working on my autobiography books. And it's going to be off the chain. It's going to be a bestseller, by the way. So when you hear it coming out, folks, check it out. Go get it.
Absolutely. You do not want to miss a single story in here, especially the Undertaker urn story. Remember, we just heard a taste.
That's right. Just a little bit, little thing,
Awesome. All right, guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Hey, thanks for having us.
Anytime, guys. Talk to you later.
Have a good one, guys.
That was amazing. Mr. Hughes. I still remember that from WWE. And speaking of WWE, I have been waiting to talk to this guy for quite some time. Gangrel, how are you?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. I had to jack basically my stepdaughter's laptop here. I'm down in Miami. I'm not at school. I'm usually at the training center all the time, but so now I'm coming to you from the dining room. So I apologize for the echo.
No, don't you worry. Don't you worry. Now, I got a quick question to get in because I know there's a ton of them here, but your name, okay? My very first tattoo, I got to show you. It's the White Wolf logo. I was a diehard Vampire the Masquerade player.
Right.
So, of course, when you came out, yes.
So, I would have been a Bruja then.
Well, yeah, which was weird because, you were Gangrel.
Yeah, Gangrel's a clan, but Vince McMahon and WWE or WWF at the time had no idea what they were doing. They just kind of picked the name out of the book and was clueless to the whole situation and then got sued.
I loved it. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah. So I definitely would have been a Bruja for sure, and Bruja clan, but Gangrel it is, and here we are, 20-something years.
So, the question is, did you ever play the game? Oh.
No, but I did study up on it a lot to know enough that I'd have been a Bruja. I never RPG'd or anything like that and stuff like that, but I was very aware of it, studied up and read up on it all.
Excellent. Well, man, thank you so much for being here. We've got a ton of people that have been waiting for you to ask questions, okay? Here, we'll start with this first one here. Any advice for someone trying to get into the wrestling business? Because your start was very interesting.
Yeah, Jake. Research your schools. There's a lot of great schools out there, and there's a lot of bad schools. You're investing in yourself, in your career, so don't shortcut it. If something's for free, it's probably not good. You want to make sure they have a business license. It's a trainer. It doesn't have to be somebody that was WWE or WWF or whatever, or WCW. It has to make sure it's somebody that's consistently still wrestling in the wrestling communities and has done something for over a period of time, because you don't want to get suckered in. So, just be aware, do your research on your schools and make sure you go to a proper school, get a proper trainer. Al Snow, Sambodi, some great places there. Dr. Tom and Kane in Knoxville area is good. Lodi down in the Carolinas. If you remember Lodi, Lodi's a great trainer and stuff like that. There's so many good places. There's Alex Pourteau in Orlando, Alpha Pops, and then myself. I'm not putting my school over, but myself down in Dania Beach, Florida. If you're, it depends upon what area, but research the schools and check it out. Yeah.
That is excellent. Now, a gentleman named John Crowther is on here saying, FYI, we're releasing Gangrel's comic this fall.
Yeah, 2020 this fall. I don't know how I just pushed it on my Facebook Live. I forget what it's called. John's gonna have to write back and explain it to me. But I don't know. But it's a graphic comic, and it's pretty much my life story. So whatever the proper term is for that, autochromatography. I don't know, John.
Yeah, I don't know what that would be called.
Yeah, John knows because I just read the release the other day. I wish I would have brought it with me, but I'm down at my girl's house, and I ran down here and I didn't bring anything out of the office. But yeah, it comes out in fall. It's gonna be super cool. And it touches on some of the earlier stuff, like you wanting to be a preacher, playing football, breaking my neck as a kid at 13, and on through my life to and one of the first guys that mentored me through wrestling. Besides, I was trained by Boris Malenko and Rusty Brooks, but Corporal Kirshner kind of took me under his wing. So they touch on some of the stuff too. I get up into WWF because my life is so long. It was hard to put in a graphic comic like that in a short thing. So, but I've been talking to Kenny Casanova of all people. I see they're setting things up, and he's busy now. He's got to finish up a few projects, but I think we're going to start on an actual book. So
now that would be awesome. Yes, excellent.
Yeah, I told him it's going to take some time because I had such a long life. There's my story, and then there's 18 years of surviving Hurricane Luna, and then there's the aftermath. So.
Yes, gotcha. Well, there was some question about that, but we're going to jump to this one first. It says, love your hot sauce. How did you get involved in that?
Well, the hot sauce is, believe it or not, hot sauces are cheaper to give away than T-shirts. Well, the reason we got involved in the hot sauces are the trademark of the name. We're not a registered Gangrel, so I have to show intent of use in all categories, from entertainment to food and sports supplements, this and that. So I have an energy drink and I have Vamp Amp and all this other stuff. But then we also have the hot sauce, and the hot sauce works great as a promotional thing because it's less than $1 a bottle to give away and promotions and stuff like that. So the garlic one is tremendous. It's the best.
A garlic one.
Vampire, yes. The garlic.
Nice. Well, I like the way this question is worded because, like you said, sometimes things can become a hurricane. But what's your favorite Luna Vachon story?
Oh my goodness, what type of story? There's so many. Gosh, so my favorite Luna Vachon story. I don't know. I was telling one the other day, like I don't know. There's so many. The one that she got fired for. I'll tell you the last one that she got fired for. There's a headset girl named Lori, and I guess she was secretly seeing Kevin Dunn. I guess, and Luna, she was spitting. They were playing with each other, and she was spitting spitballs in Luna's hair, and then Luna had about enough of it. But it was fun play. She duct taped her to a office chair and then like rolled her through the thing. But there's so many Luna stories. There's when Luna beat up Sonny, and she said, "I didn't hit her in the face." That was a good. There's another good one when Luna beat up Jacqueline. That was another good one. I got fired for that one. In Tennessee, Eddie Marlin fired me because she beat somebody up. And she wasn't even working there. It was me working there. She just showed up and they wanted to use her because she was in WWE at the time. And she ended up beating up Jacqueline and I got fired. But there's so many. I can go on a lifetime and lifetime. I guess the book will cover all that when I get all that stuff down.
That is excellent. This one here. Can you talk about Tom Nash and your tag team with him as the Blackhearts?
Yeah, Tom, he was Apocalypse, and I was Destruction and the Blackhearts. So we started out in South Florida. Tom went to Stampede as the Great Nash, Calgary in the Hearts. He went up there. He had a hard time, got ribbed, got beat up and stuff like that. And he didn't really want to go back there by himself. So he wanted a tag to go back as a partner. Went there. We didn't really have a character or a gimmick or anything. And Bruce Hart was playing around one day. We first got up there. We came by his house. He had a sewing room. He liked to sew. So he had these black spandex masks. They usually like spit when I have the fangs in. I don't even have the fangs in, and I'm spitting all over the screen. We had a black spandex mask And he was ribbing us. Technically, the sun was going down. And he had us put these masks on. It was a joke because he was throwing a football at our faces. And I took the mask off. I said, no, man, I can't see. And then Tom was sitting there like, yeah, I can see it. And like Bruce is just beaming his football off his face and laughing. And I was like, but it turns out the gimmick looked really, really cool. And then Bruce Hart came up with, well, we're going to make you bastard sons of Stu Hart. So basically the story was Stu went out and slept with these girls on the side, had some kids, didn't want to acknowledge us. We came back as the Blackhearts, and hence the Blackhearts. So then we wanted to claim our spot in the Hart Dynasty and the throne. And then it was very short-lived there, and then went on to we got blessed. Tokyo Joe, who was booking for New Japan, got us hooked us up with Jimmy Suzuki and got us into All Japan. And so that's what we ended up going All Japan, 2 tours, and then worked a lot for Joe Goodhart, Tri-State Wrestling Alliance. We were champions there. So we were doing a lot of things, the Herb Abrams, UWF, and stuff like that. But then me and Tom had a falling out. A lot of it was to do with Luna and some he said, she said stuff, and more stuff that'll be in a book. Then he got a new partner, Dave Johnson, and went on, and I became the Vampire Warrior down in Puerto Rico. But then I went back to doing the Blackheart characters for IWA with another guy. So it carried on, and then I tried to kill it off as the Black Phantom for a while there, but people still liked it anyways.
People like what they like, and it's hard to get them off of that, isn't it?
Do. Yeah, but I'm blessed that they like everything I've done, so I've been very, very lucky.
That's
very
awesome. John just messaged in. His comic is an authorized biographical comic.
There it is. I couldn't spit it out for the life of me. I couldn't remember. And I read his release when he said he was in a sharing mood the other day. Yeah, it's tremendous. Rich is a great artist. Amanda, they designed the thing. It's going to be fun. It's just a little taste of what the book will actually be, but this will be in the graphic comic type of thing. So looking forward to it. It should be in the fall of 2020, and it should be fun.
That's excellent. Now I know
it's
one of the.
It's not like anything. It's about as honest as it can be. So.
That's perfect. That's perfect. I passed a question. I can't find it now, so I'm just going to ask it. Did you expect the Brood gimmick to take off? Because it was just supposed to be one and done.
Yeah, the Brood thing was just them. I don't know if they were just like soothing me, like, because I kept pushing it for years. I never really, like, when I pushed the Gangrel thing, which was a Gangrel, it was a Vampire Warrior at the time, but I was just pushing a vampire. It was always about a group of vampires because the Lost Boys. The Lost Boys, the movie spawned this idea. Me and Luna were having what they call a baloney blowout one day on a Sunday, and we were watching, because Dick Slater told me this is a great movie, you got to watch this movie. So I said, well, if Dick Slater watched it, I'm definitely going to watch it. So so it's a huge Dick Slater fan. And so I watched it, and I said, I was just joking kind of, and I said, it would be great to be a vampire and wrestle, you know? And then I was totally not thinking as a single wrestler, as a group, not necessarily the Brood, but like the Lost Boys. Same thing, hence the Brood, though. And nobody, she said, yeah, you should do it. And I said, I was only joking, that you can't do that. But she talked me into it. And then, you know, the perfect storm of things and happening, I ended up doing the vampire thing and then became the Vampire Warrior. But I was always pitching a Brood type of thing. So did I believe? Yes, it could work. I believed in that 100%. Did I think it would take off the way it did there? No, because I didn't think they believed in it. But it was just a perfect storm of perfect entrance, music, and two of the greatest guys that could ever fill that part, Edge and Christian, and talented dudes. And Edge was always meant to be a star. They had to pull him. They had to break the Brood up before it went any further, because all he would be remembered for at some point was the Brood. Today, if you ask them, the first thing they ask about is, what about the Brood?
Yeah, I did find that question. It was Julie. How was it to work with Edge and Christian? The Brood really made them. There it is.
It was truly amazing. Truly, it was great to work with them, but to have one of the runs with the Hardys. So how being in the right spot and being blessed was that, you know, to draw the Hardy boys. That's right. So, and then they went on with the ENC and the ladder matches. My fear of needles, microphones, and heights all kept me to middle management. Soon they faded me out. So,
oh, I get you there. Trust me. That's not crazy.
Yeah, you should see my face when they come up talking about the ladder match. I'm like, wasn't that WrestleMania the feeling thing enough?
Facebook user who says, who have you enjoyed wrestling the most over the years?
You know what? People, and I've talked about this a lot on my own stuff, and people are shocked when I say this, but I truly, truly enjoyed wrestling Steve Blackman. Loved wrestling Steve Blackman, the Lethal Weapon.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm with you there. I think he was a little underrated.
I think he's tremendous, and I think I think he scared people, maybe office personnel and people too much to really let him cut loose and do something. Because I think he's a truly talented guy, and he could be a monster. He's a killer, man. I think Billy Idol was singing about him when I'm on a psychedelic trip, reading murder books, trying to stay hip. I think that's Steve Blind, but tremendous talent.
Now, you said you pushed this vampire gimmick along. What made you come up with the idea for a vampire character?
The Lost Boys. The movie.
Was the movie?
Yeah, we were watching the movies. I go, I said to her, wouldn't it be really cool to wrestle as a vampire? And she goes, yeah, you should do that. And I go, oh, no. It's just, can never do that because, wrestling was still, it wasn't out there in the open like it is and stuff like that. I remember a quote in Entertainment Weekly, it was the yearly end. It said that Gangrel changed the face of pro wrestling to entertainment because I didn't do that, but that's what they said in a certain quote. I don't believe I did that, but to do the vampire thing with the fire and the blood, you wouldn't think you'd be able to do that kind of stuff in wrestling. When I broke in '87, it was still breaking your legs and trying to run you off, let alone you show up with a pair of fangs and paint your nails going, get some.
Let me see here. What is the biggest challenge to becoming a wrestler or to being a wrestler?
Biggest challenge is yourself. You truly got to have a passion and heart for it. You can't get into pro wrestling getting into it to get laid or get paid to make money, this and that. You truly need to have a passion and know wrestling and watched it growing up. As a trainer and having a school down here in South Florida, training facility, I find it much easier to train people that were truly fans of professional wrestling, not somebody that just crossed over from another sport or just even and has pure athletic ability. It doesn't matter. I find it easier to train somebody that truly grew up watching wrestling and has a passion for it. So the biggest challenge is being a wrestler is probably finding the right school and getting trained right. But for me as a trainer, the biggest challenge is finding people with a heart and passion that actually watch it. Because sometimes you get in there when you're running a class and everything, and you could teach them all the basics. I'm all about the headlock, the wing lock, the top wrist, double leg, single leg, double wrist, left takeover. All boom, 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 boom. But at the same time, sometimes you go, just do as you've seen on TV. Let's see how that works. You know what? The ones that have watched wrestling, 80% they're in the right range. You just tweak it a little bit, you get it right.
No, that's very, very true. Okay, we're gonna do a little self-promotion for you.
The biggest challenge is yourself, though. Really, you gotta believe it. Okay.
So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. There's a bit of lag. I thought you were done, but it was the lag.
Oh yeah. So what do you want to do?
A little self-promotion for you. Joe asks, do you train wrestlers and managers? Well, you kind of mentioned you did. Where can they go?
Yes, I do. It's in Dania Beach, Florida. You can look it up, GWA, Florida, Gangrel's Wrestling Asylum. So it's in South Florida, a suburb of Fort Lauderdale, and I'm down there. It's my own school. I've had other schools. I've been a head trainer at AFA's in like 94 in Allentown. I ran Dean Malenko's in school in 96, 97. And then I had a school in California with Rikishi and his cousin Reno Anawai called Knox Pro. We started it together, and that's where I trained Rusev and Vanessa Bourne and Jacob Fatu, some of the people that came out of it. But then I moved back home to South Florida, where I was born and raised and just want to be, and opened up my own facility. So it's called Gangrel's Wrestling Asylum, and it's in Dania Beach, Florida. You can find it under gwaflorida.com.
Very nice. What was it like wrestling in Puerto Rico? How long was your run there?
Tremendous golpe. Well, Puerto Rico. So the first time I went to Puerto Rico, it's funny enough, is the first time I ever did the vampire gimmick in the ring. So it's a long story short. I was actually just gotten back, falling out with my other partner. Was working a regular job, and a fellow came up to me and said, "You look like a wrestler." And I go, "Yeah, matter of fact, I am." And all that. So he quickly asked me. He said he could help me. His name was Barabbas, and he was in the office in Puerto Rico. The one that opened. They just opened opposition of Carlos after the Brody stabbing. So he said, "You have a character," and I said, we just watched the Lost Boy movies. And I said, "Yeah, I'm a vampire." And he goes, "Oh, great." So he had me lie about my height, my weight, and everything. And he's in the office. He said, "You got to lie to get down there." So I sent it all in. They brought me in for a show, and I went down there for the show. I wrestled the show. I wrestled Jose Luis Rivera Jr. All he kept saying, "FUB." I don't know what. It was a bloodbath. And Cheeky Star is my manager. And then they called me in the next day on a Sunday. I was flying home on a Monday, and questioned me about all the false height and false weight and everything. And I joked my way through it. And then they said, "You want a job?" I said, "Yeah." So I stayed down there. I think went for one show, and I stayed close to a year the first time. So that was probably my longest run. And then I came in and out after that.
Excellent. It must be nice to go down there just for the weather and the tropics.
Yeah, I haven't been down in a while, but it was, it's a great place to work. No trip hours. You would sit, and they were late picking you up every day. So you'd wake up at noon, you'd walk down the beach, go eat breakfast, train at the gym, come back, body surf all day, out there in the water, eat again, wait for your ride at 8 o'clock, go to the arena, wrestle, start over.
So why do people
place to be,
Why do people get into wrestling? I think I know the answer.
Yeah, well, as I was told by the great Malenko, there is no jewel at the end of the journey. The journey is the jewel.
That's beautiful. I like that. Now we have one here, and I don't think you can answer the question. It said, how come Luna didn't get a proper induction in the WWE Hall of Fame? But what's your opinion on that? Because they feel like them putting her in the celebrity wing was kind of sad.
I think it was BS. I think she belongs in the Hall of Fame. How come she didn't? I don't know. I don't know if it comes down to her father, Butcher Rashawn, or Uncle Maurice when they did turn the territories over, or just that she got in a lot of trouble there. Like I mentioned earlier, jokingly, she was in a lot of fights, beat up a lot of people. She's really hard to manage, but she truly had a passion for pro wrestling, and she truly loved and died for it. I can honestly say that with all my heart, and I believe that she belongs in the actual Hall of Fame, not the celebrity wing. But I was even surprised that they even did that for her, so I'm grateful that that even happened, because I didn't think they would even do that.
Well, you're right, because there was a lot of controversy with her, but literally you cannot think of WWE without thinking of Luna Vachon. Like, she was a force.
I mean, right through coming in, debuting with Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania, then moving on to Bam Bam Bigelow's Main Squeeze, and then the Gold Dust thing, and then we had a brief thing together. She's come up to the Ring of Fire a few times, and that was kind of cool. And then, but the process, she had been fired 2 or 3 times amongst all that stuff. So before you'd be fighting or doing something, pushing somebody in a chair, something silly.
Well, speaking of the Ring of Fire, Gangrel, is it true grape juice was used in the glass for your WWE entrance? And did anyone ever try to play a rib on you?
Absolutely not for grape juice. And play a rib on me? No. No grape juice. It was actually a stage blood zesty mint, which I think all my opponents appreciated that, because I was under the stage for a period of time, so I probably was very cotton-mouthed and very dry by the time I got up the Ring of Fire and got down there and sprayed the blood. So they probably appreciated the zesty mint. The only one that ever played ribs on me or messed with me was Owen. I remember Bradshaw came up to me and he goes, "I can't get a green light on you." And I go, "Get a green light for what?" And he goes, "Taker won't give me a green light." I go, "What green light?" He goes, "To rib you." And I go, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." He says, your crazy ass is married to Luna. There's no telling what you would do. Don't be messing with him. But Owen, it never stopped Owen from ribbing me. Owen, I love. And all the Hart family's tremendous. But was in the locker room in Philadelphia, and I'm a creature of habit. Same bag. I sit in the same spot. I do the same things. I'm so out of whack right now using this computer because I'm so used to my tripod and all this other stuff that I actually have anxiety right now. But
really?
And they happened to have all the little fellas, the little fellas in there that day, and they were in the locker room, and I don't know what you call them now, micros or whatever, the little people. So I kind of like, what are they all doing in here? So I wrestled the match. I go back in to get dressed, and I go to put my watch on, and my watch was gone. First thing I wanted to do was beat up all the little people. That I thought that wasn't going to look good. And I called Luna, and I said I was going to beat up all these little people. And she says, "You can't do that." And I'm glad I didn't, because, and then I was leaving, and I passed Owen at catering, and I'll try to make this quick. I passed Owen at catering, and he said, "Dave, what time is it?" And I didn't think anything of it. I had another watch for the gym, and I just said, whatever, and walked on. Like 4, 5, 6 months later, I don't know how long it was, but it was months later, I go back. I'm in the same locker room. Get dressed. Reach back in it's the same bag and everything. And then there's my watch again. And I'm like, what the hell? I know I've done some suspect things in my life and took a lot of chair shots, but how can I have overlooked a watch for like 4 months or 5 months, But I put it on with a little pep in my step because it was a nice watch, and I was really glad to have it back. And I start walking out. And I go past catering in the same exact spot, and there was Owen. And he goes, Dave, what time is it? And I went, it's 10 o'clock. Oh, and I just kept moving, and I knew he had me. And turns out Brett told me later that Owen took the watch and put it up in the ceiling, and he just left it up there that whole time, and it patiently waited till he came back, and it put it back in my bag.
Oh, wow.
That was Owen's kind of ribs on me. He's done a couple of good, little things like that. Love him and miss him so much.
That was a slow burn rib. That one. Holy smokes.
Well, yeah, I'm glad I didn't beat the little fellas up.
Oh, man. Well, Gangrel, I want to thank you so much for taking the time out and chatting with us here. How's the quarantine affected you?
Well, I've spent a lot of time at the school, like the training facility. So I trained my girl's daughter also. So we've quarantined together. So we've been over there 5-6 days a week, 8 hours a day in there doing bands, battle ropes, ring drills by ourselves. And it's affected me because I lost about 3 months of paid work, but I've stayed positive and I probably in a better shape if I've been in the last 15 years. I'm down to 242. So, and I usually carry like before the quarantine, I was pushing 265. So it's helped me trim some weight down and everything. But I am hungry because I need to get back to work. So I'm looking forward to getting back to work.
Excellent. All right, man. Thank you so much for taking the time, and have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you, Rob.
Hey, my pleasure. And that was it. The legendary Gangrel. That was incredible. I know I was waiting for that one for just a little while. I think we waited a little too long, and one of our guests has dropped off. I'm sure he'll be coming back, but I think we can bring this gentleman on right here, Mr. Fred Ottman. How are you?
Great, man. How you doing?
I am doing great. I have to start out by apologizing to you. I was doing a live podcast with Sid, and you put in a comment, and I totally missed it.
Uh-oh.
I know.
I missed. Uh-oh.
But, he told me to tell you he'd love to get together and chat sometime.
That'd be awesome. Sid's a great guy.
Excellent. Oh, and here we go. Mr. Bushwhacker Luke.
Whoa, g'day, ladies and gentlemen. And all the people around the world. And you too, Fred.
Hey.
Rasta.
Awesome.
Tugboat.
Now there's an entrance.
Hey, if I was there, I'd give you all a good head licking. Whoa.
Oh, you just made my nips hard.
Hey, the nipples hard. Hey.
So, guys, how have you been during this? This isolation time? What have you guys been up to?
Been up to nothing, mate. Hey, been here for 2 months. Came home from Canada on the 28th of February, and I haven't left the home since then.
Oh yeah, and just before this thing started, I was at a con out in Las Vegas, a toy con, and I was there for 3 or 4 days. Just when they shut the casinos, started to shut them down. And I was lucky enough to get out of the airport. I mean, it was incredible.
Oh, wow.
So it's been a crazy deal. And then sitting in your house and looking out. But I mean, I get out every once in a while with my wife and break the deal. But thank God I had a gym in the backyard. So I've been training in the back and catching some sun, getting brown, moist, and beautiful. So I look good for Luke.
You look lovable, mate.
Oh, thank you. You sweetie, you.
Hey, my property's never looked so sharp in all its life. The front yard, the front of the house, the bushes, everything's spot on. And I've been training too, but I'm using those resistance cords every second day. And of course, I had neck surgery in December, so I've been doing every second day, an hour of rehabilitation. I've been doing the bird. I've been nodding.
See? There we go.
Hey,
Oh.
guys, I gotta tell you, guys, Fred looks always good sideways. Hey, first time I met Fred,
That's my whole life. I'm always going sideways.
yeah,
Better than backwards.
first time I met Fred, it was in Nashville, Tennessee. I don't know how long he'd been in the business. It was, I think, 85 or 84. What was that year, mate? 85? 86?
Maybe 89, maybe 88 or 89.
No, it was already in
No,
WWE.
it was before that, 87. Yeah, 87 because 86 or 87. I just come from Texas, from San
I
Antonio.
was working for NWA out of Charlotte, and Jerry Jarrett brought us in for a week. And I remember you working with Jeff Jarrett and that kid, who's dead now. He's a hell of a worker.
I forget his partner's name. Oh my God, Billy Travis.
Billy
Travis.
Yeah, he was a hell of a worker. Jeff was only a kid, I think. You know, in 86 was that he was maybe 19, something like that, right?
Oh my God, yeah. I worked with him, and you know who was there? Nick Bockwinkel was there. He came in to work, all the way around. He was a AWA champion.
Yeah.
And I was in Louisville Gardens, and I was in a tag match, me and Goliath, with him and Billy, and I got hit with the wrong side of a chair because he didn't even know how to use a chair, and he opened the back of my head like a glove compartment.
Who hit you with the chair?
Jeff Jarrett did.
Yeah.
And I went downstairs, and because the dressing rooms were down underneath in Louisville Garden, and the back of my head was opening like a glove compartment. It was one of those chairs with about a 1-inch piece of metal all around the top. And instead of hit me with the face part, he hit me with the back part, opened my head, and and I'm there making steri strips and packing my head full of antibiotic cream. And poor Nick Bockwinkel comes over. Oh, my boy. He's over there playing my nurse, help me put it back together. Yeah, I'll never forget that.
Putting your brains back in your head.
Yeah, my brain's about like a BB in a boxcar.
He didn't put the ball back in. He missed a left.
No, I wish you would have stuffed some more in there.
Hey, I laughed when I saw that match, mate, because Goliath, what was he, 302, 3 something?
Yeah, 380. I still talk to him. He lives in Pittsburgh.
380.
He's about 6'9", 6'10". Yeah.
And how heavy were you?
About 350. Yeah, 350, 360.
And 380 against 2 kids under 200 pounds.
Oh my God, yeah.
That was unreal.
Oh my
man.
God.
Well,
we've had many times since then. The big one was Andre the Giant's last match or last viewing on WWE was in Madison Square Gardens when Butch and myself took on the Natural Disasters, and I'm still not the whole. I'm still not together yet. Fred threw me in the corner. Tugboat threw me in the corner and came in like an 18-wheeler to splash me. It was like a cheese cutter. 3 parts
my God.
out between the ropes to the other side onto the floor.
Oh. You know what, Luke? There's fans still hate me. Why did you do that to those guys? Why did you do that to the Bush? Oh my God, I hate you. They still hate me.
Yeah, hey, they were the good old days, mate.
A Facebook user posted that the first time I cried while watching wrestling was when Tugboat turned on the Bushwhackers.
Yeah. You could go online too and see the Giant doing the promo with us for that match. That's still on Google or whatever, online.
Yeah, like the YouTube, I think. Yeah, YouTube.
Yeah, yep, and YouTube, yep. Hey, they were the good old days, mate. We had a bloody good crew. There was no one cutting anyone's throat to get up the ladder.
Yeah.
Everyone worked together. It was great.
It was a different time.
Oh,
the morale in the locker room and guys, just all together. Crazy. Gilberg, you booger.
Hey,
look at that.
How you doing?
How you doing,
What are you doing, brother?
How you doing?
Someone just showed right up
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Ah,
Well, see, now
unbelievable.
we're going to have to
There you
change
go,
this.
Luke. How you doing, Luke?
Good, mate. Good, mate.
God, it's good seeing you guys, man.
Yeah. You've got a
Good
great
seeing you,
story
brother.
for looking. I think I may have licked it way back before you were Gilberg.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. You
Yeah,
won
we
a
worked
lot of
with you.
rounds, brother.
We worked with you a long, long
Oh.
time ago.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Especially the
Oh my God.
executioners.
We
Oh,
have
yeah.
one. Sorry, guys. Trust me. I definitely don't
No
mean to
problem.
interrupt. Luke, someone was asking who
This
came
is
up with the
cool.
concept for the sheep herders, and did you prefer it to bushwhackers?
I'm still a heel at heart, mate. Still a heel at heart. The sheep herders. No, we came into North America in 1972. I started in '62 as Sweet William, as a gorgeous George gimmick at 175 pounds. And
Oh,
when we
nice.
first started touring, Butcher Me first started touring in '66, going to the Middle East, and we're going over to Australia, and we were working singles in Australia, but other places up in Malaysia and Asia, we were Sweet William and the Brute. I was the fag leading Butch around on a collar and chain. So when we came into '72 into the States, we were villains at that time, and that was when we started the vicious stuff. It got vicious, more vicious as we went. You know, from the Vashons brought us into North America, and then we came into Calgary, and you know the stories I could tell you about the Hart family from '73. That was the territory of ribs, the heaviest ribs I've ever seen. Much
Oh
heavier,
my God.
much heavier than WWF ribs.
Oh man. Lastly, they just want to know if you can give a shout out, Luke, to New York with your signature catchphrase.
Whoa, New York, g'day, mateys. Bloody lovely to have you online. And don't forget, go to bushwhackerluke.com for photos, t-shirts, and whatever.
Oh, Fred, we got a question here for you. Can you tell us
Yes.
about your dance-off program with Rocky Johnson?
Oh man, unbelievable! I left a lasting impression on poor Rocky. I had a boombox when I came out to the ring. If you ever seen the video there from Tennessee, and they did a whole angle about me having I was superstar Bubba. You know, I came out with the long leotards, all wild colors and stuff like that. Very, very sweet looking, I must say myself. And
Mate, I love that video. I love
oh, my wife puts it on every once in a while, man. I'm damn the dance. I dance first. I'm break dancing to some Run DMC, and then he says, "Oh, I'll dance." He says, "I'll dance to your music," and he goes to dance and does the spin around, shuffling around like Sammy Davis Jr. And I pick up the boombox and completely bust it in half, hardway it over his head, you know. And oh my God, they went nuts. He takes a bump. And I don't know who hurt worse, me or my heart for having to hit him with that thing. But it was crazy. It was crazy. Yeah.
Hey, look what happened to him. He's dead now.
Oh, my God. You're going to tell me I killed him. I may have killed the business, but I didn't kill the guy.
Yeah, I remember wrestling Rocky in New Zealand in the mid-'70s. When I went back to New Zealand to do TV. And I wrestled his father-in-law, the High Chief Peter Marvere, in the '60s.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now, we had someone send this in.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Fred.
No, I remember seeing Rocky when I was a young kid on a cover of a bodybuilding magazine. Dan Lurie was the Joe Weider of the East Coast of the United States. And they got him poolside with another bodybuilder. And before I even knew about him in the wrestling and that stuff, and he was poolside doing the photo shoot with a beautiful girl, you know. And then I see him, I says, "Brother, I watched you when I was a kid on the magazines," you know. Crazy.
Hey, Fred, you've got to give us
Yes.
your gimmick when you first come into WWF. What they wanted you to do, the singing and the ooh, ooh.
Oh yeah, Strongbow. We're up in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Spot show. He comes out, big man. Vince wants you to take in. You know, when you go out today, he goes. They want to the ring. They want you to. You know that song, "When the Moon Hits Your Eye Like a Big Pizza Pie." I says, "Yeah, I know the song." He says, "Vince wants you to go out there in front of the crowd and sing that song. What a rib! Go out there. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, it's amore." What a rib! I got all the boys at the curtain watching me do that. They pulled the rib on me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
I was there.
Yeah.
I
I should have been on a gondola boat pushing it down the road.
Yeah.
Someone put this in here real quick. Gilberg, the third Bushwhacker.
Gilberg, the third Bushwhacker.
Right?
Yeah.
How did that gimmick fall on you, Gilbert?
Hey, Gilbert's waxed a bush in his day.
I'll tell you, man.
Oh yeah.
But today most of them are shaved.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know how to follow that question.
No, what did you say there, mate, about the Bushwhacker gimmick? Vince said to us when Butch, "I'd like to make your baby faces." And Butch got up and leaned over the desk. His nose was about a foot away from Vince, and he said, "If you can make these heads baby faces, go for it." And he says, "Check out the noggins on my top baby faces: Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake, Hulk Hogan. They're not the prettiest."
Oh my God!
Then he said, "I want you to be between the Bushwhackers." He said, "I want you to be between the sheep herders and the Moondogs." And when we got home, Butch says, "Hey, the Moondogs have been on TV for 4 or 5 years on USA, and we've been on for 10 years off and on TBS." He says, "Let's create something different." And hence we came up with the gimmick. It took us about a week to put it together, going to the ring, and when we started doing house shows in WWE, or WWF.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, me and Quake love working with Luke and Butch because they were so smooth. Because it was like both of them working as one. They just are such a fountain of knowledge and work so good, and together they were just, what I'm saying, there was like the other one knew what the other one was thinking. It's just incredible when they were in the ring.
I'd rather be the heel, mate.
Yeah. Well, I'm the big sheep herder fan. Okay, a little blood and guts never hurt nobody.
Those days, we could make the people stand up and then sit them down, and then let the babyface shine a bit, and people would start cheering, and then cut them off, and then let them come back for the big one at the end of the night. And it was good to be able to control the people like that.
Oh,
you know what a smart man once told me? He says, "Funny never made no money." You ever heard that?
I can't say that. Funny made me a lot of money, brother.
Well, you're the exception to the rule.
Well, and speaking of that, how did you feel about the Gilberg persona?
Somebody here asked me, let me see, how I feel about the pyro. Was there any heat with Goldberg? Yeah, there was a lot of heat with Goldberg. He don't like me at all.
But what did you mind doing that gimmick?
You you guys know. You know more than I do.
If he's got an issue, you can give him a tissue, okay?
Did you enjoy doing it, mate?
Excuse me?
Did you enjoy doing that gimmick?
I loved it. I really did. It was a ball.
It was easy.
I loved it. It was good, easy.
Oh yeah, it was great. It was great. That's why I came up with it, man. Come on.
That's why you're still here now.
Yes, sir.
They remember characters, and we're all characters.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's it. And who knows the characters?
Give us a tugboat.
There you go.
There you go. I blow my own horn.
Steve-O here actually posted the link for YouTube for the dance-off video. So,
Steve, he's a good guy.
Yep.
Time, though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
If you want to check that out.
Hey, can you guys hear the, I guess it's the host?
Me?
Yeah, he's waving to us.
1 second.
I can't hear him at all.
Okay, 1 second.
but I can't hear him.
Boom. Can you hear me now?
Second link.
No.
Actual video dance off.
Hey,
I hear you.
Okay. It worked before. I jumped out and back in, and the guy could suddenly hear me, so I thought I would try
I
it.
hear him now. I hear you now.
Yeah.
Beautiful. There we go.
Excellent.
Okay.
I saw you just going. You were like,
Yeah, I'm practicing my mime. I'm practicing my mime. I'm gonna get in trouble for that.
Inappropriate. You're like inappropriate, Fred.
That's it. Luke, what was your greatest memory of the Fanatics versus Sheepherders feud?
The Fantastics, we had a big feud that went on for about 9 months. But the one that we took all around the country too was Steve Kerr and Stan Lane, the fabulous ones. We started that feud in about 82, and then we're still doing it in different territories in 86. We're in NWA. In 86, still doing that same, working with them, different territories before WWE.
Yep. I remember that.
Yeah, but of course the two little guys, Fantastics, Bobby Fulton and Tommy Rogers, God bless his soul. Boy, they were little guys with big hearts, and that character those matches were great, and that the one in the Superdome in the Crockett Cup in 86, they gave us a 5 stars for that match. It was a boomer.
Excellent. One more quick question. Who was your favorite flag bearer as the Sheepherders?
Oh, I guess Johnny Ace.
Nice.
We had Rip Morgan, which was Butch's nephew. Butch was his uncle, and he went on to be with Jack Britton, Jack Victory. They went on to be a tag team in WCW. Yeah. We had both Jack Victory as our manager. We had Rip Morgan and Johnny Ace.
Very nice.
One day I was in the ring, and that, I tell you, Dusty put him with us to groom him, and that he hadn't been in the ring yet working, and he was with us for 2 years, I guess, in NWA for a year and a half, 2 years.
Nice.
One night I'm in the ring. We used to rib him all the time. Rib him because he was a young kid. And this night I got in the ring and he was holding the flag up. When he took it down, I said, "Hold these." I took my teeth out and put it in his hand. He hit me with the flagpole in front of the fans.
Oh my God!
We used to do all kinds of different things.
Well,
he ended up better than all of us. He was Vince's right-hand man from 2000 to 2012.
Yeah, he was.
Well, Gilberg, what are your thoughts of the Toxic Turtle?
The Toxic Turtles were something that actually Barry and I carried up there for like 6 months doing TVs, and we're scared to bring them out. And Barry was in doing a match, and I said, "Hell with it, I'm gonna put them on," because we had them made just to try and get another gimmick to try and get a job. And I put one on and just went out in the locker room. I believe you guys were in the locker room. I just started dancing around, and I spun around like a break dance move on the thing, and stop with my elbow like this, laying on the ground. And there was a pair of feet in front of me, and I went, "Uh-oh!" And I got up. It was Vince. He said, "You got another one?" I said, "Oh no." First he said, "Who's underneath there?" And I took the mask off, and he started laughing and goes, "I should have known." And he goes, "You got another one?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Okay." And he looked around. He goes, "You and you're wrestling, I guess, the Turtles next." And I said, "We can't because Barry's in the ring." He goes, "Well, I suggest you dress him quick when he gets back." So that's how the Turtles did their deal. That quick. Boom.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Gilbert, I wrestled Barry about 3 years ago.
Did you really?
Yeah, in northern part of New York.
Oh, yeah. Up around Rochester?
Yes, I wrestled him.
Yeah, that was his home for a while there. Now he's in Florida.
Is he? Like I am too. Hey, all us dinosaurs are down here.
Old
I'm
folks
getting
home.
ready to.
Christopher Kelly mentioned, he goes, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't all three of you in the gimmick battle royal at WrestleMania 17?
Yeah.
I was supposed to be, but they pulled me as my number was counting down. I was standing behind the curtain, and Bruce Pritchard stood in front of me. And you remember, Tugboat, because you and Earthquake were going to let me clothesline both of you over the top rope. Remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
And you were in the ring waiting for me, and they stopped me. I mean, it was like 5, 4, 3, 2, and they said, nope, you can't go.
I put out the gobbledygoober, and Quake put me out.
Yep.
All I remember, we were the first ones to march out to the ring.
Oh.
Yeah, they pulled me at the
Oh, my
very
God.
last second.
Oh, man.
my God, yeah.
Here's a question from John. Ask Fred how he got the nickname Inappropriate Fred.
Oh, John Crawler, you booger. Because I am inappropriate. I am proud of it. And don't be judgmental, because I won't judge you. And you never can tell what could come out of my mouth. Okay. Like I've had about 150 concussions, so my brain's like fried eggs anyway. So, like I said, it's like a BB in a boxcar up there. My brain, I got one brain cell left, and I got no feelings. So there you go.
Excellent.
That's one thing, we can't hurt them, can we?
No.
This one's for Fred
Somebody
again.
wants to try on the Shockmaster.
They said thank you for letting him try it on. Yeah, they said they got to. And you have a heart of gold and are looking great.
Well, I got I carry that whenever I do the signings, and I take the original helmet and bring it with me, And I was at WrestleCon in Orlando for WrestleMania, and I'm there signing, and I got the helmet on the table, and the cameraman that was in the truck at Bash at the Beach was there. Okay, when I was there, and he comes up and he goes, he looks and he goes, "How did you get that?" He says, "You were there. It was live. Okay, thanks to my brother-in-law. Oh, you're gonna wear this about a half an hour before you got to go out there. That you can't see out of sparkly shit's coming in my face. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me." But it's been great. I've got 2 great figures that are out, and I have got every time we do like a WrestleCon or something like that. I had a guy from Japan when we were in New Orleans a couple years ago show up. He had a breakaway wall folded up under his arm, and he had the whole outfit on. So hey, imitation is the best, sincerest form of flattery. So God bless them all. I mean, I get stuff from England and other countries over there where guys are cosplaying as the Shockmaster.
Hey, that was the longest running gimmick ever.
Uncle Fred. Yeah, Uncle Fred.
That is awesome.
My God.
Luke, what are your recollections of the beer bottle breaking over Piper's head and you drinking it?
Hey, those days, we ran with Piper and Martel for about 1.25 years in the Northwest Territories, from the top of California up to Vancouver. And that's where we did the big Butch broke it, and then Piper came back and did it, and that, and it cut his forehead. The beer and the blood were running together. But we did
oh my God.
great business.
Oh, man. I got one more here, too. Gilberg, were you nervous about the parody gimmick, considering Goldberg was such a massive character? Were you nervous of the backlash?
No, not at all. Not at all. I was doing how this all came about was I was doing it on the independents because I had gotten injured down in WCW and wasn't really wrestling. I was just coming back, and I was making fun of everybody. Like I did the Underfaker, I did Stone Cold, I wore pool swimmies I made braces out of and came out with a walker and everything. Stone Cold.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was making fun of everybody, man. And I was telling Paul Bear Kane this in the locker room. And actually, Paul Bear is the reason I'm Gilbert, because I guess he went back and told him, because When I told him about Gilbert, he goes, "Oh, Dwayne Gill, you may have something there, boy." And 3 days later, I got a call. "Hey, so I understand you do this Gilberg thing. We're going to try it out on Raw." Okay.
No pressure.
But that's
No
the basis of this
pressure at all.
business. Having fun. If you don't enjoy what you're doing, and some gimmicks are more of a rib than they are, anything else. But if you enjoy what you do and you own it, that's the biggest part, and the fans respect that. I think you got the purists, the armchair quarterbacks.
Vince did a lot of gimmicks.
It was supposed to be a one-time thing only. It was only supposed to go over one time. And when I come through that curtain afterwards, everybody was standing there clapping and laughing and had tears running down their face. And the next week they said, "Brother, you're Gilbert now. You ain't Dwayne Gill anymore."
Oh yeah,
that went over huge.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
They said, "And your losing streak starts." I'm like, "Man, I just won the title. I don't want to lose it." And they're like, "Nah. The beauty is you're going to wrestle heavyweight. You're light heavyweight champion." Aha! I can never lose my title.
Oh,
nice.
my God.
I know we got one more here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Luke.
Sorry, Vince put a lot of gimmicks. Well, a handful of gimmicks on people's head ribs. And I think the Dusty one was started as a rib. The Dusty Rhodes with the polka dots. But
oh, yeah.
He got it over. That gobbledygooker, that was the dentist. What's his name? Kane.
Oh, yeah.
But it was a few, I think, he put on people's ribs. Terry Taylor, the Rooster.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
He hated that.
How about Abe Knuckleball Schwartz? You remember that? The brawler, Abe Knuckleball Schwartz.
Yeah.
The baseball head.
Abe Knuckleball Schwartz. That was off the baseball. He's off the Warriors, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh.
If you look at the movie Warriors, the baseballies in it were exactly the same.
Oh, yeah, the baseballies. Yeah, I remember that now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Excellent. Quick question for Luke. Doesn't Luke hold the shortest time in a battle royal? You were walked down and thrown out.
I think someone beat it. They beat it after that.
I think it was me, wasn't it? I think I did. Remember, I walked in and looked up and went, and Edge pushed me over in the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking across the ring.
Because you walked straight across the ring and out the other side.
Yeah,
that was Miami, wasn't it, Luke? It was Miami.
I don't know, but it was Earthquake that grabbed me as I got up to the apron and he took me right across the ring and put me out. I think you came up and went out on the same side, Gilbert.
Yeah.
Anyhow, that kept me alive because they played that on every year for the Royal Rumble. Up to 2 years ago, they played that in the promo for the Rumble.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's like I was in the one battle royal. Everybody picked me up when I walked in. If you remember correctly, I walked in, everybody looked over, and I was going, and everybody pressed me and threw me out of the damn ring.
They were scared of you.
I was hired by a lot of independent promoters. To do the same gimmick in their Rumble.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Someone brought up a question here, though. Luke, what were some of the things you used to eat and spit all over the place? Was it sardines?
Yep.
Yes, it
was.
Yeah, there was a lot of food. Some of them tasted terrible, but that was our gimmick. Woman used to say, "Oh, you stick of sardines," and we hadn't even eaten any. We go to the ring and we'd stop and sort of rub a head with the plant, and the woman there, the girl, she'd go, "Oh, you stink of sardines." We hadn't even touched any sardines or been near them. But the videos we did with the Vince and that, we were eating sardines with our hands out of cans. We'd go to a fish market and eat sardines, we were there and they weren't even cooked. And we bit into them and that was rough. That's where we spat them out.
Okay, here's a question.
You remember, you would always eat the sardines and all before you would wrestle, me and Barry. Well, one time there was an area where there was two curtains and we had to wait in between, and Barry had ate a whole bunch of mozzarella sticks and had gas real bad. And we knew you guys were getting ready to come. We're getting ready to go to the ring, and Barry had let loose, man. And you guys come through and we're like, oh, here comes the sardines. And then you walked in the curtain and you went, oh, wow, mate, don't be doing that in the ring or I have to leave your ass sat there.
Crazy.
Oh my God.
It was bad, man. It
Oh.
was bad.
Well, here's one for all three of you. Who trained you guys? Like, where did you come in? How did you come up?
Me,
very hard.
Boris Malenko trained me. Boris Malenko, one of my favorite heels when I was a kid.
He trained quite a few people, didn't he, Fred?
He trained. Well, oh my God. 1, 2, 3 kid. You know, he's one that came out of there.
His son.
His son. Both Dean and Jody. They helped when I was breaking in. I started in Fort Lauderdale and moved to Tampa. Al Perez.
Yeah.
What do you call it? Oh my God! You just talked about him a little while ago. Taker's alter ego.
Oh, you're talking about Kane.
Yeah, Kane was trained by him. Kane got trained by him also.
How did you start?
I started in Fort Lauderdale. Somebody told me about him because the Kangaroos used to come when they were working there for Florida Championship Wrestling, and I was like high school, just graduating from high school, and they come in and say I was powerlifting and that stuff, and I wrestled amateur and played football and that stuff, and they go, they kept coming in. He says, "Man, you ever thought about doing this? You ever thought about that?" I says, "Nah." I says, "You know, I like it. And I was still wrestling a little bit amateur with some guys at that point, but." He told me, he says, well, you know, Malenko has a school, and, you know, up in Fort Lauderdale that he does on the weekends. So I went up there to audit it, you know, go up and check and see what it was about. And I went up there, and I liked it, and I started training there. And I wound up coming to Tampa and moving up here so that I could train 5-6 days a week. Plus, I trained once or twice a day, you know, so it was all, and I mean, great guys. I mean, unbelievable guys. Ricky Santana came out of there. I mean, there was just a ton of guys that he trained. And like I said, I watched him on TV, and at 17, I went with my wrestling buddies and football buddies to my first live event at Miami Beach Convention Center, where they used to film the Jackie Gleason show. And I seen the Briscoes, the Funks, you know, Louis Tillette was there, you know, I seen a young Andre, skinny Andre for Andre, you know, I mean, guys like that. I mean, Dusty Rhodes, yes, baby, you know what I'm saying? The power, the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour, baby. Dusty Rhodes, the American dream, you know, I've been watching since I'm 9-10 years old, and I've always loved the business, but, you know, that was my first taste.
That is excellent. Fred, is there something besides your speaker? Because we can hear a clicking.
I know. I was wondering what the deal was. That's better. It was, the microphone was.
Oh. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Hey, Rob, I got to
Yes.
get it, man. Mama's screaming, dinner's ready.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much for stopping in.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my pleasure, man. Thank you for having me, guys. I really appreciate the hell out of it.
You got it. Have a good night.
You got it, Luke. Tugboat, take it easy, brother. Okay. Wherever you went.
See ya.
See y'all later, bro.
See you, mate.
That's awesome. So, Luke. Oh, wait. Guess who's back?
Did he have to come back?
Oh, I thought he'd never leave. We're having a Gilberg.
Oh, he
I
said
love
Fred's
him.
not here. I'm gone.
Oh my God. He says, I'm getting the hell out of here while I have the chance.
Actually, I think it was something about being yelled at, you know.
Oh my God. I don't know.
Yeah, we said bye. Thanks for coming back, Fred. I'm so sorry about that.
No, not at all. I was trying to figure out the problem. I had my chain on, so it may hit the microphone may have been leaning against that or short or something.
I bet you that's what it was.
Yeah.
Excellent. So
I'm technically special. Okay, that's all I can say. It's inappropriate what I would say.
Well, just smile and nod.
Yes.
Yep.
My happy place.
Luke, we didn't get an answer from you yet. How did you train? How did you come up?
How do I get in the business? Next door neighbor was a bodybuilder. I was only 15 at the time, and 15, and he was second in Mr. New Zealand, and the judge was a former Mr. New Zealand turned promoter. He became a wrestling promoter, and he said to my neighbor after he was placed second in the show, "Do you want to make some money with that body?" So he went to he started going to the gym. It was about 8 miles away from our home, and after about 6 months, he took me with him there. And now the gym was like in the first Rocky movies. The ring was two boxing rings, about 6 inches to a foot off the floor. The bottom of it was like hard as the floor you got here. Of course, 4 ropes. There was only 2 machines there. Well, not machines, racks. There was a squat rack and a bench press. And all the rest were solid dumbbells laying around the floor. Nothing stacked, nothing on racks or anything. It was just everything was thrown there. An old steam room at the back, and the pipes are rattling. Anyhow, I was only about 160, 170 then. And I trained for about 6 months in that ring. I'd never been to a show yet. And then I went to they had a wrestling show in my hometown, the Wellington with the Capitol. And I went to that, and then we had someone in town. I think it was the Destroyer. You know, a guy would come out for a month at a time. So we went there, and then the next day we did a town called Palmerston North, about 100 miles from the Capitol. And I went with my neighbor, and one of the guys never turned up in the first match. And next minute I had a pair of boots thrown to me. They asked me, "What size is your shoe?" A pair of boots were thrown to me. I had a pair of jeans on, and they threw me a tank top. Now, don't ask me what happened in the match. It was a blur. But that was my first time, second time ever to a wrestling match, first time in a ring. And it was 1962.
Yes, the Birdman's here. Koko, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. I can't believe you got Luke out there He's lying his butt off right now.
Yeah. How you doing, mate?
Oh, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, man.
Coco's been down to New Zealand. Yeah. He was down on a tour with us one time.
Well, I'll come back.
Yeah, I got food poisoning in New Zealand there.
Stop it. Stop it.
Really. I had some cocktail shrimp down there one night, and man, I got sick as a dog the whole tour.
Oh,
I remember you liking Rotorua with the smell of the sulfur. Rotorua. Remember the sulfur smell?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Guys, give me 1 second. I just have to step out to use the bathroom real quick, but I've got someone that's going to step in for me, okay?
Oh
You
my
just
God.
step out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he got diarrhea.
Take a
Okay.
snatch at the same time.
Hey, go
You
take
feel a big blast when you're sliding into first.
Go take a slide.
Exactly. Be right back.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Big Fred's been telling some stories, Koko.
Is that right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh my.
I remember. I just remembered him. First time I met him was in Tennessee. We bought that up. It was Lawler's kid.
Yeah, Brian.
Jeff, and what's the name?
Jeff Jarrett.
And the other kid?
Shoot. The blonde-haired, curly hair. Oh my God.
Dead. You know him.
I can't even remember right now.
The kid who was
He worked up in
young,
WWE.
a hell of a worker, Koko. In Jarrett's territory when Jeff first started.
Tommy Rich?
No.
No.
Small
He
guy.
tagged with Jeff when Jeff was starting. God, I can't believe
He's dead. He died about 15 or 20 years ago. That's
Tommy
the first
Rich?
time I saw. Here's two
No,
guys.
no.
Here's two guys. 400 750 pounds against two guys less than 400 pounds.
Talking about Billy
Travis. Billy Travis. That's who he's talking about. Billy Travis.
Billy Travis.
He was tagging with Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, me and Billy Travis, we ran up and down the road together also. What a he was a hell of a guy.
Yeah, and a hell of a worker.
Jerry had put him together with Jeff. You know, they take care of Jeff because he's make sure he was okay and everything like that. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, I think Mr. Slash, is he back?
No. Rob the Slob, we've got a new guy there.
Yeah, my name's Dr. Steve-O.
How you doing, Fred? He's the evil one, buddy. Excellent.
Hey, Doctor, I want to ask you one thing, Doctor. Are you familiar with this coronavirus? Did you have something to do with it?
Maybe.
That's what I figured.
He's asking for $1 quadrillion, right?
Yeah, actually, that's totally correct. Yeah, I created the virus and I was going to take over the world, but now I'm not allowed to leave my house. So it kind of backfired on me,
He's got those eyes, Fred. He's got those eyes, mate.
Yes. Hey, you should see Mini-Me. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Fred, are you still in Nashville?
No. I'm fixing to take a load of stuff up by probably Wednesday up to the new house up in Centerville.
Oh yeah, okay. How's the one?
It's good. My brother-in-law's been building a deck on the back and that, but they got a tornado went through there today. Did you get any of that?
We just getting the rain right now.
They had winds of 70 miles an hour from Dixon over across, and they were there was hail also.
Do you see that? Hey, did you see that, Koko? Someone's asking you a question about wrestling and NWC for TC Martin.
Oh my God, that's I can't even remember that, man. I done slept so many times since then, Luke.
That's 1995. You wrestled Honky Tonk Man, and you were also in a Battle Royal the same night.
At the Aladdin in Vegas.
The Ultimate Warrior was a no-show.
Oh my God.
Okay. It's all coming back to me now. Like I said, Luke, I think I'm a lot older than you right now.
Yeah, it was a fan that asked that question, mate. Did you see it on your screen?
Yeah, it popped up, but it was so tiny. That's why I'm putting the glasses on. Look, this is the first time the fans see me with the glasses on.
Hey, well, you can see my nose. It's a Roman nose. It's a Roman nose. It runs all over my face.
Whoa!
Oh my God. Oh.
Hey, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Hey, Koko, beware. We got you over here. I hear you've got a bit of a knee issue.
Yes, I have. In fact, finally got a chance to get into the hospital on May 11th. I'm going in, and they're gonna put me a whole knee replacement in there, man. And I think another fellow, his name is Greg Godwin. He's got me a GoFundMe deal up, and so that's been going pretty good. But man, I want you guys to share that with others and stuff like that, man, because
Oh, I know I have, yeah.
So you've got a GoFundMe page happening, right? Do you have the address for us?
It just GoFundMe Koko Beware, and it'll come right up.
Oh, cool. We'll help take care of that.
Okay.
I recently saw a video, Koko, of you presenting Kamala with an electronic scooter. I mean, that touched my heart. I mean, that was just fantastic.
Well, it touched my heart a lot more. I just say a lot more than anybody, because we was real close, and I just at the time that he was kind of down, and I mean he was really down and stuff like that, and and of course his insurance gave him just a manual wheelchair. And Kamala, he has a lower barn behind his home that he wanted to go down there and check things out, but he had this hill. He had to go down and heal. He had to come back up, and that manual wheelchair just wasn't going to get the job done. So, man, God just blessed me in so many ways. I ran across somebody that had an electric wheelchair for sale, and I bought it right then. And I bought it, and I took it to Kamala, and man, man, you talking about a kid with a new toy, man. It was just tears. I mean, his wife she was crying and I was crying, and just when I pulled it off the trailer and they were sitting in the garage, him and his wife. It was a real nice summer day and stuff. And
yeah,
I said, hey, James, why don't let's trade places? Let's trade vehicles. And man, I put it like that. He said, man, what? I said, okay. So he hopped over in the electric, and I got into his manual chair, and man, he took off, and I showed him how to work it. And he took off, man. You talking about, man, some tears of joy, man, were just like, man, it was just oh my God, I got so overwhelmed over that, man. That was the shoot. I mean, it wasn't no work. I didn't do it just for work. In fact, he the one put it out on Facebook and all of that, and told everybody about it and stuff like that. You know what? That's just where I am. I mean, if I can help, I want to help. We need to help. We need to help all of us. Because you never know when we are down. Talk about the people that we know and stuff like that. If you can get to them and stuff like that, let's help them. Let's join in and help them and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hey, Koko, that was very emotional.
Yes, it was,
Yeah.
Luke. I mean, I'll tell you, man, when I talked to James, in fact, I just talked to him a day ago, and he's doing really, really super, super good since they put that pacemaker around his heart and stuff like that.
Oh, man, God bless, man.
He's been going to different places, him and his wife. I'm talking about, and I want to take my hat off to some of the guys that donated some money for James to pay his house off, because he was kind of in trouble with the tax people. But you know what? I'm talking about the boys came through and they took care. Yeah. They took care of that. And James don't owe one red penny on his home. And man, he can just man, he just living his dream and living the day, man. He don't have to ask nobody for anything at all now, because he was down in the dumps, and when he cried, I cried, because he was like,
yeah,
he was kind of like you, Fred. He was kind of like you, Luke. We was all on the road together, and man, we just
I even remember him working in Jarrett's territory before he even went to WWE.
Yeah.
He's such a good guy, James is, man.
Yeah.
What about the other guy? What about the other big guy they make Kamala too? He's dead now. The guy that sold watches in WWE, the Rolexes in WWE.
Talking about Plowboy?
Plowboy Frazier.
They had him painted up as Kamala too. Oh boy.
Yeah, Uncle Elmer.
Oh my God.
That's what they call him.
Oh my God.
That was ridiculous.
Oh.
Or was that one man gang?
No, Plowboy Frazier.
No. Plowboy Frazier.
That's
gang
the
was
one
he got married on the TV there.
Yeah. Jerry did an angle with against them both, where they both fought each other. And God bless him, Plowboy's work. You know what he could do.
Oh yeah, he was just he probably done it. His best job, his best move was selling watches and all that stuff. But his best move,
I got some stories to tell on him, but it'll take too long.
Oh, that and the cowboy boots.
He was Plowboy was a piece of work. God bless him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I really thank Cloudboy too, because he kind of helped me get in, that broke the ice in the business myself, because he used to live in my hometown, Union City, Tennessee, and he came in there selling furniture and try to have putting on a wrestling show on Thursday night, and he finally got a hold of Jerry Lawler, and Jerry Lawler wanted to take a look at me and stuff like that, and that's how I really got. I made my way to success through Uncle Elmer.
That was a mistake.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I know it. I know it. That's why, you know, that's why I want to get you guys out of New Zealand, man, because, you know.
Hey,
man, y'all.
I don't want to tell the story about Yuma.
Oh, forget it. Forget it.
Yuma, Arizona. That's what.
Oh my God. Luke, there's some things you gotta. Luke, do I have to call Butch? Do I really have to call Butch on you?
I have to shut my mouth about that one.
Yes. Hey, I'm telling you, you can't tell everything now.
Hey, it's like them people. Everybody wants to write a book, right? They want you to write a book, and I'm like, the stuff they want to know about. You got to protect people's families. You know, they all want to know the dirt. You know.
Now I'm going to tell. I got one to tell, a story to tell. God bless them. They're both dead. It's, Kerry Von Erich and Ultimate Warrior. We'd done San Francisco, and the next day we're doing Sacramento. That's about an hour 10-minute run, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, we're all at the arena in Sacramento. The Warrior, and of course, he always had Kerry with him because the Warrior was in their dad's territory for a while. So they arrive at the show in Sacramento. They've got in the limousine. They've got a kid or a guy, a limousine driver with them, and that. We do the show. After the show, they leave. Now, this is third party telling it. They go on their way back. They pull out a bottle of GHB, the powder, and they're in the back, and they take a scoop each and put it in their water and drink it. And the kid, the driver in the front, of course, he's in a suit, a tuxedo, whatever, and he says, "What's that?" And they says, "It's just a little relaxant." And that. Now, this GHB you're supposed to take when you go to bed at night because it's supposed to burn fat and what have you. It's supposed to burn fat and help you with your
with the sleep, right?
Yeah, to sleep and build your hormone or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyhow.
Yeah.
So they give it. So the guy says, I've taken everything, and angel dust, coke. He goes through all the stuff. You know, the heavy stuff too. He shot up. Everything. Heroin. Blah blah blah. So they give him some water and they put it in his glass. Put it in the front. And he's driving. All of a sudden, the car's just swerving around over the road. So they tell him to stop. They pull him out of the seat. And they put him in the back, and now he's hard as a rock to move into the back, and he poos his pants while they put him in the back. You know what I mean? Pulls his pants up. So the ultimate driver, the ultimate warrior gets in and drives it with Kerry in the front. Now they're driving, and they're going on the radio and hearing the company sending out jobs to other limousines and blah blah blah. They drive back to San Francisco. Meanwhile, they find out where the boss's home is, who owns the company. They drive around to the boss's place. Now, this is midnight, 1 a.m, and they put this guy out who's passed out on the front lawn with his pants full of food and they take off. In the morning, the guy wakes up, sees this guy in the front yard, and fucking calls up the office in Connecticut because he doesn't know where his car is. So,
oh my God!
The office has to get hold of the Warrior, and the Warrior tells them where he left it at the airport, and that was pretty heavy. Real the driver, huh? leaving him on the front yard of his boss with his pants full of shit.
There was a lot of ribs with that stuff.
Yeah,
Well, speaking of ribs, all of you have worked with Owen Hart, yes?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Has he gotten any of you guys in certain ways?
Oh, well, he got a lot of other people.
No.
I'd known the family since in the 70s. 72. He never got me, but he got a lot of guys. But the Hart family were known for ribs. They were heavy ribs. Up in Calgary, a lot of them.
Oh.
Where Dynamite and Davy Boy started all their ribs up there.
Oh.
In
They
the
were
late
heavy. The rib.
Did they get you, Koko, or you, Fred?
No,
Yeah,
no.
you have to talk to the Nasty Boys about the Owen Hart, man, because they gave the Nasty Boys hell. Oh my God, they ribbed every night.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. We've got a fan of yours, Koko, asking about how the bird gimmick happened.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, well, how it happened? It just I was the Birdman already. I didn't have a parrot, and I just had birds on my tights and stuff like that. So when I had a meeting with Vince McMahon in 1987, he asked me there after the conversation was all over with, and he asked me to say, Koko, do you have anything else that you'd like to add to your gimmick? And my wife already told me, she said, at the time, God bless her heart, she's deceased now. She said she took a Polaroid picture of this bird out of a pet store. She said, if this thing comes up, you mentioned that. And I forgot about it, but some kind of way, Vince I don't know how he came up with it. What a brilliant mind, a genius that he was back in the day and stuff like that. He would just come up with all kind of angles for the boys, man. And but he just said, when he asked me that, I turned around and said, oh my God, I forgot the whole thing, man. He said, what is that? I said, I showed him this picture of this blue and gold macaw bird, and he said, oh my God, I can't believe it. Oh my God. So now we have a snake, we have a dog, we have a dragon, now we have a bird. Say, Koko, you want to take this bird all over everywhere you're going, because you're gonna be going everywhere, man. You're gonna be all over. I said, you know what, Vince, this is part of my gimmick. If I have this bird with me, that will put me over with all my little kids out there. They will love the Birdman, and that way I can stay up there like the Bushwhackers, like Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant. I could be up there with them and stuff like that, even like you, Fred, and stuff like that, man. Because when I went up there, it was like the land of the giants, and I think I was the little midget back then. I mean, now we got a ton of them up there now, but I was a little midget. But the land of the giants was way taller, way bigger, and everything for the little bird, man. So I had to have something different from anybody to really, really make it in the WWE. I mean, back then, because and that's how the gimmick really got started. It was just through that. Through my wife helping me and stuff like that, and that's where I became the Birdman, Koko B. Ware, stuff like that, and that's where Frank and then Bobby Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon, they're the ones that kind of came up with the names. Said, Koko, what do you want to name this bird? I said, I don't know, I don't have no idea. And he said, then Bobby said, well, what about Frankie and Johnny? Which one was? I said, Koko, can you tell if this bird here is this a male bird or what? Is it a male or female? So then Bobby Heenan said, well, it don't really matter. Frankie can go as a female, and Johnny can go as a female, or they can go as a male. I said, yeah, you're right. So but that's what's really kicked my bird off, man. Was working with WWE. I had the name. But when I had the conversation with Vince, oh my God, they just took me over the bridge, man. I'm talking about over the hill, and stuff like that, you know. And I guess I've been rolling down the hill ever since. I never got back up.
That was a great gimmick, mate. A great gimmick. I know you had to carry the bird around with you, but that really lifted you right up.
Yes, it was totally different from anything, you know. And I thank Vince for letting me do my own gimmick. Now, I guess the guys up there now, you can't do your own gimmick now, you know. But back then, you came up with a real nice gimmick, and he loved it. He absolutely said, "Koko, I love it. I love this gimmick. We would do whatever we can for you, you know, for this gimmick." He said, "What an ideal! Oh my God, what an ideal!"
And you killed it with the gimmick. I mean, it was fantastic. Every time your music hits, you come out with the bird, Frankie. It was fantastic. You had the crowd going. You had me going. It's great.
You know,
thanks a
we
lot.
started out with the music called the Bird by the Mars Day and the Time, and then but Mars Day and the Time they had a song called "Got a Brand New Dance." It's called the Bird, you know, and you know everybody was dancing to that, and then you know what, Mars Day Company called the office and said, "Hey, if for y'all gonna play our music, you're gonna have to give us some kind of money and all that stuff." And really, they wasn't even pushing the Bird. They was pushing Jungle Love on their album, and you know, and they just kind of knocked them. They was making money off of the Bird song, you know. And I wanted, and where I really got the idea, where my wife come up with the idea, we went to this Purple Rain and saw Mars Day and the Time. They was on the stage doing the bird dance, and she said, "Honey, you could take this bird dance and go to the wrestling. You can get everybody doing it. You get your parrot and all that stuff." So you know, it was just it was her idea that helped me. I was already the bird man, but just putting that bird, that live bird, in my gimmick and stuff like that in my life. And that's what helped me got over with all the little kids, because they wanted to see Andre the Giant. They wanted to see Hulk Hogan. They wanted to see Fred. Fred. They what I can't even think. You'll give me a name now. Yeah, they wanted to see all of that. They want to see the Bushwhackers and all that stuff. But they also they want to see that little bird man. You know, they come out with the parrot and stuff like that. You know. And I tell you, I'm gonna say this right quick. The first time we was in Madison Square Garden in New York City, I was so excited about being in New York City, and still working in the Madison Square Garden the first time. I'm going out there with Mike Sharp, bless his heart. You know, he's gone on to heaven and stuff like that. And I want, and then when I came out, Mike was already in the ring. When I came out, some kind of way, I had Frankie on my finger. And man, I got the flap in my arms a little bit too hard, and Frankie flew off and kind of landed over in the crowd, and the people was going, and I never did notice that he came off my finger, and I just kept dancing, coming down the aisle, dancing, went around the ring, and everybody said, "Koko, you forgot your bird. Your bird is on the floor walking around."
My God.
Oh my God.
Hey, Koko, at least it proves it wasn't a dummy bird. It was a real bird.
Yeah,
exactly. And so, well, that was the ice. That what broke the ice in New York City for me, and having Frankie out there for the first time and stuff like that. But ever since then, I made sure I held on, because you know the people they was laughing. They was, oh my God, they wanted to help get the bird up, but they was kind of afraid of the bird, and they was just moving out of their seats and stuff. And Frankie just walking down the little aisle and stuff by himself, you know.
That's incredible stuff. Once again, because I missed it, I apologize. I had to do a bathroom run, but that GoFundMe, that is all set up. So now I know where I can go to help Koko. If guys out there, make sure you log on, sign up, and help this iconic person right here. the Birdman
Yeah,
himself.
Luke, why don't you spend some of that New Zealand money, brother?
Hey, it's worth it. Hey, one American dollar is worth about 1.5 to more than that in New Zealand. The dollar over there is worthless.
Oh my God, yeah. Well, we'll just stick with your American money, mate.
Oh my God.
Now, someone in here mentioned about your singing, Koko. Apparently, you're a huge karaoke person.
Mate,
Well, you know what?
Koko
You know what?
can sing, play the piano. He's an entertainer, musical entertainer.
Yeah, I started out with my dad. He had his quartet group and stuff like that, and he learned me how to play the guitar a little bit, and he sang in the choir. In fact, I still play guitar in my church here in Collierville, Tennessee, at New Shelby Baptist Church. Well, we can't go to church right now because the quarantine and all that stuff now. So we just kind of been laying back at home. But you know what? I just turned my life over and stuff like that, man. I just give him the glory and everything now.
Excellent. Now, we lost Fred. I think he dropped feed accidentally. Luke, how can people find you, follow you? What's your social address?
My website is bushwhackerluke.com. There's just a new page. The old site is just taken down right before this happened, but you can go there, check me out for t-shirts. I have a Hall of Fame belt made. You can check it out. And a lot of photos on that site, plus Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram is Bushwhacker Luke.
Excellent. Luke, thanks so much for being here. I'm going to slowly get rid of everybody as we go, okay? So we will talk to you very soon. Have a great afternoon.
Awesome, brother.
Nice. That was awesome. So, Fred, yeah, I'm glad you're back. Oh,
thank you. My laptop was out of gas.
So I hate when that happens.
Did the switch? You were making gas in the other place, and I was out of gas over here. So one of those inappropriate things.
Oh, gotcha. Now, how do people find you? Your social media?
My social media is very simple because I'm very simple. You can get me on Facebook Messenger. I sell all kind of merchandise and stuff on that. I got a guy that's going to put together a website for me. I've got all kind of all figures of me that have been out. T-shirts. I have Pro Wrestling Tees. I have a store there that they can pull up, and I have at least 15, 20 different shirts from all the different gimmicks. And like I said, they can message me, and I post stuff from time to time in that until the store opens up. And they can get autographed merch. And if they have stuff that they want from anywhere in the world that wants to get signed, all they have to do is contact me, hit me up, and either, like I said, on Messenger or hit me up on Facebook personal. And we can get together, and I have all kind of cool stuff. And plus, I'm a big toy collector, so I have a lot in common with the fans as far as that goes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. I'm definitely going to hit you up too because I know Sid's going to want to chat with you on his podcast.
It sounds great, man. I'd love to talk to Sid. He's a good guy.
All right, man. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Koko, I love you, brother. And I'll be talking to you soon. All right, man. Give my best to James too, please.
I'll definitely do that.
All right, brother.
right.
Be good. Love you. God bless.
And Koko, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great.
Excellent. So yeah, people, remember the GoFundMe. I was just about to read the website, but that is really long. So just take a screenshot and then you can type it in, and we can go help this man. Are you ready for a nice, relaxing afternoon now?
I'm ready, brother. I'm ready. I'm just waiting on next Monday the show to come around so I can at 3 p.m. That's when they start the surgery. And I think it's supposed to last for 1 hour and stuff like that. So everybody just keep the Birdman in their prayers.
We absolutely will be. Good luck, and we'll talk to you on the other side.
Yeah.
All right, man. Have a great afternoon.
God bless you.
You too. There we go, everybody. Another great roundtable session, I guess you could call it. It's just memories. It's crazy to sit back and listen to some of these legends get on here and start chatting to each other, and especially earlier when we had Blue Meanie and Al Snow too. It's like being a fly on the wall in the locker room. There we go. There's the camera. It's like being a fly on the wall in the locker room. And this is what it would be like to just kind of sit there and listen. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, that was a cough. Jason puts in, that was awesome. Yes, 100%. That was awesome. Man, I wish that could have gone on for hours, Facebook user, this is so cool. You are 100% right. Literally, I am marking out huge just talking to some of these. Joe, yes, we really hope so. I know I've been messaging back and forth and we're trying to figure out a time to get him on, but we really, really hope so because Brian's got a lot to chat about and he's got some good stories. So I know we can get him back on. Now, I'm going to take this moment to remind everybody the COVID Con shirt. I absolutely love the logo that Kenny came up with here. That nice little green virus with the blue letters, it makes it fun to wear a virus, and so that is available. I'll get rid of that now. Let's pick something like that. We'll just mix up the background because it's been a while. Let me see here. Stuart, what did Stuart say? My hope that this isn't a one-time thing. You know what? Kenny, you might want to consider it. This might be a very cool, twice a year, even 3 times a year. Just big powwow. Because of this epidemic, you may have come up with something that will last forever. What we got here? Need dates. Yes. How about next weekend? Everybody free? You hear that, Kenny? Think we can make it happen? Oh, dear. I said that. He starts typing. That's interesting. I can't imagine. Oh, what? Oh, okay. So sorry. I misunderstood a quote. Let's see what we can grab over here to the side. If we do something like this again, I'll invite Herb in as a guest. I know he'd be terrific. There we go. And see, this is how it starts. And this is the fun thing about this, too. Back in the 80s and the 90s when the wrestlers were all together, it was like family. And now the community of fans has become almost like a family around the family, and they love to pitch in. They love to help. And things like what John says there, we can just get everybody. Need dates. Oh, shirt. Oh, on the shirt. Actually, yeah. Can that happen, Kenny? I wonder. Because that would make it a little cooler, the first, And there's a John said, Herb Simmons from SICW. See, that would be wicked. I love hearing the old stories, the things going on and things. Oh, here's one too. This makes me miss the Cauliflower Hourly Club reunion. That was almost English. This year in Vegas. That'll be in September. Okay. Well, see, and that's good to know.
Things going on and things. Oh, here's one too. This makes me miss the Cauliflower Hourly Club reunion. That was almost English. This year in Vegas. That'll be in September.
I hear the audio catching up with me.
Well, see, and that's good to know. Things going on and things. Oh, here's one too. This makes me miss the Cauliflower Hourly Club reunion. That was.
Now it's looping. Just a second, Alex. I'm going to bounce him out for a second.
You're catching up with me. Well, see, that's good to know.
There, the audio keeps looping. Could I ask a favor? Could I get you to log out real quick and log back in?
Bounce him out for a second. You're catching up with me. Well, see, that's good to know.
I don't even know if you can hear me. Here, I'm going to back out. I'm going to back out because I know you can hear me out there. Is there a chance you could log out and then log back in real quick? Okay? And that should help reset everything. Because it was looping the audio. I was hearing myself talk about what I just talked about. There we go. Okay, yeah. He'll be right back. Pug. Stuart knows who it is. That's right. And someone here said, I miss Sabu. We'll replay somewhere. Absolutely. It'll be in this feed. Like, once we wrap, this video will be here for you to go back and watch whenever you want. Okay. It kind of was like the Twilight Zone. It kind of was. We're in the Matrix. There's a glitch. I knew it. Need to get all-star wrestling promoter Michelle Starr on next time. See, we can start building the list now. All right. It's John. No, it's not John Cena. That's a very nice try, though. And make sure I have the proper paper in front of me for when Alex comes back. What did Kevin say? Very cool of you guys to do this. Man, it's cool that you guys come here and check this out. That's the cool part, you know? Let's try this again. I'm going to be quiet going in.
Proper paper in front of me.
And we're looping again.
Comes back.
You guys there?
What did Kevin say? Very cool of you guys to
I
do
can
it.
hear you,
Cool.
but I hear myself looping.
That's the cool part, you know?
Can you hear me?
Be quiet going in.
Yeah, I can hear you. Do I need to turn it down?
Try that, please.
And again, comes back.
Okay, is that better?
That
I can hear you. But
you can still hear myself. How low can you go before you can't hear me?
You hear me? Be quiet. Yeah, I can hear you. Do I need to turn it down? Try that, please. And again, comes back.
Okay, I guess I should talk, you know, that way you can tell if you can hear me or not.
You can still hear myself. How low?
Okay, no, it keeps coming back. Can you hear me?
Okay, how about now?
Oh, that's gone. Can you hear me?
You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me? And you can hear me now? Can you hear me now? Uh-oh. This is really, really weird. I don't understand this loop.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
I didn't say that. Okay, how about now?
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Is Alex?
I think someone's calling him.
It's really, really weird. I don't understand this loop. Can you hear me now?
Okay, but if I turn it down, I can't hear him.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, that's the only problem. If because I've been told to tell him to turn down his speakers. If he turns down his speakers, he can't hear me.
Okay, all right, let's try it again. Are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me? No? I have an idea. This worked before. I have just sent a secret message to Kenny. He is going to give you... Can you hear me? No? You can't hear me?
Sent a secret message to Kenny. He is going to give you... Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's about an 8-second delay. Actually,
How's
probably
that?
closer to 15-second delay. It's got a loop.
You can't hear me? Sent a secret message to Kenny. He is going to give you... Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, that's about an 8-second delay. Actually,
Wow.
15-second delay.
I should have been timing. That's more like 15.
It's got a loop. You can't hear me? Sent a secret message to Kenny. He is going to give you... Can you hear me? Yeah, that's about an 8-second delay. Actually, wow.
Oh,
15-second delay.
okay.
Timing.
There, how about that?
Okay, how we doing?
There we go. Yes. It must have just been the computer.
Oh, I have no idea. I was trying to do it with a laptop. I thought it'd be a little bit easier. but we're on the iPhone here. What's going on, fellas?
Hey, well, just hanging out, chatting wrestling and this stuff. So how have you been doing?
Program.
How have you been doing? How have you been surviving during these times of just sitting?
All's good. Here in Orlando, the school's been shut down for since May 20th. But we're moving right along. It looks like we're going to be opening up the state May 1st, or rather Monday, May 4th. So looks like gyms will be on the phase 2, which should be the following Monday, and that should get us opened up again.
Excellent. Then hopefully back to normalcy,
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, or whatever will be normal on the other side of this. Exactly. So Alex, how did you get into this business? I always find this fascinating. How did you get into this business? Was there a passion behind what you did, or was this more a business?
No, I was a kid in Louisiana growing up, of course, and I grew up in the Mid-South area, and had some friends take me down to the show one night. I was probably in 8th grade, I guess, and I just really I thought it was cool, and I was like, wow, Junkyard Dog, DiBiase, Terry Taylor, Kamala, Ernie Ladd, all those guys were top stars back then, so they all stood out. And I thought, wow, what a way to make a living, if I could ever do that. So I started wrestling in high school, and from there it just kind of took off.
Nice. Someone asked a question here. Steve, hi, Alex. How important was the Sportatorium to you?
That was very important. I started there in 1988. I got my first break there from Skandar Akbar. My first TV match was with Tony Falk, but I did go on to work with a lot of guys like Al Perez, Jimmy Jack Funk, Chris Adams, Kerry and Kevin, the Simpson brothers. So anyway, that was a great locker room. It was a great area to break in, and couldn't have been better timing for me.
Let's see what else we got here. To Alex. I saw your work at MSG. What are your fondest memories there with the WWF?
There's nothing like working in the Garden, and it was a great night. I got to work with Bradshaw, and John and I came up together in Dallas, and of course Dutch was out there with him that night. So there's nothing like working in the Garden. The Garden and Cork and Hall were my two top ones. So Garden's got some great memories. That was a Sunday afternoon, and great house, and just a great show all the way around.
Excellent. What was it like wrestling against Booker T?
Booker's always a great athlete from day one. Booker's very aggressive and knew how to, when the TV was on, he knew how to rock and roll, and Booker had always had great charisma. And it was great to see him and Stevie get a nice break in WCW. And I was happy to see those guys move along.
Nice. Now, and this is interesting. I actually just watched The Dark Side of the Ring about this 2 nights ago. Would you have competed in the Brawl for All in the WWF?
No, I did not. No.
No, they asked, would you have?
I don't think so. I was never much of a big shooter in that aspect as far as boxing. I could wrestle the hell out of people. I was a great shooter on the mat. But no, I wasn't. That wasn't my deal. Putting on gloves. Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Gimmick.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would rather just watch that.
Yeah, let them do it. Let me see here. Get a couple more of these in. What memories do you have of the Simpson brothers?
Steve and Sean, those guys were they were good hands, man. Their dad was a big promoter in South Africa. And so those guys were young even when they came to Dallas, but they were good. They knew how to get themselves over on TV, and they knew how to work. And that's how I learned how to work, was working with guys like that.
Nice. What are your thoughts on Bruce Pritchard? Bruce Pritchard and Anytime Sheridan Global.
Bruce, I spent a little time with Bruce in Houston in 1990. Him and Tom Pritchard and Booker and Ahmed Johnson. Let's see. We were down at Tuck Taylor's wrestling school there in about 90, I guess. And Bruce was still brother-in-law. He was doing the brother-love thing. And Bruce and I, we connected a little bit. Bruce was actually the one that had helped me get in with WWE after a couple of tryout matches in Texas. So I was always very grateful of that.
Are there any crazy stories you have from Puerto Rico?
Puerto Rico. Well, Puerto Rico is a great territory. You wrestle 5 days a week, and you really learn how to work out there. As far as crazy stories, we had a lot of great stories out there. But let's see, a couple of ribs. We ribbed a couple of guys coming out there. We called one guy up in Louisiana and told him he had long blonde hair, and we told him to cut his hair like Ronnie Garvin and put a towel around his neck and send some promo pictures into the office that Ronnie Garvin really got over strong out there, and we thought that it'd be a good spot for him to come out. So he actually went out the next day and cut his hair off, put a flat top on it, put a towel around his neck, and took some promo pics and sent them to the office. And Carlos asked us, "Hey, what's this?" And we thought it was great, man. Carlos never knew anything about it, but the guy actually cut all his hair off and put a towel around his neck, took the promo pics, and what a rib that was. But I don't think he ever did end up coming out there working. But we always have guys out there. Puerto Rico's a crazy time, the kids were crazy about the business out there. I mean, they throw spark plugs at you, batteries, rocks. I was in a battle royal one time out there, and I got hit in the head with a battery, and I opened up pretty good. And the referees were getting me out, and I'm in the finish. I can't go anywhere. So anyway, I ended up staying in there and working. But I had blood all over me. It was brutal.
Oh, wow. That does sound a little intense. And let's see. I think I can squeeze one more in here. And this one I am actually very curious about because you have your own class for this. What do you try to instill in your students so they're prepared for today's wrestling scene?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What do you try to instill in your students so they're prepared for today's wrestling scene?
Well, today's a different ball. There's really nowhere to go and learn how to work anymore. So I tell these guys to master this craft and to stand out. Anybody can go in a bunch of but are you memorable? Did you tell a story? Did it mean anything? Did it look believable? These are things that catches the office's attention. And if you don't have anything that's gonna pop or bring anything to the table, then the phone's not gonna ring. And you got to be something different, and you got to be believable.
Excellent. No, that's all very, very true. Now, with your school, then, how do people find your school? Oh, we're having a bad connection again.
I'm sorry, say again?
No worries. How do people find your school?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're in Orlando. We're just a few miles from the Performance Center. We're actually in Winter Park. We're at University in Goldenrod. www.20.com, prowrestling20.com, or we're at Pro Wrestling 2.0. Just look that up and you'll find us right there.
Excellent. And how do they find you on social media?
Any of my social media, Alex Pourteau, it's all out there. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. So hit me up, throw me a message, and let's chat.
You got it, Alex. I apologize. We got to fly quick. We're losing connection. But thank you so much for taking time to be here and sharing some stuff with us. Oh. Are you still there? Okay, I think he's gone. We kind of lost connection. But that's okay, because now, waiting in the wings, none other than Dirty Dutch. Dutch, how you doing?
Well, I was doing fine before I had about a 30-minute ordeal with this goddamn phone trying to get into your studio. And I got in, then it kicked me out. Then I tried to go back and kicked me out, wouldn't let me back in. I just got in here about 2 minutes ago.
I kind of noticed.
I hate to be late. It just drives me up a wall. So anyway, I needed Steve Jobs to get back in here is what I needed.
Yeah, exactly. No, you got it figured out. I was watching you pop in and out, in and out. How have you been handling the quarantine? How's your time off?
Well, it's a little more luxurious than jail, I'll say that. And it's like everybody else. You make of it what you will. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of really continuing it because this media will drive you nuts. If you read it, the sky is falling every morning. I mean, God, we can't go another day. Oh, we're going to have 1 million dead. I don't know. I got my own thoughts about it, but and everybody does. But
yeah,
I don't know if it came from China, where it came, if it came from a bat, if it came from a pig. I don't if it was released on purpose or accidentally, but I don't know. It drives me crazy because when you read something, it's always the downside of what could happen. If your aunt had balls, she'd be your uncle. If you look at it that way, but I don't know. I hope we come out of this before it's too late. And a lot of people didn't agree with this, but Trump said the cure can't be worse than the illness. But if this lockdown continues, believe me, it is going to be the worst. I think it'd be worse than the Depression. Don't want to bring anybody down, but hey, you just can't take 2 months out of a year and have that national product grow. It just won't happen.
Yeah, not to mention going stir crazy at home, which is why we're doing this. People can sit and relax and talk wrestling.
Well, let's talk wrestling. Don't get me on that coronavirus 19 or whatever it is, because everybody's heard enough of that. So let's talk some wrestling.
Then let's do it. Dutch, any thoughts on writing a new book?
I am writing a new book right now, and I'm kind of debating a title for it. I thought about The Last Sellout. I thought about that, or Idiots I Have Known in the wrestling business, which there would be no lack of material for that one. But most of my books I wrote, the 2 books I wrote earlier, which you can still buy, by the way, on my website, which is dirtydutchmantel.com. You can go there and I'll autograph it for you and send it to you. But I think I may tell a little bit of my background, which I didn't touch at all in the first 2 books, because I think if people buy a wrestling book, they want to hear about the wrestling part of it, which is fine. But I was thinking that the way I grew up, as opposed to the way a lot of the other guys grew up, totally different. Believe me, grew up down south in the Depression. I mean, it was, I read about kids in Detroit, Chicago, running from bullets and getting shot. That was the way almost my hometown was where I grew up. And when I tell people that, and the reason I don't tell more people that is because they look at you like, shut the F up. That shit didn't happen. But it did, and that's why I don't say any more about it. But hopefully I will get it out. I'm trying to get it out by Christmas is what I'm trying to get it out. And I think it'd be a good Christmas gift. And you can go to my website, like I said, dirtydutchmantel.com, and you can read up on it. And or catch me on Twitter. And hey, I got so many handles, I even get lost on them. So
yeah, no doubt.
And wait a minute, what is your name again? Wait, I didn't.
My name's Rob.
Rob. Well, Kenny, he told me that your name, who you would be, but hell, I can't remember names. I can't remember anything. After you get hit on the head a couple 100,000 times, you kind of forget some stuff. Now, you were talking to Alex about Puerto Rico.
Yes.
Whoa, brother. Great island if the people are not wanting to kill you.
Yes.
That is a drawback to any visit. to any place. If the fans are waiting outside the dressing room door for you to come out so they can attack you, that's really not a good day at the office.
Well, no, that's a really good day in the ring, but not a good day outside of that ring. Because if you can heat them up that much, like,
well, you've heard about Puerto Rico, and you've heard about the violence there, but a lot of the violence is due to the promotion not paying for security. You know, those people, if they know they can get by with it, you know, it's like monkey see, monkey do. One guy throws something and nothing happens to him. Well, I'll throw this, and then pretty soon it's like a rock parade coming in the ring and knocking the crap out of you. You've heard of guys fighting out of the ring. You've heard of that, right?
Oh yeah.
I actually fought to get to the ring one time. We had this big show in Roberto Clemente Coliseum, and that was the old one. It seated about 16,000. It was sold out. And on the way to the ring, we literally had to fight our way to get to the ring. We had 7 cops around us, and they was kicking and punching and throwing. And I got in the ring, and I looked at that aisle I had just had come down. And I told my partner, Frankie Lane, he's passed away. Rest in peace, Frankie. But I looked at Frankie and I said, you know, Frankie, that little aisle that we just come down, we're going to be going back down that same aisle in about 20 minutes. And I doubt if anybody is going to leave. Now, this is a strange thing about Puerto Rico. When I got there, I thought it was the craziest thing I ever heard. They always put the main event on 4th. And I went, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Till I went on 4th one night, and we worked this hot-ass angle, and they damn near killed us. And Carlos Colon told me, he said, now you see why we put our main event on 4th? He said, if we don't, and the people drink like fish down there. I mean, that's all they do. They drink. If you waited till, say, 11 o'clock at night, they'd be so drunk.
Yep.
They would literally, I mean, they could hurt you badly, really. So
not to mention everybody's still in the show watching it, so it gives you a chance to get out of the arena.
Well, those shows went longer than any other shows I've ever seen in my life. This is what they got Eastern time and they have Puerto Rican time. If say, okay, we're going to start the matches at 8:30. Well, if you're in Puerto Rico, you just do like the Puerto Ricans do. You said, 8:30. Okay, that's like 10 after 9. You just add 30 or 45 minutes to it and get there about that time, and it's just starting. And they do that with everything. They don't do it on say, TV shows, but like live shows, concerts, 8 o'clock start. It's 8:45 when they get started, because not only are they in the concert business, and were we in the wrestling business, they were in the concession business too. So the longer they held those people, the more money they made on concessions. So it took me a couple of months to figure it out. Then I finally figured it out. One night we're sitting at the matches. It's like 1:15. And I told the promoter, his name was Victor Jovic, I said, come here. He said, and he's Czechoslovakian or Yugoslavian or something. And he had an accent. He said, yes, what is it? I said, Victor, if you keep these people a few more hours, hell, you can serve them breakfast. And he went, that is not a bad idea. And then he walked off.
Oh man, I know. I've grown up watching a lot of your matches, and I've gotten to see more. I do a podcast with Sid Viscous, so I've been researching him, and you're all through Continental. So I've gotten to see some I never got to see when I was a kid, so they're new. This question from one of the Facebook people, Dutch, what was the prep planning like for the orchestra match versus Jarrett?
Very little. We were supposed to show up at 12 o'clock. So we showed up at 12 o'clock. But we didn't go on that night to 10 or 10:30. We could have showed up at 4 o'clock for the same deal. So by the time we actually got to the ring, hell, we were so exhausted, it's almost like you'd already had 2 or 3 matches. But we went into the ring and we talked to the conductor, and he wants to do this and he wanted to do that. And, he wanted to do, that was in the days of like heavy kayfabe. So instead of giving it away, I said, hey, we know what we're doing. We do this every night. He said, okay. So that's what we did. And they were I've never figured that shit out yet. They said, we will play to what you're doing. I went, I don't know. And all it is was drums. Drums and, percussion is things that things that clang and beat against each other. they had a damn drill on the stage. They, air jacking something on the stage, but I never understood what the purpose of it was. And that piece that we did, the Lonesome Pine Special, it is, I think, still in the Smithsonian Institute.
Really?
Yeah, it went to the Smithsonian because the Lonesome Pine Specials, and I don't know if it's still there, but I had a letter here that kind of said that we were in the Smithsonian, which I thought was kind of cool, really. How many other wrestlers are in the Smithsonian?
No, exactly.
So we did that, and it was about a 10-minute piece. I thought it was pretty cool. They put us underneath the floor level and started smoking it up. And when I rose out of the floor, and I had those damn white furry boots on. Where I got those, I have no idea. And then we had the match, and then we did the finish, and we went home. And everybody was happy.
Nice. Well, here's another one then. What was it like wrestling Bill Dundee on the scaffold?
It's bullshit, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I hate heights. I told him I hated heights. Dundee, he doesn't mind heights because hell, he grew up in the circus, so he kind of liked the high wires and all this stuff. I got up there. I was. If you're scared of heights, you can't move.
No, trust me. I have a scared of heights, so I know.
So I was up there. I was trying to crawl as much as I could. There's no textbook on how to do a scaffold match, and the scaffold match originally started in Memphis. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, actually. No.
And how it started, I have no idea. I think Jerry Jarrett was watching a house being built one day, and he saw a scaffold, and he went, "Damn, wonder could we have a match? That'd be different." Well, it's damn different, all right. But I think I had one in Memphis. Back in those days, if you had one in Memphis, then a week later you'd have it in Louisville, Evansville, and Nashville because you just followed your tape around. So I had 4 scaffold matches in 1 week, but none of them were as big as Memphis. Memphis, it was so high. When I got up there, I could look over and look into the top deck of the Mid-South Coliseum.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty damn high. So anyway,
yes.
And I told him, I said, guys, I did it once. Don't ever book it again because I'm not showing up.
Oh, wow. Well, let's try this one here. What was your favorite finisher in wrestling and a favorite finisher that you used?
Well, my favorite finisher probably was me laying on my back because I did that more than anything else. But, I did a deal called the MX. It's like the Arn Anderson used to use. It's like a front suplex.
Okay.
You pick them up and suplex them, but instead of taking them all the way back, you take them flat down. So I enjoyed that. And then the short arm clothesline. And I invented the short arm clothesline, and Jake the Snake stole it from me. So one night I was in Dallas Fort Worth, and Jake and I don't know how long Jake had been wrestling, and I'd been wrestling about maybe 2 or 3 years. I think Jake maybe the same. So I backed him up, and I said short arm, and I put him in there. And when he came off, he took a hell of a bump. But when he came out of the ring, he said, "Hey brother, I like that short arm clothesline." And the next thing I look around, he's in WWE and he's doing it. It is a hell of a move. So.
Oh, it is.
A great move.
It's that out of nowhere move.
Well, nobody expects it. And I don't know. See, back in those days, we protected each other's finishes. But now, if you don't have a lawyer standing there, when a guy goes into the ring, how are they going to steal everything you got? But that's okay. That's the nature of the game. It's like comedians. Comedians steal each other stuff every night. And I don't know how in the hell they guard against that, but it happens. It's just life. So we just continue to keep moving on.
Oh, man. Well, this one's interesting. Who would win in a legit shoot match, Vince Russo or Jim Cornette?
Well, if it goes more than a minute, I think Vince may beat him because Jimmy may have a heart attack. Because he gets so worked up about Vince. And I told Jimmy, I said, "Jimmy, please, why don't you just call him up and I'll set it up? Why not?" And that's when I think Russo was living around Evansville. That's where his wife is from.
Okay.
I said, "Why don't we meet halfway between Louisville and Evansville at some corn pasture, some cow pasture. And we're going to stop on the interstate and hop over that little barbed wire fence there, keeping those cows in there. And why don't you guys throw down, and whoever wins, and let's leave and drop it and be gone. But he didn't want to hear that. He just, you know. But now I'm almost to the point where I think Jimmy just uses it to keep the people intrigued. And I think Vince does too. So, hey, if you're not going to do it, you might as well use it to make a little money and create a little interest.
No,
So,
exactly.
And I did interview Jimmy in my first book. I asked him, I said, how's this going to end? He said, I won't. And I think he did it on one of the Dark Side of the Ring interviews.
Mm-hmm.
When he's talking about Russo, he said, I want to be able to live long enough to piss on Vince Russo's grave. And I said, Jimmy, that's pretty strong. He said, well, it's the way I feel. It's the way I feel. But I do believe that his dislike of Vince is a shoot. It's true.
Well, if you're not Dark Side of the Ring, it did look kind of true, yeah. Okay, here, let's get to another one. What's the story behind the Desperados stable in WCW?
Well, that's another unanswered question. Hell, I got more unanswered questions about my career than I have answered ones. This was a Dusty invention, and I think Dusty stayed up one night watching TNC, some of those cowboy movies, and he come up. He was going to put me and what's that guy's name, Randy Colley, Black Bart together and make us up a bumbling stable of cowboys that couldn't shoot straight, and we were looking for Stan Hansen. Why? They never said. And we never found Stan Hansen. But I think what happened was they finally told Stan Hansen that we was going to find him, and he quit the territory.
Really?
No, seriously, he quit and he went back to Japan. Now he probably didn't quit because of that, but he didn't like it and didn't want to have anything to do with it, to tell you the truth.
Oh man. Well, then this brings up back to Jim Cornette for a second. What was it like working with him in Memphis?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
Here's a trivia question. Who was the first person that Jimmy Cornette ever managed?
See, for me, it's Midnight Express, but that's about as early as I got. I knew that one was wrong.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Does anybody know? It's a good trivia question, by the way.
Yeah. We'll see here if anybody posts. We'll give it a second. I'm going to post this real quick, and we'll come back to that question. Here is a link for Dutch's first book. Can you tell us just a bit about your first book?
Well, the first book is about just stories that I've seen and I've personally been involved in, or I've heard of, or I was on the outskirts of. The wrestling business years ago. It's tales from it's just old school tales is what it is. And I will say one thing about the book. It's not. I mean, you can have your kid read this book. It's not about drinking and taking drugs and damn running around and doing all this. It's a pretty straight up book that you could almost let your kids read or your wife read. There was nothing wrong with it. But it's and those stories, unless they're documented and written down, they would just be lost. And a lot of old stories that nobody has ever heard of. But I heard them when I first started out. I'd be in like the back seat of the car going to the town. But on the way back from the town, I'd be in the driver's seat because I was a designated driver while the old timers could drink their beer and tell their stories. And school for me in this business started about 11 o'clock at night. When I got behind the wheel of that car and they downed about 2 beers, got a little bit loose, and they said, well, let me tell you this story. And this happened over in San Antonio, and this happened in damn Tallahassee, Florida. And they told all these stories, and I've just remembered them, and I just put them back down in book form. What was that last question you asked me about? Oh, who Jimmy Cornette managed first?
Yes. Now, I've gone through the list, and where is it? This seems to be the most common answer.
You cheated.
You.
Well, that was the second one.
Oh, okay.
You got to listen to the question. The first person.
Oh. That would be you.
Well, I'm the second one. The
first
person he ever managed was Sherry Martel.
One person did say that. I grabbed this one because a lot of people said it, but one person did. I'm going to find that.
Sherry Martel was the first person he ever managed. And they were great together. And
there
Jimmy, Sherry, yeah. Jason Presley, you've won the pony. You won the pony.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that's what you've done. But a lot of people, they'll say Midnight because that's what he's most famous for in the early years, and even during his middle years too. And then I was in there second. Sherry was first, and Jimmy, he had he loved wrestling. He still loves wrestling. He doesn't like wrestling to be abused in his mind. How can you abuse this business anymore than it's already been abused? I think it's impossible.
Yeah. Right. Sorry. I have one question here. What would Dirty Dutch Mantel look like now instead of, during your glory years? Like, how would you fit into the business today?
I probably wouldn't today, to tell you the truth.
It's changed that much?
Well, it has, but see, I was never a wrestling fan to begin with. My brother was. So he was the fan in the family. And I went into the Army, and I had wrestled a little bit independent just because, I could kind of do it. But I never had really an interest in pursuing it as a career. And when I got out, then I got this little bullshit job, damn near was starving to death. So wrestling started looking a little better to me then. And so I started in Atlanta, and then I kind of just listened a lot. And this is a tip that you got to tell all these young guys who are wanting to be wrestlers. You got to listen and you got to learn. Shut your mouth and watch what other guys are doing. And when old timers come in there, listen to them. You may not agree with them, but don't argue with them. But just listen to what they're going to say and pick and choose what you want and take it to see if you can get it to work. Believe me, it's hard enough already. So, but if you can pick something, and again, wrestling is very political. Sometimes it's not what you know how to do, it's who you know. And
okay,
it's political like anything else. See, those guys didn't step in WWE all of a sudden in a main event spot. You mean to tell me John Cena, they made him a superstar. But if you look at John Cena back in OVW, he was just a big jacked up kid. Because they give him a story. And it all goes back to the story. It's the story you want to have. Now, that's what I miss about wrestling. Wrestling was episodic, like TV, like Netflix has now. Episodic episodes that link together with each other. And a lot of times these episodes, some of these bookers, they got their episodes all screwed up and they don't fit. And when it doesn't fit, that's when your business goes down. This is another thing about wrestling I don't think a lot of people know. When the territory, they don't have territories anymore, but when the company is doing great, it's that Rock and Austin, blah, 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 they're burning it down. But say they change the booker or something happens to Vince and all of a sudden that territory doesn't do so well. And it's not that Austin and Rock aren't drawing. It's whoever the booker is shits. Need to get rid of him. See, the booker gets all the heat when it goes down and none of the credit when it goes up. So
yeah. Okay, I can see that too. I've got a link here now for your second book.
Well, listen, just go to my website. Go to my website, dirtydutchmantel.com. And I got a special. If you buy it straight up, it's about $25. But if I sign it, I put it there for $35, and then I'll throw an extra picture in there too. So if you want to buy, and I'll pick up the postage, it's like $70 for the 2 books, signed. The autographs will be signed, and if I still got enough trading cards, I may throw a trading card in there too.
Nice.
So not a bad deal. And
no, not at all.
And the first book is 200, and I've learned a lot about writing books since I've written these. The first book is like 275 pages. That's a lot of pages just to start talking. And I sit down one day on the beach in Puerto Rico, and I said, I'm going to write this shit down. And I started writing, and I wrote that book in 5 weeks.
Really?
Yeah. And of course, I didn't see the hard part about a book too is You got to put it together. But I had two friends who are huge fans. They said, we'll help you edit it. And I did it in 5 weeks. And then that was in September. I come back in December and wrote the second book, which is 330 pages. And I wrote that in 7 weeks. So I wrote about 700 pages in about, 3 months. That's a lot of writing, really.
That's a whole lot of writing.
Sure is.
Now, I found this question. It kind of links back to what you said. Do you think wrestling is being made harder by people seemingly not listening to a lot of veterans' advice of less is more?
Well, I don't know where you veterans are now, to tell you the truth. All the veterans grew up under this new system. So they're not really veterans of the old school. They're veterans of the new school. And I'm going to tell a story, and I always tell this. When I started back in WWE back in 2013, this is the character they were looking for. They were looking for an older guy who was grizzled, who was kind of pissed off about the way the country was going, and he thought the country had seen its better days and was pissed off about it. So I walked in there at 3:30 in the afternoon on a Monday in Nashville, and I met with Triple H at 4:30, and I did an interview at 5:30, and they showed the interview at 6:30 to Vince, and I was hired at 6:45, and I was live on Raw that night at 7:30.
Wow, that's fast.
And the way I came up with this character, you ever see the movie Gran Torino?
Yes.
Clint Eastwood. That's what I based the character on. And then I went in there, and this is what I said. I said, "What do you want me to say?" This is you just do it. You do it. So this is what I said. I said, I walk down the street where I live. I don't see people that look like me. I don't see people that talk like me. I don't see people that eat the same foods as I eat. What happened to my America? Where did my America go? And then I said, we need to bring our America back. And then at the end, I remember I did 3 but on the first 2 I didn't do this. But on the third one, I put my hand over the heart and I said, we the people. The damn camera crew kind of applauded, and they took it to Vince. He got ecstatic. I've never gotten a job as quick as that. But, and we're going back to your question now and listening to the veterans. I walked in that dressing room, 75% of the WWE roster didn't have a clue who in the fuck I was. They looked at each other like, hey, who ordered an Uber?
Yeah. And that's just it. If you're in the business for the passion, then you know the history.
Yeah, but see, a lot of guys aren't in it for they see this lifestyle, and they want to be up there with the stars. And I don't blame them there. And the money now is a lot better than it's ever been. I don't know what it is now. They've had to make a lot of adjustments with this coronavirus thing going on. But I don't know how many up there are really historians of the business. And I don't know. And I've seen some of the girls now, they could give a shit less. They don't care. They just doing it for the money. And when their time's up, they're gone. And I can't blame them there. I can't blame them there either.
Yeah, sadly, I can see that too. Especially when you've grown up during I grew up in the 80s and 90s. It is totally different. It is so different. Let's bring this one up though. What do you think of the current Impact product, and would you be open to a return?
Not really. Impact to me, I love those guys, but I call them the gang that couldn't shoot straight. Sometimes I was on a creative team there, and a creative team works with 2 guys or 3 guys. It doesn't work with 5, 6, or 7. It just doesn't work. Because if you have a good idea, by the time you send it around the table, it comes back and it doesn't even resemble the first idea you put out. And the thing, and I love all those guys, Scott DeMore, I love all those guys there, and I respect their work. But one thing I don't like Impact for doing is making that little Tessa Blanchard, who is a tremendous talent. I don't see how they can get her over for her wrestling guys and standing toe-to-toe with them. And I know this is a work, but I think you can slap people in the face too much that this is bullshit, and it kind of, but that if you do that, Tessa Blanchard should beat all the girls. They don't even need to have a women's division if they're just going to have that. I don't know how they reconcile that with the product. I really don't. So
Okay.
you know,
Well,
and so if I went back there and brought that up, I'm sure that would be met with a standing ovation, and that door being open. So well, you can go now.
Thank you for showing up. Well, let's get this last one in here. Someone said, talking about what we were saying earlier, isn't that what makes the characters better, by letting them talk without scripted promos? Because a lot of stuff is scripted now.
It is, but it's also only certain ones can do that. So you got to pick and choose who can do that, but you just can't let them go off on their own. You say, this is what you have to talk about, and you got to give them a main product. Say, I'm wrestling Joe Snugglefuss somewhere in some main event or in the Garden. Well, I need to talk about him and then tell a little story and make it entertaining. To me, that's what wrestling was always good at, especially when you listen to those guys who did great promos like Dusty, like Terry Funk, like some of those guys did great interviews. The interviews were much more exciting than sometimes the matches were, because, you know, they were all different. But I think if a guy can talk, let him talk. And if he can't, you may need to teach him a little bit.
Yep. Or a manager. That's what managers do.
That's exactly what they do.
Yes. Well, man, Dutch, thank you so much for taking some time out and chatting with us here and relieving some boredom.
Are you going to, you guys going to do this again?
I don't know what Kenny's thinking, but I know everybody in Facebook land has been asking, is there going to be more? And I think it's a brilliant idea.
I do too. I really do. So, well, listen, I got my TV here. I had it on mute. I don't know what it does. It has a mind of its own. It just comes on. It just come on right now for God knows what reason. So I'm gonna have to get up. And hey, I enjoyed it. If you need me again, you want to talk again, just give me a call, guys.
You got it. Thank you so much, Dutch. Have a great night.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There we go. The classic Dutch Mantel. Man, I can't believe this is one of those childhood dreams for me. I got to talk to Dutch. Now I'm going to bring this gentleman on here, and I'm going to put him on the spot. Kenny, how are you?
I'm good, man. What's up, dude?
I was just wondering if you could tell people about what's going on while I make a quick run to the phone and help Sid get logged in.
All right, cool. All right, so we want to let you guys know that the COVID Con has been going really well for us. We've had a lot of people come in, and they've been saying that they're digging it, and that was the goal. Let me put my little spotlight on over here. He just called me last second, so we got a little quick little fix we're going to do. So wanted to let you know that Rob, the Slob, and also the guy before him, Deadly Ed, they came here, and they did a super job the whole weekend. We're coming up to the headline now, Sid. And I wanted to thank both of the moderators for coming on and doing this, because, man, they worked their butts off for no pay. They just offered to do it to help the fans out. People like me, authors, came on and plugged our books. Here's the Vader book. Here's Dangerous Danny Davis book. We heard some about Kamala with Koko Ware a little while ago. That was quite the awesome segment, I thought, anyhow. Here's the Sabu book. We saw Sabu in the ECW panel. Tito came in a run-in earlier on. That was pretty cool. Tito Santana's book. You can check out my books at wohw.com. And on top of that, if you guys could just buy one item from somebody this week, it doesn't matter who, somebody that you liked, then we've accomplished something really good for everybody here. The wrestlers, you know, they don't have very good insurance that we heard from Koko Ware earlier. And this is their life, and they don't have a whole lot. So you could help out. Super, we would appreciate it. And this accomplished something. And back to the moderators. I'm a little tangent here. We put those T-shirts up to help those guys out, because they pay for this software here. And yeah, there's been some little glitches, but I mean, we shuffled in like something like 70 people or something here over the last 3 days. So the software did an awesome job for us, and the T-shirts are going to pay for the software. So super cool. I want to thank everybody for checking this out so far. And another thing I wanted to talk about was John Cosper. He helped out a lot behind the scenes. Super cool dude. He came up with the idea to, hey, what do you think about doing a Zoom with all the wrestlers and doing a little book fair? He saw a picture online of something a college was doing. And I was like, Mr. John Cosper, hold my beer. And I just went nuts, man. And I'm tired right now. You can see these eyes. I got very little sleep. And if my wife were to come down here right now, she's pissed. She's just ticked because the whole week, all I've been doing is texting each next person and saying, okay, cut the feed. Let's move to this person and do this, and kind of directing. And it's been tough. So I'm a little tired right now. But whatever, right? So different people want you to check out, again, if you think about the people who've been back here, all of the Scott Teal guys, when you can, go to Crowbar Press. Definitely go to crowbarpress.com, I believe that is. Check out their books. Man, he's got a ton of books, and a lot of the writers came from them this week, and that's been super cool. Definitely Greg Oliver and his people from Slam did a super good job getting their product out there and giving something back to the fans. So I think my wife's come down here. Come here. Here's my wife. She's got our dogs. There's our dogs, Rudy and Gizmo.
They're camera shy.
And they're also Chinese cresteds. That means they have no clothes on. They got their backs shaved. No, they were born with no hair, actually. So we're going to show you that real quick as we're waiting for Sid to come on up in here. So as we continue to wait, I'll show you a couple of things I got down here in the man cave. I'm just stalling. Honestly, I'm just stalling. When John Crowther, did a run-in on me earlier, I did one on him right after that on his segment. There's my pinball machine, my Royal Rumble pinball machine. I don't know how much you guys are liking this, but I know some of you guys are big collectors and big marks like me. Here's my Pac-Man machine over here. Some people saw it in the background. Here's my little makeshift studio. Now I'm going to walk down to the wrestling room. I'm going to show you all my cool stuff real quick. Get the light on here. Kamala sent me this when we put the book together. This is one of his skirts, right? We got a replica mask right next to it. Over here, I got the Vader singlet from the book cover. There it is. And I got a Brutus Beefcake tights right there. And I'm still stalling here for Sid. I know you're all thinking that Sid's no-showing, and I'm saying that ain't happening. There's no way. So let me jump in. Giving you a little tour. Now you guys are like, well, I thought Kenny Casanova was cool, but you know what? I ain't nothing more than a big super mark. Look at all this junk he's got. This ain't junk, baby. This is merchandise. This is memorabilia. All right. So I ran a comic book store for a little while, and whenever something cool came in, I didn't sell it. I bought it for myself. So I got all kinds of stuff, memorabilia. When I was a kid, my dad brought me Providence Civic Center in a match on Saturday Night Live main event. It was Hulk Hogan, the Junkyard Dog, and the Haiti Kid versus the Funk Brothers. And I caught this shirt ringside. All right, I'm still stalling here. I wonder if people are watching this. And that's a Hulk Hogan shirt, fresh off his back. He threw that. Also, I got a Leaping Lanny Frisbee up here that I caught as a kid, too, because my dad was cool and brought me to every match that I could get to. So I just figured I'd show you some of this stuff, continuing to stall. I don't know how impressive this is to some of you. Here's some cool AWA stuff. If you're an AWA fan, I'm going to show that. And if you really know your action figures, check these out right here. These are the super duper rare ones. I got every LGN over here. Check out the LGNs. Jeez, he's going to have me stall forever here. Guess we're still stalling. All right, so here's some bunch of LJNs. What else people like to see in here? Let's go over here. I got some cool Japanese figures. So anyways, that's my little walk through here. Kamala also has, if you go to kamalaspeaks.com, he's painting these paintings now. I'm going to show this idea to Michael Kingston, who was on over the weekend too, who's looking for wrestlers that could paint and be artistic. Kamala paints his face paint, and he sells them at kamalaspeaks.com. So that's a way for you to help give back to him as a wrestler. Here's some cool AWA carded stuff that I got. I don't know if you're liking this big mark out session here. I'm going to go a little bit longer as I continue to stall. I'm going to come over here. We heard one of the guys. It was Keith Greenberg, right? He did Freddie Blassie's book. Freddie Blassie has some records. I got some kind of records kicking around here with the memorabilia. I got foam fingers, hopefully all you guys are drooling on this. And hopefully Sid makes his way in here soon. There's an autograph painting of the Boogeyman. We all love the Boogeyman. Had him.
I love the Boogeyman.
Hey, man, I hope I stalled long enough. I just walked around and showed a bunch of memorabilia. I don't know how impressive this is to people. It actually makes me look kind of like a super duper mark, I guess, right?
No. Everybody's got their passion, buddy, and this is yours.
Hey, check this out. We got the Shockmaster right next to Koko Beware. They were just on a segment together there, right? Pretty neat. So what do we know? What do we know, sir?
Sid is in the studio. He just went to get his headphones, and then we are good to go. So
sounds good.
Chat for just a couple more seconds.
Did a recap, showed my dogs, showed my wife. I showed all this stuff that I got in here in this room. Check this out. Here's a WrestleMania 7 poster. It's autographed. I don't know if you can see that over here. We got a light. But yeah, I don't know. I would imagine people are kind of sick of looking at my junk now. Maybe they like it. Who knows? It's pretty cool, I guess.
Here's think so.
Ric Flair. Check out this Ric Flair promo. He signed it for me here.
Oh, so nice.
Got all kinds of cool stuff in this room. But my wife thinks it's like a little bit excessive. She thinks I'm a little OCD. So what happened was for a little while, I actually I was collecting some of these action figures, right? They're not dolls, action figures. And they didn't have certain ones. So I started to kind of rip them apart and make ones as these custom action figure guys would. And now I'm going to really get into it and show you stuff here. These are guys that don't exist. So then I said, you know what? Now that I've learned how to do some of these custom action figures, there are books that don't exist. I said, I should write a book that doesn't exist. That's what led me to write the book. So it was a little bit too much free time collecting. Now there it is. There's the man.
I got to ask, have you got a Sid Vicious doll? Because I think this man might be interested to see it.
I don't know if I want to show him this room. He's going to think that I'm a super mark, and he's going to power bomb me through a table in here or something with action figures.
It can't be worse than the last time I saw you on camera. You were naked with a towel around you.
Well,
he actually, Rob, he called me on my phone, FaceTime me. Him sitting naked on his couch with his dog. Where did this come from? No wonder the guy doesn't have time to call me, work on my book.
Yeah, man. I'm sitting back here playing with dolls,
I can tell.
Psycho Sid doll here. I'm looking for one right now. I'm going to let you start, though. I'm sure you've seen the mark out stuff quite a bit here. And none of this is mine. It's actually all my wife's, by the way, Sid. I wouldn't collect stuff like this. You're kidding me.
Good.
She's the collector.
All righty, man. Thanks so much, Kenny.
All right, man. I'm going to let you go. Talk to you later.
You got it. Hey, Sid.
Hey, Rob. What's going on, man?
Nothing. We're home now, aren't we?
What's behind you there? Ring?
That is a ring.
Now, are you at home or is that a real ring?
Well, no. What it is, it's called the... here, let's go outside for a little bit, shall we?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, or some spotlights, you see?
That's pretty cool, Rob.
I'm learning some tech. Oh, I was just about to bring somebody in, but he jumped out. Okay. So I'll wait for him to come back. But Sid, we have got so many people here that have so many questions. We'll jump this one. This is a huge one. Any stories of wrestling for crazy man Herb Abrams UWF? How about Herb's pay-per-view event at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, where you wrestled Dr. Death, Steve Williams?
Yeah, the thing I remember the most about that show, Rob, I think I told you, Herb had came to my room. He called a call girl and asked him, he wanted a call girl with no makeup. So they come to my room, they end up leaving. 4 or 5 hours later, I get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. And they're both still in my bathroom doing coke all night. I said, man, you guys have got to go. I didn't know they were in there.
Is that good because they were quiet, I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess so, right?
Let's check this one out here, too, real quick. What was your memories of your team with Dan Spivey, the Skyscrapers?
There was so many good memories there, Rob. We talked about this before. Danny was brought in to put with me to teach me how to work, how to get heat, be really what I became as a singles wrestler. So it was just a great learning experience. Every day was something new. And it was just, the whole deal was just a lot of fun.
That was, like you said, their learning time, wasn't it?
Right.
Now, do you talk to Dan much?
I saw him just a few months ago in an autograph signing, and every time I see him, I try to remind him how much I appreciate what he did for me. But I think I had a little bit more time this last time in Philadelphia to tell him how much I appreciate what he did, and let him know I hadn't forgotten it, and I didn't know. Maybe I didn't know at the time what was going on, but after time went on, I realized just what a great thing he had done for me.
Okay, let's go get to one more question real quick. Sid, what was it like to work with Macho Man Randy Savage?
It was a lot of fun. It's I tell you, Scott Hall used to do this deal with Randy. You know, Randy during interviews, he always wanted to have the last word and go, "Oh yeah." Well, Scott would do something extra, make Randy do that "oh yeah" all night long. They'd have to redo interview after interview. But I didn't try that with Randy. I think we talked to was talking to Larry, the guy that does my Instagram. He was put up a picture of me and Randy. And, I didn't think about it in the beginning either. You know, Randy's the one that I met Randy at a gym in Memphis, and he's the one that introduced me to the wrestling business. And to be, you know, with him at Team Madness in WCW, you know, there was a pretty cool thing. I thought to myself, you know, my wrestling career is sort of going full circle. I'm now, you know, partners with the guy who taught me into getting into the business.
That is awesome. There's a ton of questions on here. I'm just going to try and fire through them. Huge fan of yours. What was your first reaction to being asked to jump off the rope in WCW, and could you have turned it down?
I tried to turn it down several times that night, and they just kept saying, no, we got this. This is a big part of the night, blah, blah, blah. And they never would take it out.
No. Joe Beck says, "Hey, Sid, can I move in?" Well, I don't think so, Joe.
I got a shed back there, Joe. Yeah. Bring you a cot. I got a big shot fan back there to keep the mosquitoes off of you.
See? There we go. Sid, how did WCW tell you to drop the title to Benoit, knowing he wouldn't stay to defend it?
Well, the thing is he didn't know he wasn't going to stay. That thing, of course, I didn't know either. I just was asked to put him over. Didn't matter to me. And so when we came right back, and they asked me to put my foot in the rope, I figured it was just a way of, you know, everybody wants a way out in this business, guys, and I didn't really care to have one. So I figured it's just them saying, "Okay, Sid, put the guy over. Here's your way out. You got the foot in the ropes. You can say he cheated, whatever." Well, actually, what happened? They fired him as he walked through the curtains after that match. Then Kevin Nash put the belt back on me the next night at Nitro, saying he had won the belt from Chris. But they fired him, Dean Malenko, Perry Saturn, and Shane Douglas all at one time.
I still remember that match very, very vividly, too.
Right.
What was it like beating Shawn Michaels at Survivor Series at MSG? Great match. I was there.
Thing about it wasn't so much beating him because, you know, this business is, you know, it's entertainment, and the finish is, you know, not that big part of a deal. But that night, I would say the finish was a big deal for me, for a lot of reasons. You know, to have put myself in a position like that to sort of force the company to use me and to make me champ because I was drawing money. That's why it meant so much, and that's why I still look back on that as maybe the greatest night of my career.
Excellent.
Not for the money I made, but just for how I turned things around.
This one here, too. Was WrestleMania 8 match with Hogan, was it botched or did it go as planned? That finish.
I don't even know what the finish was. I never was told. The thing was, I'd give my notice, Rob, you know this, in Albany at the pay-per-view for this. And then they brought the Warrior back thinking that would bother me. I already knew I was going home. And so, no, I didn't care what the finish was. And, Rob, I've said this story several times because I was so frustrated with that place. I didn't even realize it was WrestleMania till like a year later. I'm doing an interview on the telephone or something. The guy says, "Remember WrestleMania?" I said, "No, I don't." Then I remember that night, and that was something I was trying not to remember.
Gotcha. Well, I do know what they mean because Hogan gave you the leg drop, and then they were counting the pin, and the rumor is Papa Shango was supposed to come in to run interference, but you ended up kicking out.
No, they told me to kick out.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was planned.
Right. Now, from my understanding, that to them is like making me a big killer heel that I kicked out of Hogan's finish. Now, Rob, you know the story. I was supposed to only done pay-per-views and TVs up to that WrestleMania, win the World Championship, and go in the house shows. That again, I just my heart wasn't in it at that point anymore.
Okay. This is from Pete Marsh. You remember Pete came down with
Yeah,
me.
hey Pete.
He says, I don't want to ask a question because I don't want to hog all your airtime, LOL. I just want to say hi and hope you are well.
Hey Pete, it's good to hear from you. Can't wait till you come back with Rob sometime and you guys cook me dinner.
Craft dinner. That's what we're making. Michael McCurdy, I'm a Big Brother fan. What do you think of your son's participation on the show?
Well, I think he, unless I heard this the wrong way, he holds the record for the most immunity challenges in the record of the history of that show, unless someone's beaten it since then. I think he did really good the first year on there. He made it close to the end and everybody hated him. The second time around, they knew what a good player he was, so they got him out pretty quick. The downside to it, that's your son, and you get disappointed for him because he was thinking this is going to be a big deal maker for his acting career, which it didn't turn out like that. But still, he had a lot of fun on it. He accomplished what he was trying to do, get on the show not once but twice, and I think he did really good for himself.
I still remember running into my first Big Brother fan because I was talking about you, and they went, "I don't know Sid." And they went, "Oh wait, Frank's dad." It's like, yes, that's it, Frank's dad.
Frank's dad.
Now, someone was asking up here, and there it is. Daniel was asking, Sid, are you working on a book, and what can you tell us about it?
Well, I am working on a book with Kenny, who's you're doing the show with, Rob. And seriously, because this COVID-19 or the coronavirus, he has been having to do a lot of work on his with his teaching with these children online stuff, and they're not really sure how it's going, but he just hasn't had time to put any time into the book right now. And when he gets time, I'm sure he'll call and we'll try to work it out. One of the problems is he's just not calling. And I've already had this problem with other writers. When you get ahead of me, we're gonna have to fix all that anyway. It's just I'm a little frustrated with it right now as far as the book, having to go through, two writers. Now I'm on the third writer and I can't, I don't know. It doesn't seem like I'm on the same page with anybody.
Well, I do know I was talking to Kenny about this, and he said after this weekend, his life opens up and he's ready and willing and waiting. So I'm sure you're going to see more work now.
This is the thing is, this, we did a podcast with Tito Santana, and I'm sure I'm hard to deal with, Kenny. Everybody will say that, but I can't put out a book like Tito did and never have read it or gone through it. My life means a little bit more to me than that. And I think I still have a good story. I just don't think Kenny thinks the story is that good.
Well, I know the stories that I've heard, like just doing the podcast and listening to what you and other writers have talked about. Like, there's some amazing stories, and not just wrestling stories.
No, yeah.
So I can't wait for it to come out. Mike asks, and this is a good one too. Where'd it go? Come on. Oh, it's not going to let me show it. Do you still have trouble with your ankle?
It's really above my ankle. Mike was his name.
Yes.
It's right above the ankle, a few inches. And I do have weird sensation feelings down there and some pain. And of course, thinking about from where that break is right above my ankle, almost everything below that is pretty much dead at this point. I don't have really a calf on that left side anymore. So, but no, yeah, it gives me problems from time to time. Nice picture, Mike. I see his picture. Nice picture.
Where is he? Yeah, right there.
Yeah, good picture, man.
There he is. Just smiling. Now, this one's interesting. Is being honored by the WWE Hall of Fame important to you personally?
It is in a way. I've said this before. I felt like because of the leg break, one, they wouldn't take my phone calls to let me try to finish my career on a positive note. I just feel like I came up short of what I would have thought would be a Hall of Fame career. And I think I could have finished up on a really cool note. But again, I don't think they take this that serious, as far as wanting me into their Hall of Fame or anything.
Okay. Let's see if we can get a couple more questions real quick. Sid, what was behind the creation of the fist bump?
You know, the thing was, I started doing that in WCW. Actually, not so much to the people at first, because I was a heel and you were told not to do that. I would just do it to the camera. And my wife, Sabrina, said, man, you need to really do that more often. And I started doing it more often, and it sort of, I think it really got a cool following.
It caught on huge. I know.
Yeah.
The couple of the last ones that I've seen just to rewatch matches, and you're walking down, fist bumping everybody.
Right.
So, okay, let's see if we can get one more, maybe two. How about this one? Because I know we've talked about this. How do you feel about the Montreal screw job?
This is the thing is, if it wasn't a work, which I believe it was a work, I just don't believe it was real. But if it wasn't a work and if it was real, I think that if you had to do that to someone in the business because they won't do business, then you sort of deserve that. You know, this business is a work. And when I left WCW, you know, to go to WWF, I did exactly what was asking me, you know, and it didn't affect my career one bit. You know, so you can't do that to a territory you're leaving. You know, it's just not good business. So if it was real, he deserved it. And if it wasn't real, it was sort of silly. The whole thing was silly. That you'd have to go to that. You know, talking to Brett sometime after he got, you know, his first break in singles competition, he sometimes talked in the third person. And that's something, you know, when people did that to me, I always thought they thought a lot more of themselves than it was really there.
By talking in the third person?
Right.
Gotcha. Okay, here we go. I got one last question for you. Any good memories of the Lord Humongous days?
Man, yeah, I love that whole Lord Humongous character. Actually, that was one of the things I sort of wanted to bring back in my career, was something close to Lord Humongous, but I never got the chance to. But I love that gimmick.
That was classic, and I love how you brought it back for your documentary that you did.
Right, exactly, yeah.
That was cool. Now we do have one guest that wants to pop on real quick. Oh, turn your volume down.
My volume.
Yes, this is Dr. Steve-O.
Steve-O, what's going on? Thanks for all your help with the Skype deal, jerk.
Hey.
Hey.
It's not my fault you don't know what a backslash is.
No, I had the backslash.
No, backslap, a backslash.
Okay.
You know, and I'm sure you can probably give me a slap while I'm there, but I'm not there. I was supposed to come over, but you created the coronavirus because you were afraid to meet the doctor. I was supposed to go over with Rob up top there. He was supposed to bring me. We were gonna go hang out, and was gonna bring you to bring Sid back into relevance. And then suddenly coronavirus happened, and you canceled out on his little show here. I was like, my chance to meet you was just crushed.
I'm sorry, Steve. I won't take all the heat for that. It's 100% completely my fault.
Yes, and me.
And Rob, you too.
Actually, we want to bring in a Chatham and bring a couple wrestlers up there, and I'm gonna need you to handle some old grudges of mine, because I was managing back in the Chatham territory, and this one guy was just being mean. So I was gonna bring you up there, and then I can run my mouth off again.
Sure, we could do that.
Oh dear, his microphone just went silent. Oh no. I don't know what happened. I think we're losing signal.
Good deal.
Oh, the doctor's gone. Oh man. And we have to deal with him on the podcast, don't we?
I know, right?
Sid, man, any last words for some fans? How you're surviving during the quarantine?
Well, like everyone, Rob, I hope everybody's taking this serious and looking at the numbers and the facts and not listening to people's opinions. Sometimes you and I talked about it. Sometimes I feel stupid of keeping myself quarantined to somewhat. I mean, not somewhat, a whole lot. But then the minute I think about not keeping myself safe, I think, no, it's still time to do this until I see the deaths stop and the cases stop. I'm not going to stop protecting myself.
No, you got to do it. So that's why we do stuff like this. So, man, thank you for coming out and entertaining some people.
Did you ask Brian Knobs about the story about him and Jimmy Snuka?
We did not get a chance to get him on. He had technical difficulties until 2 minutes before the end of his time.
Okay, what about Lanny Poffo?
Yes, we did. He remembers the show, but not a whole lot about what was actually done in the show.
Okay.
Yes, and it's actually Lanny Poffo that Brian is mad at, because Lanny went over by about 5 minutes, and that made Brian set his phone down, and it went downhill from there.
Oh, man. Well, we'll get him on another time.
Absolutely. So, man, thank you very much, and I hope you have a great night. We'll talk more soon.
Okay, Rob, you be good, dude.
Always.
All right.
Oh, there he is, the master and ruler of the world, Sid Viscous. Sid, thank you so much for coming back. It was awesome that you could take some time just to chat with us and answer some of these questions, mess with the doctor just a little bit, and keep people happy. I know we're just waiting for one more person to come in. Wait. I see a person. Let's bring this person in.
Oh, well, hello.
Marty the Moth.
Hour early. Hello.
Yeah, you're early, dude.
You told me to be a half hour early to make sure everything works, so I am. Here I am.
Oh. Well, hello. It does seem to be working. The test is going very nicely.
Well, good. I'm a nerd and try to figure this all out by myself.
And success. It's the glasses that did it.
That's right.
All right,
That's
buddy.
right.
In that case, we'll come back to you, okay?
All righty then.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Yes, we're just waiting for someone to pop in because I do see their special guest, but I don't see them yet. So we will continue to chat for just a second. I saw the hands. I am going to flip this because it's that time. Bum, bum, bum. COVIDCon shirt. That's right. You get to wear the virus with pride. This little thing here. Okay. That long. Holy smokes. Okay. Yes. You get to wear this virus with pride. You notice the green. I guess I don't have an arrow on your screen, do I? Notice the green virus covered by the bright blue letters. So you can wear the virus with pride, own the virus, take control of the virus, own it on your shirt. That's the way to make things better, I guess. Okay, we're going to pick a very cool background. Okay, so I am being told that our guest is running a bit late, and I should just, bring on the mystery guest. So, should I? Should I, people? Oh, someone just got their shirt. That's right. These things come a little bit late. So I'm going to bring her on. Thunder Rosa, how you doing?
You just got me eating
a popsicle.
It's so hot. It is so hot, man. It's not funny.
Where are you right now?
I'm in my house, but my AC is not working.
Oh, I'm at what state?
Oh, it's Texas.
Oh, yeah, they're kind of known for their heat.
Oh, yeah, it's hot. It's hot.
Oh, so we're at a stay-at-home order, and you're at home, has no AC.
I mean, it's pretty hot right now. I was just like, oh.
It's like
it's hot.
It's like, how do you make things better? It's a little worse. Oh, well, let's get rid of the AC, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm used to it. I guess. Like, I was remembering when I was little in Mexico, we grew up with no AC. And days like this, I will be like literally right next to the iron door, sleeping on the ground because that was the coldest part of the house, near to the door. But here you open the door and it's just like so hot. But it's awesome.
Oh, man. Well, yeah, Texas is a gorgeous state. It really is.
It is.
So now, how are you doing? How are you surviving, this little time off?
I haven't had no time off, honestly. I've been working really hard on being more present on social media, doing collabs with other people, just getting creative on different ways that I can make some revenue without actually wrestling. So, yes.
And that's the challenge right now. That is the huge challenge. Well, people have noticed you're here, and they have started posting some questions. Let's see here. We got John. Thunder Rosa, glad to see she made it. We've been chatting about doing her comic. You're having a comic made on you?
Yes, John has been. He talked to me about making a comic book. And I'm really excited. This is the first time, and it's we want to do something like in English and Spanish because I'm a bilingual person, and I want to make sure my Spanish-speaking fans get the opportunity to also have access to things. And that's another thing that I've been working on really hard in the last 3 weeks.
Oh, wow. See, that would be cool to be a comic book character. I think that would be really cool.
I'm already I'm a superwoman or superhero or heroine, whatever you want to call it, you know?
That's awesome. Next question here is, how did you come up with your character?
We came up with a character where were we? We were at a show and we gave the name of Thunder Rosa because I used to work in a place called Thunder Road. It was a rehab facility. So we wanted to keep it like with the history of where I started when I started wrestling. So it was Thunder, we kept Thunder, and then Rosa just to make sure he was like Mexican American kind of thing. And the face paint came later because it was given to me by a promotion in Merced, California. And I just stick to it. And then it's just like, it's a long story, but it has to do with my family and my heritage and everything, and the place that I work at also.
That is awesome. Someone posted here, NWA champ.
Yes, I am. I was running with my belts yesterday and my face paint on because I just miss wrestling so much.
How does that feel to be crowned champ?
It feels awesome, but it feels terrible not being able to defend it. I have 2 championships, and they're like both in both places in my history, you know, and I just be like, hey guys, I have championships, but I can't defend them. So, hey.
Okay. That is awesome. Here's one more. Who were your biggest influences as a wrestler?
I will say I definitely have a lot of moves that Sarah Stock used to do when she used to wrestle. Since she retired, I like to use moves when people retire, just to be respectful. So I really like her style, and like I see myself in a lot of things that she does. Like she went to Mexico because she's from Canada actually, and she went to Mexico. She became real successful. So it's the same thing. I came to America, and I want to be a really, really successful Mexican-born wrestler here in America, and that's what I'm doing.
Nice. Now, what was the passion that got you into it? Like, did you grow up watching it?
No, not at all.
Really?
No, yeah. It's just like, you know, one of those things when you have an epiphany, you're like, oh, I was made to do this. And it was kind of like that when I was 26 and we were like watching wrestling on a live show. And then my husband's like, I think you could be a really good wrestler. And I was like, nah. And it's just like, just try it out. And I went there, I was like, yeah, we're going to do this and we're going to make money, you know? And it just happened. Like from the moment I stepped in the ring, I was like, this is it. This is it. We're gonna make it just like that.
Excellent. I think we have somebody here now. How you doing, ODB? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I think we can.
No.
It's a little choppy, but it's catching up.
Yeah, what's up?
So yes, ladies, how are you, ODB? I didn't get to ask you at the beginning.
Good. I've been food trucking, virus thing.
She's in a food truck.
I can't
You're in a
quite
food
hear
truck.
her.
Are you selling food right now? Yeah, she's been selling food. I don't know if you've seen her social media. She's been making some like money right now in this COVID, and I'm so happy. Like she still has a job and she's doing what she loves, which is selling food and all her cool stuff that she does. Besides of
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Pulling the pork.
Oh, there we go. So, what made you decide food truck as a breakaway hobby?
Well, I've always been into the whole barbecue and thing. I got my barbecue sauce and hot sauce about 4 or 5 years ago. And the food truck came years ago, and I've been loving it. It's literally a meat.
That is excellent. If I could ask a favor, ODB, could I just get you? I'm gonna log you out for a second. Can you just log back in? We might get a better connection. Okay. I'm hoping that's a yes. Yes. All right, just log back in for me, and we'll try that. Okay. We'll get some more questions for Thunder Rosa here. Any future MMA fights on the horizon?
Well, yes, I was supposed to fight. I was supposed to like put a time like last month, but this COVID happened, so I don't know when Combate Americas is coming back. So when that happens, hopefully I get another fight here in San Antonio, so I can sell a bunch of tickets and make a lot of money. So yeah, I have to fight on the horizon.
Awesome. It'd be good to see you get back in the ring, any ring, you know. This is from a Facebook user. Thunder, love you and the NWA. Why do you think the concept has become so popular? And can I get a virtual hug, please?
It's $50 for the hug. I'm just kidding. You can get 50 hugs for free. Why do I think the concept has become so popular? I think that like people really like the fact that we went like with the old school style. If you see the shows in the 1980s, 1970s, and then you see it now, like a lot of the sets are just like that. And it was like from the moment you walked into the arena, you feel it. Like I remember the first time that I stepped on the GBP arena, I was like, oh my God, this is completely different to all the sets that I worked before. You know, I worked in women's wrestling, I worked in Lucha Underground, I worked in a Ring of Honor, and all of it's having completely different to what the NWA stands for. And also because of the history that the NWA has. You know, I think that's what it makes it even more popular and more interesting for people.
That's excellent, because NWA has a lot of history.
Yes, they do.
Okay. How's
right.
our connection now, ODB?
I'm back. Can you hear me? Can you see
Yeah.
me?
There we go.
Much better.
If it starts to get a little bad, just turn off your video and we'll just talk with you, okay? If it gets bad.
Okay. Whoops.
There we go. So now, let's see what kind of questions we can get here. This one is, what are Rosa's thoughts on Melina's long-awaited return?
What are Rosa? What do I think? I don't know. I mean, I'm not happy. Like she wants to get my championship. You know, why would I be happy? Like, okay, good. You know, she helped me. She was my godmother. Now I was taking a shower and I was thinking about that. Isn't that weird?
You're taking a shower thinking about
Melina, I was like, she's trying to screw me over. Like, what the hell? Like, no, for real. I was thinking about that right now.
Okay, here we go. ODB, your food is awesome. I had it at WrestleCon. What is your favorite matches with Impact, and how did you enjoy working with Eric Young?
Well, that's a slamming question. Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming to my food truck. And, oh my God, my favorite matches. Oh, all of them were so fun. And it was EY was so fun to work with. We would just go out there and just wing it. Like, we had such good chemistry. We would make each other laugh. And we just did whatever we wanted, and we got to do whatever the hell we wanted. That was the best part of being us. And some of my favorite matches, it's fun because I had, my era was so colorful. Like, the beautiful people were so fun to work with. Gail Kim was fun, but she was more of a technical wrestler, so I really had to, work my ass off working her. And then there's times where I just loved working Awesome Kong because she just beat the shit out of me.
Oh man. Okay, here's another one for ODB. What are your memories of your time in OVW and feuding with Katie Lee and Marisse?
Oh, Maurice?
Maurice, there we go. So sorry.
It was fun. I look back, that was like 15 years ago already. And I had a blast because all of us were there. It was just so fun. We were struggling, living not in nice apartments. But we had a blast. We were just one big happy family or dysfunctional family.
Let's check this out.
I just have I still talk to everyone too that I went to OVW with. It was fun.
See, I've always been fascinated by OVW
Right.
because of the fact that a lot of amazing people have come from that league.
Yeah.
It's very underrated for what
It
it
was,
actually is.
Yes, I believe. So, yeah.
Thunder Rosa question: what do you think of the cruiserweights in WCW, like Psychosis, Rey Mysterio, and La Parca?
Man, they were like beyond their time. I think that some of the stuff that they were doing back then, it was like for a lot of people it was too much, but it's just like what people do now in like in lucha libre shows and like even in lucha underground. Like I mean, I work with Rey Mysterio Jr. and Psychosis and other shows, and it was just it's so magical to see them do what they do and being the age that they are and they still doing some like crazy stuff. I'm just like, ugh. I mean, I want to do
Yeah,
that.
those guy wrestlers sure can go longer than us women wrestlers.
I know, right? And they take some crazy bumps.
They brought out the phrase "Let's fly" because they do fly.
Yes, yes, they do.
Yeah, I've never.
Where did it go? ODB. Here we go. What is the most popular food from your food truck?
Oh boy, it's a tie between the pork you nachos and the double D's meat in a cup, baby.
I love the title, by the way.
Oh, I'm suddenly hungry.
What?
I'm suddenly very hungry.
Are you
What do
drooling?
you want the double D's?
No.
You want the double D's?
No, I'm not drooling.
You want the double D's? What?
Oh, here's one. ODB. Are you involved in Gale Army and Christie's Project Kayfabe?
I am not, but I'm excited to hear more about it. It's kind of because they kept their mouth shut for a couple of years on that project, which is kind of crazy, but good for them for doing it. And I'm really excited after all this crap hopefully gets over soon with. I'm really excited on what it's all about. And I know a little bit, but I'll let them explain it all. But yeah, I'm excited for what they got coming up with that.
Okay, and
They
this
sure
one
can
here,
keep
this
it secret. So if you tell any of those 3 girls secrets, they're going to keep it.
and that's so important. That literally is. Here's a question for both of you. Georgia says a hot debate between her friends and her. Would the Briscoes be a good fit in AEW? What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, they would. They would surprise the crap out of everyone. The Briscoes are fun. I've been on their farm, and they are awesome guys. I think, they would. I think the crowd would be like, "Holy shit!" It would be. Yeah, I think they need to get. Obviously, they've been with Ring of Honor their whole time, but I think they need to venture out and because they're so talented and they're so good at what they do, and I think they need to be seen more. So I think AEW for the Briscoes. Hell yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't go when they split because I remember I was there when they announced that they're splitting that night that we were in Philly, and it felt kind of weird. And then I knew who like half the people were going, and I was surprised that the Briscoes didn't go with them.
Oh dang!
But we will see soon, I guess. That'll be fun.
Now, this is a question for ODB, but I'd love to hear both of you. ODB, what would be your dream match? And Thunder Rosa, I'd love to hear yours.
Oh boy! Gosh, I hate this question. Dream match. Oh, I would honestly, my dream match would be actually to be like in the '80s era. I think it'd be cool to just be in that era, like do like a mixed tag with like Macho Man, Sensational Sherry. Oh shit! Who else would I want to be in the ring with? The Nasty Boys actually would be fun to be in the ring with too. But I wish I was in their era. That'd be my dream match.
That's awesome. Thunder Rosa, what's your dream match?
If I have the chance to go back to Japan, and if I have the chance to have a match, like my last match with Miko Satomura. That's one. She's crazy. I've seen her live, and she's insane. And then Sarah Stock. Hopefully she comes back.
Oh yes.
I want to wrestle her so
yeah,
bad.
you never. You've never worked her? Oh my gosh.
Never. I never
fun to
seen
work
her live. I never seen her live. I used to remember I told you, ODB, I used to watch you and
Yeah.
her and all the ladies, Victoria and everybody. And that's where I really like women's wrestling. I didn't like WWE women's wrestling. I like you guys. Like when you used to go.
Don't say when you were young you watched us.
I wasn't even that young. It was like a couple years ago. I was over 21, so.
Okay, thanks.
Thunder Rosa, for you, how has it been working with Allison Kay?
Oh, she's a bitch. Just kidding. Just kidding. She's a bitch.
Oh, shit.
No, she's good. She's good. We beat the shit out of each other all the time. I really enjoy it.
Oh, a very interesting question for both of you. Do you think someday there will be a woman's first blood match?
Anyone?
Because that's something.
I'm not.
Yeah, right.
First blood.
But if you look, the first blood matches are all male.
That's disgusting.
I mean, after.
Okay, there's a good answer for that one. Thank you.
I don't know. Bleeding is not the funnest thing in the world. I mean, when you get cut in like certain areas, it's not fun.
Yeah, it does.
Someone posted this, and I'm very curious your thoughts, ODB. ODB. Yeah. ODB versus Luna. What was your thoughts on that? They think it'd be great.
Yes.
You know what? I actually got to wrestle her in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in a baseball field. I'll post those pictures on social media. I wrestled her in 2002, I think.
Wow. Is there like a video? Is there a video of that? Or just pictures?
I don't know if they might have VHS.
Oh man.
I'm not sure.
VHS.
But I do have pictures. I will post them, but we had so much fun. It was just a brawl, and she was the sweetest. Oh my God, I loved her. She was just an amazing woman. When she opened the doors for a lot of us women in this industry.
No, you are absolutely right. Oh, there we go. Okay, you were starting to cut up, but your video just resynced, so I think we're okay. Now, I got to ask, because I asked Thunder Rosa, ODB, what pulled you into the business? Yeah, what pulled you into the business? Was it a passion for wrestling growing up?
Yep. I watched wrestling ever since I could, and my parents would take us to indie shows, actually, and the shows in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And then I used to beat up my littler brother in front of his girlfriends and friends at home. And I always loved it. Like, I grew up, I loved the Macho Man, and he was one of my favorites. And just, and being from Minneapolis, you got the Road Warriors, Mr. Perfect, Ravishing Rick Rude, and Demolition. And you got all these guys that came from here, and just watching them, it was pretty cool. Like, I used to kind of stalk them too. I know where the gym they worked out at, so I'd go to the gym with my Zubas and my mullet. And I've always been a fan of wrestling. I loved it because they're larger than life. And then one day I was like, I want to do it, and here I am.
Well, we have a fan here, Dr. Stevel. He posted Luna versus ODB. There's the YouTube link.
Whoa!
He said, oh, why did I say? Oh, shit.
Let me copy this. I gotta watch it.
Oh my God! Yeah,
I'm copying it. Yes.
Oh, and set this up.
Mixed up. ODB.
Oh, ODB, what is your choice of drink to put in a flask?
Oh boy. I actually had Jägermeister back in the day a lot.
Damn.
And nowadays I do Fireball. It's funny because a lot of people didn't think I put anything in there. I'm like, I can get away with this. Not like I was drunk in the ring or nothing. But I always wanted to surprise people. Because I remember Gail Kim, we were live on pay-per-view. I forget what town we were in. And she literally grabbed the flask. I'm like, you don't want to do that. And it was Jägermeister. She's like, oh my God. Are you kidding me? I was like, that's right, bitch.
Oh man. All right, so ODB, I'll start with you. What is the best way for people to follow you or find out what you're doing or grab some merch if you have it?
Grab some merch. Oh yeah, you got some merch. Where is it? Yeah, you can catch me on social media. On
She's gone.
Oh no.
The most important part.
Yes. Exactly.
I go. I did. Am I coming back? Am I back?
There you are.
Okay, there I am. Sorry, I disappeared on you. But yeah, you can go on my Instagram, Twitter at the ODB Bam. You can go on Facebook, ODB's Meet and Greet, and I have a YouTube channel now, so I've been doing that. And then you can go to Pro Wrestling Tees and get my barbecue sauce. I have a Mother Trucker special going on now. You can get a T-shirt, some barbecue sauce, a signed 8x10, and so go to ProWrestlingTees.com and order my shit.
Nice. ODB, thanks so much for being here. I'm going to say goodbye right now real quick because the feed is going pretty bad. But thank you so much for taking some time out and talking to us.
Hi, guys. Good seeing you guys. Thank you. Bam, bitches.
Bye.
Oh, man, that was awesome. And now, Thunder Rosa, how does people follow you? Like, where can they get your merch?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and for I was a special guest, of course. I feel very special, and I'll feel more special if you guys go to my website, thunderrosa.net, and purchase all my shirts. I have a bunch of shirts coming up. I have three different shirts, and we're putting 4 more shirts tomorrow, special 8x10s, pins, hats, all kinds of stuff. And then there you can also check out my YouTube, my Instagram, my Twitter, and my Facebook. All of them are handled at Thunder Rosa 22. And then YouTube is Thunder Rosa, of course.
Thunder Rosa, awesome. Thank you so much for taking some time out. Again, like, this is helping kind of relax what's going on. People can, have something to do while we're trapped in the house.
Yes. And you made me put makeup on, and you made me actually do my hair. So this is a gift
You
for the
have
world.
makeup on?
I do have makeup on. You don't see
No, I thought that was all natural.
I am a natural beauty. I was actually gonna put my face paint on, but I was exercising, so I didn't have time. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Just having you here has been an honor. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. And hey, Foods, I need you. Go to thunderrosa.net. Get the stuff. If not, watch my stuff on YouTube because I'm trying to monetize my page. So if you watch it, I can apply for monetization.
Exactly. The more views, the better it goes. So everybody, head over to YouTube, Thunder Rosa.
Watch the video.
Thank you.
Subscribe.
You got it. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye. There we go, guys. It was a bit choppy at times, but it was worth it. ODB and Thunder Rosa, it's actually pretty interesting. A lot of the questions that were coming in, you wonder how you could twist them to ask them interestingly, I guess is the word I'm trying to think. But you know what? Forget that. Let's just get to our next guest, who made a surprise appearance a half an hour ago. Okay. And I have to admit, he made a very cool impression. The glasses were phenomenal, right? There they are.
Yes, they were. This is my nerd filter. Yeah.
See, now that's a gimmick I can get behind.
Forget Marty the Moth. Let's just go with the nerd. Much better, right? Much better.
So how you doing, Marty?
I am doing fantastic. To be honest, this quarantine can last another 2 months, and I'd be perfect with that. I've been doing. What's up?
I was just curious if we're going to keep the voice for the whole interview because it's actually kind of cool.
I forgot to take it off, so we can.
Dude.
Or I could do see, here's the fun thing that I've been streaming on Twitch for 1.5 years. So when you guys say, "Hey, come on here, do a stream," or get on and do a virtual reality or a virtual thing, this is my bag.
Yes, I want to play a game.
This is this is fun. I can
do whatever I want here. It'll be fun.
Dude.
I have
way too much fun.
Way too much fun with this.
You're killing me there. You're in my playground. I would love something like that.
I do love something like this. Oh my God, Marty the Moth. Yes, Georgia. Hello, hello. I've been streaming for a year and a half on Twitch, so I'd love. One of my main things was creating a world that I could do whatever the hell I want with. So here we are, and all the fun, the filters and voices. I could do all sorts of stuff. Like, ooh.
I love the Thanos voice. That's awesome. That fits perfect.
So
now I gotta ask.
COVIDCon is a brilliant idea. Just saying.
Isn't this amazing? Kenny and John, like these guys are just brilliant for this.
Kenny,
you're amazing. Thank you for doing this. Yeah.
No, this is great. A lot of people don't get to go out and do anything. So this is going to be a blast for them. I'm lucky enough to be stuck here with my fiance and my 2 dogs. So I love this quarantine stuff. This could go on for another 2 months and I'd be fantastical.
And see, I got to admit, I read a meme on Facebook that was just brilliant. It's like, stay home, play video games, and don't go outside. I've been training for this my entire life.
Me too, man. We've been training together.
That's right. We can save the world by playing video games. How much easier does it get than that?
I am all for it. That sounds like a dream come true. And you know what? I'm living my dream. This is awesome. I get to play video games on Twitch and save the world on virtual land and stay at home and not get corona. So, score.
Now, I'm dying to know who posted this because it's from a Facebook user. Marty doesn't play games. Don't let him fool you. He just goofs around with us.
Facebook user, I bet, is one of my people from my chat. I think I have an idea who it is. Might be Becky. I don't know. Becky and Janet. I did post this on my socials, so I might get some people from stream on here. Not all just wrestling peeps, but people from my stream. So I'm thinking that might be a girl named Becky. But hello, Facebook user. Once in a while, I play games. I actually, Rob the Slob, played Dungeons and Dragons for the second time in my life the other day. It was quite interesting,
Really?
quite fun. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons. I've always been curious to how that goes. The ultimate nerd thing. And it's kind of fun, actually. So I'm going to keep doing it on my stream.
That's perfect. So you have a Twitch stream. Tell us a little about that.
I have a Twitch stream. I've been streaming for the past year and a half, so it's not just because of this COVID con that I started streaming. I do my workouts, so I put all my workouts on there every morning. I usually play games. Don't let the Facebook users tell you I don't. I see you. I see you.
By the way, you were right.
Bam! Nailed it, because she's the one that always gives us crap about it. So I put my game, I do my workouts on there. I do wrestling matches, so I have somebody hold my phone and stream my matches when the world comes back to normal. I do my workouts and I play games with people. So if anybody has a PlayStation, Rob, tell me you've been practicing for this your whole life. Tell me you have a PlayStation, right?
I do so.
Atta boy! Oh, come on. Oh, I wonder if this works.
And the moment is lost.
Did you hear that? Can you hear that?
No.
Okay, just checking. I have sound effects on here too. Those are for my stream. And I was hoping
really?
they'd work for this. Oh yeah, there was just a bunch of kids screaming, "Yay! You have a PlayStation!" So,
see, that's awesome.
But here we are. Those aren't going to work, so it's just me you're going to deal with. So that's
That
awesome.
works.
That's awesome. It was Becky.
Yeah, you nailed it. Nailed it good. Kenny says, can you tell us about Lucha Underground?
There's a wrestling show called Lucha Underground.
Thanks for that. Now, let's get back to video games.
Let's get back to video games. I don't know exactly.
Tell us a little bit about Lucha.
It was super, super fun. I got to, like Thunder was saying just a second ago, she got to work with Rey Mysterio and Lucha Underground. One of my favorite guys to kick in the face as Rey Mysterio, so Lucha Underground gave me that opportunity. It was fun, like all the way around. Let's see. I bled some. I made some other people bled some. I stabbed some people with some forks. I tried to light Pentagon on fire. Good times all around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You want that one?
I know. I'm reading these now.
I noticed that you were trained by Tom Howard. Have you ever seen his Zuma or KGB gimmicks?
You know what? I have not actually seen those gimmicks. He showed me pictures of those gimmicks, but I have not actually seen them in action. I got to wrestle him once, and I think he was the KGB because he came in with the whole army outfit. So I got to wrestle Tom Howard once. I think that was probably his last match. So I haven't gotten to see it, but I did get to see pictures of it. So does that count?
That kind of like seeing it.
Kind of like seeing it. Big shout out to Tom Howard. Love that dude. He trained a bunch of people over at UPW, trained a lot of the stars that are going on right now. So big shout out to Tom Howard. I love that big old man.
Awesome. Do you think Lucha Underground will ever make a comeback in some form?
I don't think until... I think what's going on is AAA and MGM are in a fight. So until mom and dad make up, I don't think they're going to let us kids play. Pretty much is what it is. But I don't think Lucha will come back, but I think you're going to see some variations of it pop up. I know Amazon has been pitched some versions of it, I've been told about. But I don't, unfortunately, think Lucha is going to come back. I did hear that when it does, if it ever does, that I'll be one of the first ones they call. So if it does come back, you're going to see Marty the Moth absolutely destroying that Lucha Underground ring.
Excellent. Now here's a question too. This guy's curious. Was Lucha Underground a wrestling promotion or a TV show about a wrestling promotion?
Ooh, I like that. It was actually, and very well stated, a TV show about a wrestling promotion. So, and I actually kind of liked that format. It was kind of fun, and I wish I would have kept going. It was kind of nice to tape it a while ago, see what the fans say, and then the next season come back and we can adjust and like, ooh, we like this guy. They're liking this, they're not liking this, and kind of adjusting things. It's kind of fun to have an off season, technically, even though wrestling doesn't have an off season.
No, that's very, very true. So you technically did have an off season doing a show.
Yes, technically. Granted, when we weren't filming Lucha Underground, I was off wrestling somewhere else. But from Lucha Underground, I was getting an off season.
Okay. So you didn't have an off season, and now you have an off season because there's no show and no wrestling.
That's right. However, I saw a question earlier from Lori about how the house is going. I've actually not had an off season on this either.
Oh.
Actually,
there we go.
I have been, ever since this started, I've been doing house construction for the past 2 months now. So I've built another room from the framing to the electrical to the plumbing. I'm building a bathroom right now, and I got one more bathroom, and that should cover it. So right now, literally, I'm in the middle of plumbing. So right now, my girlfriend can't use any sort of water because I shut the entire water off in this house. So I'm building plumbing from the ground up. And so this happened to catch me when I can't turn the water on back on. So sorry, love.
I love that. Okay, I'm going to do some work. You can't use water. Oh, by the way, I got to go do a live stream first.
That's pretty much what happened. By the way, you can't use the toilet because you can't flush it. You can't get a drink. You can't flush it. And as soon as I shut off the water, my friend came and spilled her coffee, and there was no water to pick it up. Oh, well. But, however, I am down here with you great people here at COVIDCon, and I got my girlfriend and another girl upstairs sheetrocking. Life is grand.
There we go. Little blowback to D&D here. I just learned how to play D&D. I'm a dragonborn blue dragon sorcerer.
Ooh, very nice. Like I said, I played twice now. My stream, if you go check out my stream on twitch.tv/Marty the Moth Casaus. I stream Monday through Thursday, my workouts, and then my games. D&D day is every other Thursday. So we've done 2 of them. I am right now a Minotaur, and I have no idea more than that. I am a Minotaur. So like I said, I like to create my own world, and I know this is a college thing, but when I play D&D, I like to be a Minotaur. So we could play a little bit more, have some more fun.
Yeah, more fun. Minotaur style.
Now that's a Minotaur.
Yeah.
Loving it.
What college is this, you know?
I don't actually.
There's the U thing underneath that. I think it's something from Florida. But does anybody know what actual college team this is? Because I don't. I just like that. Hey, look at my pretty face. I just know this is a Minotaur. It's the closest thing I can find.
I would so steal that just for the Minotaur head too. I know exactly what you mean. I'm going to see if I can figure out what that is for you.
Ed Brad says USF. University of South Florida. See, all I gotta do is ask the people. Ask the people.
Oh, University of South Florida.
University of South Florida. There we go. Ed Brad's with the win. University of Ofo, South Florida. So yeah,
there we go.
So I've been doing a lot of home stuff while this is going on. And right now it's kind of cool. My girl builds with me. So right now I'm with you guys. I have 2 girls upstairs sheetrocking. And that's kind of cool. I got the ladies doing the hard work I'm doing here with you guys.
Nice. By the way, you still have Minotaur voice. Just letting you know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're going to have to tell me when I do that.
No way. Let's see here. Facebook user, does Marty ever come up to wrestle in Canada?
Ooh, I would love to do it more, and I have once before in Quebec City. It was in December, and it was freezing. So I have been there, and I would love to go back. I think I did NSPW up there. That was a very fun trip because I was on the show was on Saturday or Friday, one of those. And I did that one in Quebec City, Canada. It was freezing. The very next day, I was meeting John Hennigan down in Puerto Rico and wrestling there. So it was like extremely cold to extremely not. So it was kind of fun. But I would love to get up to Canada more. So tell your local Canada promoters.
Well, I'm good with that. I'm Canadian. I'm up here in Canada.
Are you Canadian?
So come on up.
Where are you at?
Yeah. Just English. Just an hour over the border. There we go. In a city called Chatham, just past Detroit, Windsor.
Very nice, very nice. I don't know what wrestling promotions are up there. Oh my gosh, do you guys see this? 'Cause this is what happens to me all the time at home. Brutus.
Oh, hello, puppy.
Brutus, look at here. He's always camera shy. He never looks at the freaking camera. Hey, dog. Hey, dog. Dogs are pretty much the best thing in the world. The eyes. He's got those precious moment eyes. Come here.
Oh my God. Yes.
He's got those precious
I don't
moment
want to look
eyes.
at that.
I don't want to look at
I want to look at you.
He's camera shy, believe it or not. So whenever I go, he does something adorable. And we put the camera up to him, and then he just like changes position, looks away, but he is always by my side. So hopefully all you guys have dogs because you should, and it's awesome, and that means you're awesome people.
Oh, we got a run in.
The man, the myth, the legend, Marty Elias.
There he is, Mr. Quarantine Marty Elias right here. You know, stepping up, man.
That beard's looking glorious and majestic, brother.
Bro, Marty Elias only does it that way, bro. You know that.
Absolutely. I've known.
How you guys doing? Rob, nice to meet you. Marty Elias, how are you?
Very nice to meet you. How Marty and I were just talking. Now Marty and I can talk. How are you surviving the quarantine? We know what Marty's doing, but Marty, what are you doing?
Oh man, I'm learning a lot of different things in this quarantine, stay at home. Learning a lot about a lot of financial things. You know, I've actually had some little text messages with Mr. Moth there about some stuff, and you know, just looking out for what Marty is doing at 75. You know, so doing a lot of that and really just getting a lot of stuff in order, but at the same time, just staying busy. You know, a few weeks ago, that podcast with Jericho dropped, Talk is Jericho, where we recapped the greatest match in WrestleMania history, which was Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels. And we actually did a video walk along with that. And I pulled back the curtain and I, you know, explained from my perspective what went down and what happened. And, you know, it was a lot of fun and it did very, very well. So, you know, it's brought me back to the forefront of pro wrestling, so to speak. And, you know, I haven't been in a wrestling ring in God knows how long. And here I am, and I'm on COVID Con and, you know, doing something wrestling related, which is pretty cool, man.
Excellent. Now, a question is, do you ever get to Canada? Because one of the questions for Marty, upstairs Marty, was, do you ever come to Canada? And he asked what promotions were here. So we found out that there's Destiny World Wrestling, Border City Wrestling, Alpha One, and all in Ontario. Have you ever worked in Ontario?
I have, but I did it with WWE. You know, I never got to go to Canada, you know, working the indie scene and stuff. But, you know, when I was working that, it was back, I think Stampede was still around when I was breaking in and stuff. So I know that Stampede was on my list for sure, you know, when I started. And ultimately, you know, I never did get there. But I did get there with WWE. So, yes, technically I was there.
Yes, Marty, that is my favorite match still. When everyone asks me what my favorite match is, I'm like, Undertaker, Shawn Michaels. Easy. Don't have to think.
You know, it blows me away because the podcast really affected people because, like Chris and I, we spoke off the, you know, off record, man, but it was something, you know, that we said, who would have thought that 11 years down the road that this match would still be spoken of and perceived as the greatest match? I mean, 11 years down the road, I mean, you know, that's 11 years. That's a decade, folks. I mean, and people still talk about it and people still want to know about it, man. And it seems like that match is relevant today than, you know, than any other match, you know, that they're doing today on television. So, you know, I'm very proud of that, man. And, you know, that's something, you know, that at one time I just went like, oh, okay. But now I'm grateful for that. And I'm honored, you know, that I'm a part of that wrestling history, man. And thank you.
That is awesome. Now, we got to see Marty's dog, and I'm just curious if you got a pet that keeps you, you know, happy at home. Georgia says she's got 2 dogs and a cat. No pets?
Unfortunately, no pets. No, I'm sorry.
Now,
I mean, although I do love animals. I'm a lion guy, so I mean, no pet lion. You know, but,
a lion guy. You know, that is a new one. Would you ever get a pet lion if you could?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. Actually, I would have Joe Exotic take care of it for me.
I have yet to see that. My girlfriend refuses to see it, and therefore I haven't watched it. I've been building the house, so I've got to see
Marty,
that. Apparently,
check this out. Rob, have you seen this? Have you seen Tiger King?
Oh yes, even the bonus episode.
Yeah. So Marty, Joe is a wrestling gimmick, bro. He's literally a wrestling guy. You know, so he would be so over as a wrestler that it wouldn't. I mean, dude. I mean, he would be the Hulk Hogan right now, dude, if he was in the wrestling business. That's how over Joe Exotic would be, bro. Huge. He's a wrestler caught in the big cat world.
In the big cat world, maybe I should change gimmicks for a show or two and just see what happens.
Oh yeah, no, that gimmick. Oh. And then he sings on top of it. Well, not really, but he has videos.
I heard that commercial in the trailer. What was it? Something about lions? Oh god, it's actually didn't sound bad, to be honest.
In his videos.
Well, and sadly, it's not him singing.
Oh damn!
It's a Milli Vanilli all over again.
But you know, he does such a great job, though. Such a great job, and you go, wow, you know, the production's not half bad, man.
There you go, magical.
Yeah. John Brooks has a comment. Jerry Jarrett's Memphis wrestling was ahead of its time, better than today's by far. What are your opinions on that?
Marty?
I haven't actually seen Jarrett's Memphis wrestling. So I assume we're comparing just older wrestling to what it is now, which is more TV style wrestling versus I don't know if Memphis had the hour-long matches that old school NWA did or not. Did they? I'm not sure. Is that a yes?
I
No?
haven't
Maybe.
seen any.
I have not seen.
No, I have
What was the
not
question
seen
again?
any at all.
It was Memphis.
Jarrett's Memphis Wrestling.
Memphis. I remember
Yeah.
seeing it on video and such, when they were running. But as far as physically going, to Memphis and seeing it, or any of their spot shows outside of that, no, But I remember getting VHS tapes of their TV and stuff. I do remember that.
Were they the long, like, kind of NWA hour? Okay, John Brooks says many hour matches. Yeah. The style was just very different back then. I don't know if we can. There's not many people, or there's attention span has definitely changed between now and when Memphis and the old school NWA hour-long matches that were regular were happening. I don't know if many people nowadays can sit through that long unless you have someone who knows very good at what they're doing, which me and Marty can.
Absolutely, man. We'll go up, man, and we'll take you on a ride. That's what we're gonna do.
One of the funnest times, one of my favorite times when you were reffing was when I got hit in the head with a chair versus a kill shot, and it hit up, and I started bleeding, and I'm in the corner, and I see you come over to me. He's like, "Hey, man, you're bleeding like crazy all over your face. Enjoy it." Only in wrestling am I going to hear something like that. And I pushed a little, and then blood was everywhere. It was one of the best spots of the matches because I knew there was blood there because of Marty. So that was one of the best things. Just I never heard somebody say, "Hey, man, you're bleeding. Enjoy it." I'm like, okay, you got it. I will, and I did, and it was fun.
And the reason why I said that. Oh, Rob, you want to know?
I'm sorry?
I said, if you want, I'll let you know why I told him that.
Please do. Why did you tell me that?
Okay. The reason I told you that is because we were doing TV for Lucha Underground, okay? And there was 3 handheld cameras, and there was a big jib over the ring and stuff too. So that right there was me letting you know that you had all these cameras, you were bleeding, and guess what gets on television, especially that kind of show that we were doing at the time? That was going to get you on TV. That was going to get your moneymaker on TV, bro. And that's exactly what it did. And I wanted you to know that right there and then, that, bro, this is your moneymaker. This is what's going to make you money in the business, man. And if you weren't going to sell that blood and just putting your head down and doing that, dude, nobody would have been drawn into that. Nobody would have went in, and nothing would have resonated with anybody because it would have been, oh, okay, he's bleeding. No, but if you show him the blood and you show him that you're aching and you're selling that, and there's cameras everywhere, we even have photographers there too. So that's what they want to capture. They want to capture those moments. And when somebody is still learning and still doing that, and when you've been in there with the likes of the professionals and the greats that I've been with, man, you share that knowledge with guys like Marty coming up, especially at that time at Lucha, and even kids today. That's what you do because you learn from those greats and you pass that knowledge on. That's what I wanted to know, that, look, dude, your face was going to be there and you were going to give him the money shot. And that's what he did.
And that's what we did. It actually turned out to be one of the coolest spots of the match. And it is actually an alert on my stream. When I think somebody follows, you see my head come up full of blood laughing. I throw a ladder at Killshot and I kick him in the face with it. And so when people follow me on Twitch, which, by the way, you should all follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Marty the Moth Casaus, you actually can see that alert where Marty just gets done telling me, "Enjoy it, kid." And then I punch that or kick that ladder right into his face. So that actually worked out quite well. So I appreciate that, Marty. I caught on. I like working with Marty and the referee.
I think this is amazing. The guy can cut a promo on pretty much anything.
I love streaming, man. This is what I do. I love this. I can
I mean, dude, and that's what's so cool, man. He's a businessman. So you know what he's doing, man? He's being that car salesman. I mean, not saying that you are, dude, but you're out there and you're selling it. There you go. So he's out there and he's selling it, man. And that's what's great about, social media. Just like what we're doing right now, man. We can sell whatever, man. And there we go. So yeah, it's great.
I think that's awesome. Now I got to ask Upper Marty, going from the smaller leagues like this Lucha Underground and stuff, you did go to the Fed for a while. What's the difference like from those different promotions? And then Marty, I definitely want to get your opinion on this too, because you spent a lot of time in the Fed.
Oh yeah.
This was one of the fun things about, I'm just going to bring it back to Lucha because that's when I worked with Marty the most. When you say Marty, I never know what Marty you're talking about because I always just assume it's me. So I hear Marty, I hear yes, and then Marty always just goes, hey, not you, brother, not you. And then he would go up. So I did some time at WWE Tough Enough. So I think that was a blast. Just the production value. Actually, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask other Marty about just what his favorite is. Like, there's a difference in production value when you go to the WWE versus when you go down to Lucha Underground and they have a more intimate. Like, I loved the crowd at Lucha Underground because it was very more intimate. We sit on people if we had to. Fluffy Gabriel Iglesias came in and I sat on his lap and I got beat up on top of him. That's like Lucha Underground versus the WWE was a lot less intimate, but a lot more people. Like AAA, WWE was all had the thousands and thousands and thousands. And then Lucha Underground was a lot more intimate. So I saw the biggest parts were just the production value. And the better the production value, the more you could tell these stories easier. Like, hey, bro, your face is bleeding. Look up because we have a camera up there. Versus when you're doing like the independents, I usually have somebody hold my camera so my stream can catch my shows. And I look up and I'm like, where's their camera? Where's their camera? All right, they don't have a camera. I'm going to find my stream. Where's my stream? Meanwhile, I'm also hurt. So I'm trying to find the camera. You don't have to try and find cameras when on levels like Lucha Underground and the WWE because the production value is just a different level. That was my biggest takeaways from that. Marty, tell me what the difference is between you and what you've seen.
Well, you're absolutely right because when you're at a certain level, you're going to perform better, you know. And when you're working with somebody who's a lot more experienced than you and has been there and can show you and guide you, then that's going to elevate your whole game, no matter what you do. You know, I don't care if you're a cook or you're a writer or whatever. When you're working with the greats like that, you know, and you're in those situations, it's going to elevate your game, man. So, you know, I totally agree with what the Moth is saying there. Because, I mean, it's happened to me, you know, and, you know, it still happens to me, you know. So I get that. But production-wise, there's nothing that's ever going to beat the WWE production. No matter what you try and do. I mean, if you've ever performed and I've been blessed to do it, to perform at WrestleMania, the Super Bowl of our business, and to do it at that level with those guys and to, you know, people still talk about it 11 years later, man, you know, did something right, man. Did something right.
Excellent. I have to post this real quick just because I know it'll make Upstairs Marty happy. I will be following Marty the Moth.
Ooh,
excellent.
There's
At least
one follower.
At least one. That's right.
All
and now downstairs, Marty, this will be a good question for you. Do refs pass down knowledge to new guys like the wrestlers do?
Pete Bregman. Oh, mad love to you, homie.
I know. I love Pete. Pete, you did great earlier, by the way. I woke up early just to see you do your stream here on COVIDCon. I miss your face, and you do awesome things with wrestle emojis.
So before I answer that question, I'm going to put my boy Pete over, man, because he deserves to be put over. He is one of the greatest human beings you're ever going to meet. But on top of that, he's probably one of the greatest artists that I've ever worked with and have seen, you know, just kill it from Marty to Johnny and Kira, from you know, to Ray and stuff, and then, you know, he's doing Chavo Guerrero's stuff too. But most importantly, Pete's now doing Stone Cold Steve Austin stuff. So the stuff that you see on Pro Wrestling Tees, Austin, that's all my man Pete Bregman. Congrats, dude! You fucking rock, bro.
I 100% concur with that. Pete is awesome. If you guys haven't checked out Wrestle Emojis, you need to. It's an app on iOS and Android. And you could have Marty Elias down here say, awesome. And then you can have me say, like, fork yeah. We can have all sorts of emojis of wrestlers. All your favorite wrestlers on WrestleEmoji.com. Actually, it's an awesome app. You guys should actually download it.
So do refs pass down knowledge? Absolutely. Even though I was a referee, and I've known, you know, as a referee. When I broke into the business, I did train, you know, just like a wrestler would. You know, I started from scratch, man. Started running the ropes, bumping and all that, setting up rings, which I still set rings up to this day if I have to. So there you go. But yeah, I mean, if young guys today would listen, I mean, I got no problem sharing the knowledge, man. And, you know, because I've been blessed to get the knowledge from the guys who have taught me, man. So that knowledge and plus what I've learned and with people that I've worked with, and I can pass that knowledge on too, man. But, you know, it's just one of those things, you know, when people think that, oh, he's just a referee. Well, that may be true, but I'm not just a referee. I'm a great fucking referee. So there's a difference, folks. And I'm not saying that, you know, to have an ego or nothing like that. It's just look at my record, look at my resume, look at the stuff that I've done outside of professional wrestling. So yes, I do know, and I do pass knowledge on when people do want to hear it. So there, yes.
That's perfect. And I'm going to throw this up to end this with you guys, but Biggest Pete, love you guys.
Oh, much love, Peto. We love your face.
Downstairs Marty, if people are looking for you on social media, how do people find you?
They can find me on Instagram at Marty_Elias_1. And on Facebook, just Marty Elias. It has the photo of the WrestleMania photos. So, and it says former WWE Lucha Underground. So you can find me there. Those are the only two, I'd say, official things that I have. And that's pretty much it, man.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to let you go right now, Marty, because I'm going to ask Upstairs Marty the same question. And we know he'll be a while with everything that he's got to push. So
Elias,
you have
old school.
Great seeing you, brother.
Have a great weekend, and thanks so much.
All right. Take care.
So, Marty, how do people find you on social media?
Well, that's simple, Rob the Slob. You go follow me on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, all at Martin Casaus. You can search Marty the Moth on Google, and you can find me on any of them. They all have a blue check next to them, so you know it's me. Be careful of those fakes, because there's a lot of people on there who pretend to be me and that are not. I have a blue check next to every single social media I have, except for my Twitch, because I'm not partnered, but I got one more follower today. Thank you, John Brooks. I appreciate it. So I appreciate the follow. Go follow me on all Martin Casaus on anything, or more importantly, Marty the Moth Casaus on Twitch TV. It'll be huge.
That's brilliant. Marty, man, thanks so much. We need to chat more because I want to learn about your toys. I really, really do.
I'm a phone call away, Rob. You know me.
Alrighty, man. Thanks so much and have a great weekend. Now that is amazing. Oh, Marty the Moth and Mart, the referee from the WWE, or F, I guess. I'm going to bring two more people on because, sadly, we have reached the end of our road. So, Kimchi Casanova, Deadly Eddie. There, look at the Kamala book. Guys, thank you so much for letting not only me be a part of it, but being a part of it. Kenny, thank you for putting this together. I can't believe how amazing this has been.
Man, it's been great. Eddie's back up. He's been here all day. He's the longest one of all of us, besides me, maybe. I think it was a success. What do you guys think?
I think it was awesome. I think it cost me a ton of money because there's so much stuff that I'm going to go buy tomorrow. But other than that, I think it was unbelievable.
My wife, who you saw for a second, told me that, I was I gave up every hour of the day for this thing, and I tried, man, my best to make this happen. So on top of that, the big man may spring for a free T-shirt for Ed and a free T-shirt for Rob out of my own pockets.
What?
You. I might do it. I'm thinking about it. She told me, and I should buy her one too, and one for the dogs. So we'll see what happens.
Can you please tell her I still love her more?
Hey, I need to know your shirt size, I guess. But yeah, Pro Wrestling Tees was cool. Last second, they threw the shirt together for us, and we wanted to just say, guys, if you can help pick up a couple of those, that money's going to the software that both Ed and Rob fronted for this. And we're not a business. We just threw this together. We're a bunch of guys that just thought we could put something cool together for the fans, something that hadn't been done before. And I think between myself and John Cosper, who shot me a message one Saturday morning and said, "You think we could Zoom a bunch of authors together?" I'm like, "Yeah, let me hold my beer." And then I went nuts. And then these two guys here, Rob the Slob and Deadly Eddie, or what did I call you? Deadly Eddie? Deadly Ed. That's what it was. Deadly Ed. Who will have to change their names after today to what we said, and I'm going to own the trademark like Vince McMahon. I want to thank you guys too. Super job. And I want to thank all the fans for throwing questions in there and also putting up with our technical difficulties, which we had a lot of, but considering having 60, 70 names on the show, something unheard of, I don't think it was that bad. Do you?
No, that was unbelievable. I mean, the hit rate had to be 99.9%.
I think it was pretty good, right? Pretty good. I mean, we even had like the one I was most impressed with was the Mr. Hughes, who we couldn't get the sound, but then they just put it up on the cell phone, and then it didn't loop. It was scratchy, but it didn't loop, and his mouth even lip synced to the other phone, which I was like, I don't see how this is possible.
That was amazing. Yeah,
it really shouldn't happen, but it is. So
literally, all I did was I muted his video. And we pulled all the audio from Luke's side.
Yeah, but still, from Lee Walker.
Sorry.
Book, right? Yep. So Lee used his cell phone as a speakerphone, but the speakerphone was sending the voice lip syncing to the video of the other device, which I was just like, I don't know how that's happening. It can't be. So, but
I am not questioning it, not at all.
Yep.
But yes.
Well, Rob, give yourself a shameless plug while we have everyone watching.
Yes.
Well, actually, John said that. Eddie, Rob, plug where people can follow and hear more of you. Right?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm a stand-up comedian. You can follow me at Eddie Bratz on Twitter. And also, I have a podcast called Let Me Ask You This, where I had Kenny on the show 2 weeks ago.
That was fun. That was good fun.
That is a blast. Unfortunately, mine's a bit longer. Yeah, mine's just a hair longer.
That's what she said. She said. Oh, okay.
Wait, hers is longer?
Oh, well, all right. Keep going.
Okay. Mainly, I'm known for a podcast called The Movie Madhouse. But since then, I've started two more. One called Bits Radio that works closely with a film festival about Canadian filmmaking. And another called The Vicious Circle, which we got to see a bit of tonight with Sid Viscous.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
I also put together a Comic-Con every year, and I also put together a film festival every year, and I run a film production company, JX3 Media Productions.
Impressive.
And that's about it.
I thought you were just a mark like Ed.
I am huge.
I guess I should talk, though. When I showed that room, I showed you my dark secrets earlier while we were pausing. I had no more content. I was totally out.
Yeah. And we, dude, I appreciate it because we were just about there with Sid and it's like click, 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 got him in and away we went.
Speaking on Sid, we got to talk later because Sid sounded like he was sad that I ignored him last week. I didn't ignore him, really. I was just running around with this thing. I got to call him back and get going on his book. So please fix that for me, sir. I do not want a power bomb. Not the second one. He's done it before to me. So
I happen to know there's some Canadian pastries he's really fond of. I'm sure I can slip some to him.
All right. That sounds good to me, man.
Hey,
yeah,
Kenny,
guys.
I appreciate the opportunity and thanks to all the fans for letting us, chat with you guys for the last 2 days.
Yeah, letting these strangers in the house, that takes a lot of guts, I got to say.
Right? And we're just hanging out upstairs.
So just before we go, I want Rob to do the plugs. And also, Rob, if you could tell them the little plan that we said that if everyone bought one, go into that quote. I think that'd be cool.
I strongly, I believe that 100%. With the number of people we had watching and the number of people we had on the air, if everybody out there bought one thing, a t-shirt, a book, a mask, like Brian Knobs, he's got those COVID masks, If everybody just bought one thing, we would all be amazing at this. They would get a little money when their business is down. We would have stuff to do while we're at home. These books, you buy a book, it's $30, boop. And or you buy a coloring book, and that's good for hours for me.
This is Pete Bregman, by the way, right here. Pete Bregman. The guy Marty was just talking about.
That is awesome. I don't see how that is wrong. Just pick up something because it's a win-win. They get something, you get something, and we've all had a blast this weekend.
Right, and if people buy enough stuff, there's a good chance we can do this again.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
That's what Facebook user says. Please do this again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Facebook user.
What's it say? Good job. Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna post some of them because it's crazy here. Hope there's more to come. There's Facebook users getting a book right after this.
Awesome.
And thank you. And
Cool.
yes, that's where you got to go for the masks. Nastyville.net.
Nice.
So yeah, and remember WrestleTees.com. Oh wait, I'm not prepped for it. Where you too can get this T-shirt, the COVID Con T-shirt. I'm
Looks
gonna
good.
leave that up for now. I'll pull back over here. There we go.
Yeah.
Get that COVID Con T-shirt where you can wear the virus with pride.
Nice. All right. So credits. Who are the credits? We credit all the wrestlers and all the authors for coming today. Thank you very much.
Oh, huge. You want me to go through the whole list of everybody that was on?
No, just the monitors and me, the director, whatever.
Yes, there is the moderators. Deadly Ed. There is me, Rob the Slob. And then there is the producer, Kenny Casanova. We also have the associate producer, Kenny Casanova. We have the writer, Kenny Casanova. The director, Kenny Casanova.
John
I think
Cosper
that's
for
it.
the plug on the concept, and he helped a lot with plugging. He was the lead
Oh.
marshal of plugs in every post as well, too, right?
He was posting so much stuff. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
He was posting another one.
You did a great job.
Lee Marshall right
sleepwrestle.com.
there. So concept, John Cosper, Booker John Cosper, right? I also think
Yes.
we should thank Bill Apter for going out of his way to be ridiculously crazy. Thanks Scott Teal for bringing a lot of the Crowbar press guys here. Michael Holmes for getting the ECW press guys here. And everybody else that pitched in, man. Thank you so much.
I don't know if you can do this, but Stuart had the idea. Put the date on the shirt.
No, you know what? Screw Stewart. We're charging him twice for shirts. And in fact, I'm not even going to let him buy one, I don't think. If he wants a date written on that, buy a marker and write the date on it, brother.
We won't tell him it's a black shirt. Oh, John's got here. Thank you to all the guests and fans who turned in. Thanks to Rob and Eddie. Thanks to the amazing Kenny Casanova for pulling this together. And a special thank you to Kenny's wife. You can have him back now.
All right. Thank you, guys. I'm going to head out. You can keep talking and do whatever you
All right, guys. All right, take care. Hey, Rob, great working with you. Kenny, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Okay, guys. I will see y'all later. There we go. And from all of us to all of you, I'm going to look right in the camera for this one. Thank you so much. And hopefully we do this again.